Darkness stretched endlessly. There was no sky, no ground, no light. Everything was silent, vast, and hollow. Then came a stirring, a faint quiver, as if the universe itself took a breath. From the silence emerged a single, colossal egg, floating in the void. Inside it, chaos churned, light and darkness swirled together, battling and blending in an eternal dance. Within this cosmic egg lay Pangu, a giant with a body strong as the mountains and a soul vast as the skies yet to be born. For countless ages, he slept, cradled in the chaos, his dreams restless as the storm around him. But the time for dreaming ended. One day, Pangu opened his eyes. He felt the weight of the chaos pressing down on him, suffocating him. With a roar that shattered silence, he reached for something unseen, something instinctual, and in his hands appeared an enormous axe. The first strike echoed louder than thunder. It split the egg in two. From its cracking shell, the light rose above to form the heavens, shimmering and endless. The heavier, darker elements sank below, shaping the earth, firm and strong. But the heavens threatened to collapse back into the earth, the weight of creation trying to return to its original chaos. Pangu stood between them, his feet planted firmly on the forming ground and his hands holding up the rising sky. Every day, he grew taller, his arms reaching higher, his legs stretching longer, forcing the heavens and the earth further apart. His breath became the wind, his voice the rumble of distant thunder. Sweat poured down his brow, creating rivers that would one day quench the thirst of life. For 18,000 years, Pangu held the universe steady, his body the bridge that kept balance in this fragile new world. Each day was harder than the last. His muscles trembled under the weight, but he refused to falter. His eyes blazed with determination, his heartbeat echoing the rhythm of creation. The heavens shimmered brighter, the earth grew stronger, and the boundaries of the world became firm under his sacrifice. But even Pangu was mortal. One day, when the sky had risen far enough and the earth had settled firm, his great body gave in. He fell, and as he collapsed, the very essence of creation poured forth from him. His last breath became the winds and clouds. His eyes turned into the sun and the moon, lighting the skies for all eternity. His voice echoed on, shaping the rolling thunder. His limbs stretched wide, forming the four cardinal directions. His blood flowed into rivers, his muscles became fertile lands, and his bones transformed into majestic mountains. From his hair and beard, trees and plants began to sprout, filling the land with life. The mites and lice on his body became the ancestors of animals, crawling, flying, and swimming across the earth. His death was not an end, it was a gift, a sacrifice that breathed life into a barren world. For a time, the earth stood still, raw and untamed. Then, a gentle breeze stirred. Nuwa, the goddess of creation, descended to walk upon this vast, empty world. She wandered the lands shaped by Pangu's sacrifice, marveling at the rivers, mountains, and skies. Yet, something was missing. There was no one to admire the sun's warmth, no one to listen to the song of the wind, no one to tread upon the soft grass. The world felt hollow. Nuwa reached into the earth and lifted a handful of clay. She shaped it carefully, molding it with her hands, smoothing its surface, and breathing life into it. From this clay, humans were born, fragile but curious, small but filled with boundless potential. She smiled as she watched them take their first uncertain steps, their eyes wide with wonder at the world they had been gifted. She continued her work, shaping more figures, giving each one a spark of life. Soon, the world buzzed with their laughter, their curiosity, and their songs. But the balance was delicate. One day, the pillars that held up the heavens cracked, threatening to plunge the world into chaos once more. Mountains crumbled, rivers overflowed, and fire and water raged uncontrollably. The humans cried out in fear, their fragile lives teetering on the brink of destruction. Nuwa couldn't bear to see the world undone. She gathered 5 colored stones from the riverbanks and melted them with her divine fire, molding them into a paste. With these stones, she mended the cracks in the heavens, her hands working tirelessly to restore balance. She then cut the legs of a giant tortoise and used them to reinforce the corners of the earth, ensuring it would not collapse again. The world was saved, but Nuwa's strength was drained. Yet, she smiled, knowing the humans could now live under the sun and moon, safe from chaos. Far above, the heavens sparkled with new clarity, the stars fixed firmly in place, as though thanking Pangu and Nuwa for their labor. Below, the earth hummed with the energy of life, a gift that would be passed down through generations. Above the clouds, where mortal eyes cannot see and human hearts cannot imagine, lies a kingdom made of light, power, and timeless beauty. The air there is alive, humming with energy, as if every breeze carries the whispers of ancient gods. The celestial court rises in endless splendor, its golden towers stretching beyond sight, its halls adorned with jade and pearl that gleam softly under the eternal glow of a sun that never sets. Here, the Jade Emperor sits on a throne carved from the stars themselves. His eyes, deep as the void yet warm as sunlight, sweep over the court filled with deities, immortals, and spirits. Each carries the weight of their purpose, some govern the seasons, others guard the oceans, and many watch over the lives of mortals below. The court is always alive with activity. Commands are issued with voices that roll like distant thunder, the shuffle of robes woven from the essence of clouds whispers like a soft rainstorm. The scent of lotus flowers and incense fills the air, a reminder of peace earned through centuries of effort. But not all is peaceful. Behind the shimmering beauty lies tension, gods locked in rivalries, ambitions clashing like unseen storms. The Jade Emperor's gaze is steady, but his heart bears the weight of keeping balance among these beings, each as unpredictable as the winds they command. Far below, the mortal world pulses with its own life. The earthly kingdoms are wild and vast, their landscapes a mirror of the heavens above, but tinged with imperfection and struggle. Mountains claw at the skies, their peaks wrapped in mist like crowns of mystery. Rivers, silver under the moonlight, snake through valleys and plains, feeding life to both the humble farmer and the proud emperor. The forests are deep and alive, their silence broken by the call of birds or the rustle of unseen creatures. In these kingdoms, mortals thrive and falter. Kings rise with dreams of eternal glory, only to fall as the sands of time slip through their grasp. Farmers toil under the sun, their sweat merging with the soil, giving life to crops that feed nations. Lovers steal moments of joy beneath starlit skies, while warriors clash under the shadow of banners, their swords singing songs of loyalty and loss. The world is beautiful, but it is fragile, caught in the ever-turning wheel of life and death. Beneath the ground, hidden in darkness colder than the deepest night, lies another realm entirely, the underworld. Its gates, massive and forbidding, are etched with runes that pulse faintly with an otherworldly glow. Two guardians, fierce and silent, stand watch, their eyes glowing red like dying embers. Beyond the gate stretches a landscape both haunting and mesmerizing, rivers of black water flow sluggishly under an eerie, pale light. Jagged mountains rise like broken teeth, their peaks shrouded in ghostly mists. The air is heavy, filled with whispers, some pleading, some sorrowful, and some echoing with laughter that chills the soul. The underworld is not chaos, it is order, harsh and unyielding. Here, King Yama sits upon a throne carved from obsidian, his expression stern as he presides over the fates of those who arrive in his domain. Scrolls of mortal deeds are laid before him by shadowy attendants, their faces obscured by veils of shifting smoke. Each soul is weighed, their life examined in painstaking detail. The virtuous are sent to rest in fields of quiet peace, where the air smells of blooming flowers, and the gentle murmur of brooks offers comfort. But the wicked, they are led to pits where fire and ice rule, their cries swallowed by the endless void. The underworld is not without mercy. The wheel of reincarnation stands at its heart, a colossal structure that spins with an energy beyond comprehension. Souls who have paid their dues, whether in bliss or torment, are led here to begin anew. A soft light glows at its center, a promise of another chance, another life, and the hope of redemption or greatness. The connection between these realms is fragile, held together by laws written in the fabric of existence. Heaven oversees the earth, guiding its people and punishing its transgressors. The earth, in turn, nourishes its mortals, their lives shaping the energy that fuels the cosmos. And the underworld waits patiently, the final destination for every living soul, the place where their stories are completed and rewritten. But harmony is not guaranteed. There are times when the ambitions of gods reach too far, spilling into the mortal world. Times when mortals, driven by arrogance or desperation, defy the will of heaven itself. And times when the restless dead claw their way back into the world above, refusing the judgment of the underworld. In those moments, the balance trembles, and the three realms feel the strain. Above, the celestial court glows, its immortals keeping watch. On earth, the kingdoms churn with life and its endless struggles. Below, the underworld waits in silence, its gates ever open, its judgment eternal. The world spins on, fragile and beautiful, held together by a thread stretched taut between heaven, earth, and the depths below. In the heart of the Flower Fruit Mountain, where waterfalls roared with endless energy and the winds sang through ancient trees, there rested a single rock unlike any other. Its surface glimmered faintly under sunlight, like the stone itself held the memory of stars. It stood at the mountain's peak, withered yet unyielding, as if it had been placed there by the hands of the heavens. For countless ages, it sat unmoving, absorbing the essence of the sun by day and the cool whispers of the moon by night. One morning, as dawn painted the sky with streaks of gold and crimson, a strange stillness fell over the mountain. The rustling leaves quieted, the rushing streams slowed, and even the birds perched silently, their heads cocked as if listening for something. The air felt charged, alive with a presence that no mortal eye could see. Then, without warning, the rock split. It didn't shatter like ordinary stone, but opened, as if revealing a secret it had guarded for centuries. Light poured out, blinding and warm, reaching every corner of the mountain. From within emerged a figure, small yet radiant, with eyes as sharp and bright as lightning. A monkey, born not of flesh but of the earth itself, stepped forward. His fur shimmered like polished gold under the rising sun, and with each movement, he seemed to hold the energy of a storm waiting to unleash itself. The moment he drew his first breath, the heavens trembled. Clouds swirled and thunder rumbled in the distance, though no rain fell. In the celestial court above, immortals paused their duties, their gazes drawn to the mortal world below. "A great disturbance," murmured one, his voice tinged with awe. Even the Jade Emperor turned his attention to the Flower Fruit Mountain, his expression unreadable. The monkey, unaware of the commotion he had caused, leaped into the air, his laughter echoing across the valleys. He raced down the mountain, his golden fur gleaming like a streak of fire against the lush greenery. Every step he took seemed to bring life to the world around him. Flowers bloomed in his wake, vibrant and full of color, and animals of all kinds emerged from their hiding places, drawn to his magnetic energy. He climbed the tallest trees, swung from their branches, and splashed through rivers, his joy boundless and contagious. But this was no ordinary creature. The mountain itself had been his cradle, and the heavens had blessed his birth. His eyes glowed with intelligence far beyond his years, and his movements carried a confidence that no other being possessed. He was a child of nature, yet there was something untamed, something fierce within him that hinted at his destiny. As he explored the mountain, he came across a group of monkeys drinking from a crystal-clear pool. They were ordinary, their fur brown and their demeanor cautious, but when they saw him, they froze. The golden monkey approached them without hesitation, his grin wide and his energy impossible to ignore. "Who are you?" one of the elder monkeys asked, his voice quivering with both curiosity and fear. "I don't know," the golden monkey replied, his tone carefree but his eyes thoughtful. "But I am like you, aren't I?" The elder studied him for a moment, then nodded. "You are like us, but different." The golden monkey laughed again, a sound so pure and free that it seemed to chase away the shadows lingering in the elder's heart. From that moment on, the group accepted him as their own. They taught him the ways of their kind, how to forage for food, how to climb even the tallest cliffs, and how to avoid predators. But it wasn't long before the golden monkey outshone them all. He was faster than any of his companions, his leaps so high they seemed to defy gravity. His wit outmatched even the elder monkeys, and his boundless energy inspired awe and envy in equal measure. Despite his youthful arrogance, his heart was kind, and he quickly became the leader of their tribe. One day, as they played by the waterfall, one of the younger monkeys looked up at the cascading water and said, "I wonder where it comes from." The golden monkey tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. Without a word, he climbed the slippery rocks, his powerful limbs carrying him higher and higher until he reached the top. There, he discovered a hidden cave behind the waterfall, its entrance glowing faintly as if lit by an inner fire. He called to the others, his voice filled with excitement, "Come and see." The tribe followed, hesitant but intrigued, and together they entered the cave. Inside, they found a paradise, lush vegetation, pools of fresh water, and fruits more delicious than any they had ever tasted. The golden monkey stood at the center of it all, his chest puffed with pride. "This," he declared, "will be our home. Here, we will live without fear, with plenty for all." The monkeys cheered, their voices echoing through the cave like a song of celebration. From that day on, they crowned him their king, naming him the Monkey King. But as the golden monkey sat on his makeshift throne, watching his companions revel in a newfound sanctuary, his gaze drifted to the horizon. A flicker of longing crossed his face, a hunger for something greater than even this paradise could offer. The earth had given him a home, and the heavens had blessed his birth, but his soul burned with a restless fire. He had been born for more than just the quiet life of a king. He didn't yet know what lay ahead, but he could feel it calling, faint and distant, like a drumbeat on the edge of his dreams. And so, the Monkey King began his reign, his heart filled with both joy and an unshakable yearning for the unknown. The winds on Flower Fruit Mountain carried a sharp chill, but Sun Wukong didn't feel it. He stood atop the highest peak, his golden fur catching the first rays of dawn. Below him, the world stretched out endlessly, rolling forests, jagged cliffs, and the vast ocean shimmering like liquid silver. His chest rose and fell as he caught his breath, a grin breaking across his face. He had leaped from one edge of the mountain to another, covering what seemed like an impossible distance, and the thrill coursing through his veins was electric. "Did you see that?" he shouted, his voice echoing across the valleys. The other monkeys below cheered wildly, their voices full of admiration. Wukong threw his head back and laughed, his confidence blazing like the sun above him. He was more than their king, he was their hero, their symbol of endless possibility. But even as he celebrated, there was a spark in his heart that refused to quiet. He was already the fastest, the strongest, the cleverest among them, yet it wasn't enough. Each leap, each victory only left him hungrier, yearning for something beyond the horizon. He wanted more. He needed more. His exploits began as games. He challenged the strongest monkeys to races through the trees, darting between branches so fast he seemed to vanish. He leaped from cliffs into raging rivers, daring the currents to claim him, only to emerge victorious each time. But what started as playful mischief soon grew into a relentless quest for mastery. He studied the wind's movements, the way it bent trees and rippled water. He watched birds soar effortlessly through the skies and wondered why he, too, could not touch the heavens. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the world in hues of fire and gold, Wukong sat alone by a quiet stream. He stared at his reflection, the golden monkey staring back at him with eyes that glowed like embers. His hand hovered above the water, tracing patterns in the ripples. "What is stopping me?" he whispered. And then, the sky answered. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, sending leaves spiraling into the air. Wukong's heart raced as he stood, his senses alive with the energy around him. He crouched low, his muscles coiled like springs, and pushed off the ground with all his strength. For a moment, he was weightless. The earth fell away beneath him as he soared higher than ever before. The wind roared in his ears, carrying him upward, faster and farther than he had imagined possible. When he finally landed, his feet touched a distant peak, one he had never reached before. The rush of victory filled him, but so did something deeper, a realization that the wind had not resisted him. It had carried him. That night, under the glow of a full moon, Wukong trained with a ferocity unmatched by any mortal or beast. He jumped, fell, and jumped again. He watched the clouds drift lazily across the sky and vowed to command them. Days turned to weeks, and weeks to months. He studied the currents of air, how they danced and flowed, and began to feel their rhythm. His leaps grew longer, his movements more precise, until one fateful morning when he stood once more at the mountain's peak. This time, he didn't just jump. He pushed off the ground with a force that shook the earth, his body slicing through the air like an arrow. But as he rose, he reached out with his spirit, calling to the wind, commanding it to lift him. The clouds shifted, wrapping around him like a chariot, and suddenly he was no longer falling. He was flying. The exhilaration was unlike anything he had ever known. He whooped and laughed, spinning through the air, flipping and tumbling with the grace of a bird. Below, the monkeys gasped in amazement, their king now a streak of gold against the endless sky. He practiced tirelessly, refining his newfound power, until he could somersault through the heavens and land wherever he desired. With this mastery came an unshakable pride. No longer was he just a king to his people, he was a legend in the making. Word of his feats spread beyond the mountain, carried on the winds he now commanded. Creatures of all kinds, from deer to eagles, came to watch him, their eyes filled with awe. Even the ocean seemed to bow before him as he skimmed its surface, leaving trails of foam in his wake. But his rise was not without challenge. One day, as Wukong sat in his cave, surrounded by his adoring subjects, a great beast stormed into their sanctuary. It was a tiger, massive and scarred, its fangs bared and its growl shaking the very ground. "This mountain belongs to me," the tiger roared. "Bow before your true ruler, or face my wrath." The monkeys cowered, their eyes darting to Wukong. He stood slowly, his golden fur bristling, but his grin remained as sharp as ever. "Your mountain," he said, his tone mocking. "Then why does it not roar for you?" With a roar of his own, Wukong leaped forward, his movements a blur. The tiger swiped, its claws tearing through the air, but Wukong was already behind it, his speed unmatched. He somersaulted high into the air, the wind howling around him, and landed on the tiger's back. With a single strike, he sent the beast tumbling, its growls turning to whimpers as it fled into the forest. The monkeys erupted in cheers, their cries echoing through the caves. But Wukong didn't celebrate. He stood tall, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The tiger had been strong, but not enough to challenge him. Once again, the hunger stirred within him, urging him forward. And so, Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, continued to rise. With every leap, every victory, he felt closer to the skies, yet farther from the world he had known. The clouds carried him higher, and his spirit burned brighter, destined for something far greater than even he could imagine. The nights on Flower Fruit Mountain had grown quieter. The stars blinked above like distant flames, and the wind carried a strange unease. Sun Wukong sat alone on a stone ledge, his knees pulled to his chest, staring into the vastness of the ocean. Its waves crashed relentlessly against the cliffs, a reminder of time's unyielding march. For the first time in his life, the Monkey King felt small. The thought struck him like lightning: everything he had built, his kingdom, his tribe, would one day wither and fade. Even he, with his boundless strength and unmatched cunning, was not immune to the decay of time. A whisper tugged at his soul. It wasn't a voice but a knowing, a sense that somewhere out there lay an answer. Something greater than strength, something that could defy the hands of fate. His chest tightened with a resolve he had never felt before. Immortality. The word burned in his heart like a fire that refused to be extinguished. He would not merely live, he would endure. At dawn, he gathered his people. "I must leave," he announced, his voice steady but tinged with the weight of the decision. Gasps rippled through the crowd. "I seek something that will make me more than a king. Something that will make us eternal." They begged him to stay, their cries filled with fear and love, but Wukong's mind was set. Without another word, he turned toward the horizon and began his journey. The wind carried him over mountains and rivers, through valleys where the sun kissed the earth and forests where shadows danced under ancient trees. Each step took him farther from the life he knew and closer to the unknown. Years passed as he wandered. His golden fur grew ragged, and his feet bore the marks of countless miles. Yet, his spirit never wavered. He asked the heavens for guidance, shouting his questions into the skies, but they remained silent. One day, as he rested by a bubbling stream, an old man appeared, leaning on a crooked staff. His face was withered, his eyes bright with wisdom. "What troubles you, young one?" the man asked, his voice gentle but probing. Wukong hesitated, unsure if he could trust this stranger, but the fire in his heart urged him forward. "I seek the secret to immortality." The old man smiled faintly, his expression unreadable. "That is a dangerous desire. Are you prepared to pay the price?" Without hesitation, Wukong nodded. "I will give everything." The man studied him for a long moment before gesturing to the distant mountains. "There, beyond the tallest peak, you will find a master. If he accepts you, your journey may begin." Hope surged in Wukong's chest. He bowed deeply before sprinting toward the mountains, his exhaustion forgotten. It took days to climb the treacherous heights, but when he reached the summit, he found a humble cave surrounded by blooming lotuses. At its entrance stood a man with a long, flowing beard and eyes that seemed to pierce through the soul. "I am Sha Wujing," the man said, his voice calm and steady. "Why have you come?" Wukong fell to his knees, bowing until his forehead touched the ground. "I seek to escape death," he said, his words filled with desperation. "Teach me, master. I will do anything." Sha Wujing was silent for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he spoke. "Very well. But understand this, the path you seek is not one of ease. It will demand your mind, your body, and your spirit." From that day on, Wukong became Sha Wujing's disciple. The training was grueling, unlike anything he had ever faced. At dawn, he meditated until his mind felt as still as the surface of a lake. By day, he practiced physical forms, his movements flowing like water, yet as precise as the edge of a blade. His nights were spent in study, unraveling the mysteries of the cosmos written in ancient texts. Sha Wujing tested him relentlessly. One morning, he handed Wukong a broom and pointed to the cave. "Sweep until there is no dust," he commanded. At first, Wukong scoffed. A simple task for someone of his abilities. But no matter how many times he swept, dust seemed to reappear. Frustration boiled within him, but he refused to give up. Days turned to weeks, and as he worked, he began to understand. It wasn't about the dust, it was about persistence, about focus. When he finally finished, Sha Wujing nodded approvingly. "You are learning." Years passed, and Wukong grew stronger, wiser, but also more restless. He yearned for the power his master had promised. One evening, as the sky burned with the colors of sunset, he confronted Sha Wujing. "I am ready," he said, his voice firm. "Teach me the magic." Sha Wujing's eyes glinted, a mix of pride and warning. "Magic is not just a skill. It is a responsibility. Do you understand?" Wukong nodded, his heart pounding with anticipation. Sha Wujing began to teach him the arts of transformation, the ability to take on any shape he desired. Wukong practiced endlessly, shifting from bird to fish to tree, his mastery growing with each attempt. But it wasn't enough. He begged for more, and Sha Wujing, seeing his determination, taught him the secret of the cloud somersault. "This technique will carry you across the skies," Sha Wujing said. "But it requires more than strength. You must trust the wind, surrender to its flow." Wukong leaped into the air, summoning the wind with a command that echoed through the heavens. The clouds bent to his will, carrying him effortlessly. He soared above mountains and rivers, his laughter ringing out like thunder. Sha Wujing's lessons did not stop there. He taught Wukong the art of summoning protective spells, the ability to freeze enemies with a word, and the power to control elements. Wukong absorbed it all, his hunger for knowledge insatiable. Each new skill felt like a step closer to his ultimate goal, immortality. One day, as Wukong practiced under a tree, Sha Wujing approached him, his expression somber. "You have learned much, but remember this, power is a tool, not a prize. Wield it with wisdom, or it will consume you." Wukong bowed, his heart swelling with gratitude. "Thank you, Master. I will not forget." But as he turned away, a flicker of defiance crossed his mind. He had come so far, and yet he felt the weight of his mortality still clinging to him. He would find a way to cast it off, no matter the cost. The fire in his heart burned brighter than ever, a flame that would not be quenched. The air in heaven shimmered like liquid gold, its beauty intoxicating and serene. Yet within this perfect realm, beneath the pristine skies and celestial halls, there was a silence that carried the weight of something unspoken. The kind of silence before a storm. Sun Wukong sat on a throne carved from clouds, his golden fur glistening like molten sunlight. In one hand, he gripped his staff, the Rui Jingu Bang, a weapon of impossible power that pulsed with his rebellious spirit. His other hand lazily tossed an immortal peach from the heavenly garden. Around him, the treasures of heaven lay scattered, celestial robes of starlight, jeweled crowns of forgotten gods, golden goblets once meant for divine feasts. His grin, sharp and wide, was a declaration in itself, "I am king now." It had all started with an invitation, a mockery cloaked as respect. The Jade Emperor, ruler of the heavens, had extended his hand to Wukong, offering him a position as the keeper of the heavenly stables. A lowly post, a token gesture, a way to pacify the unruly Monkey King without acknowledging his growing legend. Wukong had accepted, but not out of humility. He saw the insult for what it was, and his heart burned with the kind of rage that demanded justice. He worked in silence, tending to the celestial horses, each moment feeding the fire within him. Then, one day, as he brushed the mane of a glowing white steed, he spoke aloud to the heavens. "Is this all I'm worth? A monkey to clean your stables?" The words echoed, unanswered, and his laughter followed, a sharp, defiant sound that shattered the quiet. That night, he left the stables behind. His cloud somersault carried him through the skies, his speed like a comet blazing across the firmament. He reached the heavenly treasury, a place whispered about even among gods, where the treasures of the cosmos lay guarded by divine soldiers. With a single sweep of his staff, he sent them scattering like leaves in a storm. The Rui Jingu Bang had called to him from its resting place, buried among lesser relics. It was a weapon of unimaginable power, forged in the primordial chaos that birthed the world. As soon as Wukong touched it, it shrank to fit his hand, its weight perfectly balanced. The moment he lifted it, he felt invincible. He wasn't done. The peach garden came next. Trees laden with golden fruit stood in perfect rows, each peach shimmering with the promise of eternal life. Wukong leaped from branch to branch, plucking fruit with reckless joy. His laughter rang out again, louder this time, mocking the order of heaven itself. By the time the Jade Emperor heard of the chaos, Wukong had already claimed a new title for himself, the Great Sage equal to heaven. He carved the words into the walls of his throne room, a bold proclamation that left no doubt about his intentions. He wasn't merely defying the heavens, he was challenging their very authority. The Jade Emperor summoned his armies, celestial soldiers armed with weapons that had defeated demons and giants. They marched toward Wukong's self-declared kingdom, their ranks gleaming like rivers of light. But Wukong was waiting for them, his staff resting casually on his shoulder, his grin as sharp as ever. When the first wave of soldiers attacked, Wukong moved like lightning. His staff extended with a thought, striking down dozens in a single sweep. He spun through the air, his movements a blur, each strike precise and devastating. The battlefield became a theater of chaos, with Wukong at its center, unstoppable and unrelenting. One by one, the greatest generals of heaven fell before him. His laughter echoed through the skies, a sound that carried both triumph and rebellion. The gods watched in disbelief, their perfect order unraveling at the hands of a single, defiant monkey. Then came the heavenly kings, wielding their legendary weapons and their unyielding sense of duty. They faced Wukong together, their combined might shaking the very fabric of heaven. But even they could not overcome him. With each clash, Wukong grew more fearless, more invincible. His staff danced through the air, a streak of gold that shattered spears and shields alike. At last, the Jade Emperor called upon Erlang Shen, a warrior god of unmatched skill, known for his third eye that saw through all illusions. Erlang Shen descended to the battlefield, his aura radiating power and command. The two faced each other in silence, the air between them crackling with tension. Their battle was like nothing the heavens had ever witnessed. Wukong's speed was matched by Erlang Shen's precision, their strikes sending shockwaves through the clouds. The Monkey King's laughter rang out even in the heat of combat, a sound that infuriated and unnerved his opponent. But even Erlang Shen could not break him. Wukong's transformations, a dragon, a phoenix, 1,000 tiny wasps, confused and confounded the warrior god. The fight raged on, neither willing to yield, until the Jade Emperor, in desperation, summoned the Buddha himself. Wukong watched as the Buddha descended, his presence calm yet commanding, his expression one of infinite patience. The Monkey King, for the first time, felt a flicker of hesitation. But it was brief. His defiance burned brighter than ever as he stood before the Buddha, his staff gripped tightly. The Buddha spoke, his voice serene but unyielding. "Sun Wukong, you have caused great chaos. Do you truly believe you are equal to the heavens?" Wukong's grin widened, his golden eyes blazing. "I don't just believe it. I've proved it." The Buddha nodded, his expression unreadable. "Then show me your power." He raised his hand, revealing his palm, and issued a challenge. If Wukong could leap beyond his grasp, he would be free to claim his title as the great sage equal to heaven. Wukong laughed, confident in his abilities. He somersaulted into the air, soaring across the heavens, faster and farther than he had ever gone. He reached the edge of the world and found 5 enormous pillars rising into the sky. Believing he had won, he marked the pillars with his name and urinated at their base, a final act of defiance. But when he returned, triumphant, he found the Buddha waiting, his palm still outstretched. Wukong's heart sank as he realized the truth. The 5 pillars were the Buddha's fingers. He had never left the hand at all. Before Wukong could react, the Buddha closed his palm, trapping the Monkey King beneath a mountain created from his infinite will. The rebellion was over, but the name Sun Wukong would echo through the heavens forever, a reminder of a monkey who dared to defy the gods. The skies were painted with chaos, storm clouds swirling and lightning slicing through the heavens like fiery serpents. Sun Wukong stood in defiance, his golden fur matted with sweat and streaked with the blood of countless battles. He had faced gods and won. He had mocked their order, stolen their treasures, and carved his name into the annals of rebellion. But now, as the Buddha himself loomed above him, serene yet overwhelming, the world seemed to pause, holding its breath. "Sun Wukong," the Buddha said, his voice calm and steady, carrying a weight that seemed to press against the very air. "Do you truly believe you can escape the grasp of justice?" Wukong smirked, though his heart thundered in his chest. His staff rested against his shoulder, its length gleaming with untamed power. "Escape? I've already outrun your gods, your armies, your heavens. You're just another opponent, and I'll leave you in my shadow like the rest." The Buddha didn't respond. Instead, he raised his hand, his palm facing upward, vast as the sky itself. Wukong squinted, a flicker of doubt flashing in his eyes, but he buried it under bravado. The Buddha spoke again, his tone unchanging. "Leap beyond my palm, and I will grant you freedom." For a moment, Wukong hesitated. Was this a trap? A trick? But pride was a fire too hot to ignore, and it burned brighter than reason. He crouched low, his muscles coiling like springs, and launched himself into the air. The world blurred around him as he soared higher and farther than he ever had, riding the winds of his boundless ambition. Mountains appeared in the distance, their peaks piercing the heavens. 5 enormous pillars rose before him, ancient and unyielding, their surfaces etched with symbols that seemed to hum with the weight of eternity. Wukong landed at their base, grinning. So this is the edge of existence, he muttered. Too easy. He reached into his ear, pulling a single hair and blowing on it. It transformed into a brush, and with a flourish, he scrawled his name across the nearest pillar, Sun Wukong, great sage equal to heaven. Then, with a mischievous grin, he relieved himself at the base, a final act of defiance. His laughter echoed through the air as he leapt back into the sky, returning to where the Buddha waited. When he landed, he crossed his arms, his smirk triumphant. There. Beyond your grasp. I've proven my might once again. The Buddha's gaze softened, almost pitying, as he spoke. Look again. Confusion crept into Wukong's expression as he turned his eyes to the Buddha's palm. His breath caught in his throat. There, faint but unmistakable, was his signature, the mark he had left on the pillar. And beneath it, a damp stain that mocked him more than words ever could. No, Wukong whispered, his voice cracking. His chest tightened, the realization crashing over him like a tidal wave. He hadn't escaped. He had never left the Buddha's hand. Before he could react, the Buddha's fingers closed around him, sealing him in an unyielding grip. The skies trembled as the Buddha brought his hand to the earth, pressing Wukong beneath it with a force that seemed to shake the universe itself. Mountains rose from the ground, their peaks forming a cage of stone and soil. 5 great summits, each representing an element, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, pinned him in place, their combined weight crushing his defiance. Wukong roared, his cry splitting the air like thunder. He thrashed against his prison, his staff pounding against the walls of his confinement. But the mountains did not budge. His strength, which had toppled armies and shattered divine order, was powerless here. The realization sank into him slowly, bitter and heavy. For the first time in his life, Sun Wukong was truly trapped. Years passed, then decades, then centuries. The mountain stood silent and unyielding, a monument to the futility of rebellion. Beneath it, Wukong lay still, his fiery spirit dimmed but not extinguished. His golden eyes, once blazing with mischief and pride, stared into the darkness, unblinking. He thought of the skies he had once ruled, the laughter that had carried him through countless battles, the taste of the peaches he had stolen in defiance. Now, there was only silence. The mountain was both his punishment and his teacher, forcing him to confront the emptiness left in the wake of his rebellion. Sometimes, when the winds howled through the peaks, he thought he heard voices, whispers of the world outside. Mortals spoke his name in hushed tones, telling tales of the Monkey King who had defied the heavens and paid the price. Their words carried awe and fear, painting him as both hero and villain. He listened, his heart aching with a longing he couldn't name. The years blurred together, time losing its meaning beneath the weight of the 5 elements. Yet through it all, Wukong's spirit endured. His body may have been trapped, but his mind remained sharp, his heart unbroken. He refused to let the mountain crush his essence, the fire within him still smoldering, waiting for the day it could burn bright once more. And so he waited, his thoughts a storm of regret, defiance, and a flicker of hope. Beneath the mountain, Sun Wukong remained, a force of nature bound by stone but never truly defeated. The wind swept softly through the temple gardens, carrying with it the faint scent of incense. A solitary monk knelt beneath the shade of an ancient willow tree, his hands pressed together in quiet reverence. His face was calm, his eyes steady, but beneath that serenity lay a storm of destiny that had been building long before he was born. This was Tang Sanzang, though he had not always been known by this name. In the heavens above, threads of fate were pulled taut, weaving a tapestry that bound him to forces beyond mortal comprehension. He had not asked for this, yet the weight of his purpose pressed against his soul as tangibly as the prayer beads he wore. Long before he opened his eyes to this life, the heavens had already decided. A disciple of the Buddha, once arrogant and impatient, had been cast down to the mortal world to learn humility and compassion. Reborn as a child of light and purity, he carried within him the essence of redemption, though he had no memory of his celestial past. The tale of his birth was whispered like a sacred song among those who knew it. His mother, a gentle woman of unshakable virtue, had endured unimaginable sorrow. His father, a scholar of great renown, had been murdered, cast into a river at the hands of treacherous bandits. Left alone, the grieving mother placed her newborn son in a wooden cradle, setting him adrift on the same river that had stolen her beloved. Her tears mingled with the current as she prayed for the gods to guide her child to safety. The river, as if moved by her plea, carried the infant to the banks of a monastery. The monks, startled by the cries of the baby, gathered around, their hearts stirring with both wonder and pity. They saw the divine mark upon him, a faint golden glow that seemed to emanate from his being. This was no ordinary child. From that moment, he was raised within the sacred walls, his life steeped in prayer and discipline. The monks gave him the name Tang Sanzang, for they believed he would one day bridge the divide between heaven and earth. He grew into a man of exceptional wisdom and kindness, his voice gentle yet powerful, carrying words that soothed the restless and inspired the broken. Yet, despite his unwavering faith, a quiet yearning gnawed at his heart, a call he could not yet understand. One night, beneath a sky thick with stars, that call became clear. He sat in meditation when a blinding light filled the chamber, casting shadows that danced like flames. He opened his eyes to see a radiant figure before him, a celestial messenger who spoke with a voice that seemed to echo through time itself. Tang Sanzang, the figure said, "You have been chosen. The Buddha commands that you journey west, to the land of Vulture Peak. There, you will retrieve the sacred scriptures that will bring enlightenment to this land. The path will be fraught with peril, but your purpose is greater than the trials you will face." A chill coursed through him, not from fear, but from the gravity of the task. He bowed deeply, his forehead touching the cool stone floor. "I am but a humble monk," he said, his voice steady. "How can I fulfill such a divine mission?" The celestial being smiled, though it was tinged with both sorrow and hope. "You will not be alone. Allies will come to you, each carrying their own burdens. Together, you will face what must be faced. Remember, your faith will be your shield, and your compassion will be your guide." When the light faded, Sanzang was left alone in the quiet of the temple, yet he felt the weight of countless eyes upon him, the gaze of the heavens, the expectations of the mortal world. The days that followed were filled with preparation, though he knew no amount of planning could truly ready him for what lay ahead. As he walked through the monastery one last time, bidding farewell to the monks who had been his family, a strange mixture of sadness and resolve filled his heart. He thought of his mother, whose love had cast him into the current of fate. He thought of the father he had never known, whose blood still cried for justice. He thought of the countless souls who would never know peace unless he succeeded. At dawn, with nothing but a staff in hand and the prayers of his brethren in his heart, Tang Sanzang stepped beyond the gates of the monastery. The world outside was vast and unfamiliar, the air thick with the promise of both wonder and danger. The first steps of his journey were quiet, almost deceptively peaceful. The road stretched endlessly before him, lined with fields of swaying grass that whispered secrets to the wind. Yet, as he walked, he could not shake the feeling that he was being watched. And he was. Unseen by mortal eyes, celestial beings and demons alike observed his every move. Some sought to protect him, recognizing the sanctity of his mission. Others waited in the shadows, their hearts dark with envy and malice, eager to see him fall. One such being, an immortal who had once been cast out of the heavens, stood atop a distant peak, his piercing gaze fixed on the lone figure below. "So," he muttered, "this is the one they've sent to bring light to the world. We shall see if he is as pure as they claim." But for all the eyes upon him, Sanzang walked with a quiet determination, his heart unshaken. He knew the road would be long, the trials fierce, yet each step felt as though it carried him closer to something greater than himself. The sky seemed to darken as he reached a dense forest, the trees towering above like silent sentinels. The air grew heavy, and an unnatural stillness settled over the land. He gripped his staff tighter, his breath shallow but steady. He could feel the presence of something ancient, something that had waited lifetimes for this moment. A voice, low and menacing, broke the silence. "Who dares enter my domain?" Sanzang did not falter. He stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. I am Tang Sanzang, a humble servant of the Buddha. I seek only to pass through. The shadows coiled around him, forming a monstrous figure with eyes like burning coals. Do you think your faith can protect you here, monk? Sanzang met the creature's gaze, his fear swallowed by the strength of his purpose. I do not rely on faith alone. I rely on the truth of my mission and the goodness of the path I walk. The creature laughed, a sound that shook the ground, but as it lunged toward him, a flash of light erupted from Sanzang's prayer beads. The force of it sent the creature reeling, its form dissipating into the shadows once more. As the forest grew quiet again, Sanzang stood tall, his grip on the staff firm. His heart raced, but he felt no triumph, only a deepening resolve. He knew this was but the first of many challenges, yet he would not waver. For he was not just a monk. He was a bearer of hope, a bridge between the heavens and the earth. And though the road stretched endlessly before him, he walked it with the certainty of one who knew that even the smallest light could pierce the deepest darkness. The moon hung low in the sky, casting its silvery glow over a world filled with both wonder and peril. Guan Yin stood at the edge of a tranquil lotus pond, her robes shimmering like starlight. Her serene expression masked the weight of the task before her. Somewhere in the mortal realm, Tang Sanzang had taken his first tentative steps toward the west, unaware of the challenges awaiting him. He was pure of heart but fragile in body, a man tasked with an immortal mission. He would need protectors, not ordinary warriors, but beings forged in the fires of redemption and struggle. A soft breeze rippled across the water, and Guan Yin whispered into the night, her voice resonating with the power of compassion. Come forth. Far away, in a desolate wasteland, a shadow stirred beneath the Five Elements mountain. Sun Wukong, the stone-born monkey king, had spent centuries imprisoned under the crushing weight of the mountain. He had once shaken the heavens with his defiance, declaring himself equal to the gods, but now he was bound, humbled by the hand of Buddha. His fiery eyes, dulled by years of solitude, flickered as a voice reached his ears, a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, yet commanding as thunder. Sun Wukong, it called. Awaken. His chains groaned as he lifted his head, hope and confusion mingling in his heart. The voice spoke again. Your time has come. Will you serve, not as a king, but as a protector? The mountain trembled as Wukong's laughter erupted. Serve? I, who once stood against the heavens. What could be worth such a humiliation? Guan Yin's voice did not waver. A chance to atone. A chance to reclaim your honor, not through rebellion, but through devotion. A monk walks westward, carrying the fate of the world. Will you protect him? Wukong's laughter faded, replaced by a flicker of curiosity. The thought of freedom, even bound by a vow, was a tempting balm to his restless soul. Release me, he growled. I will protect your monk. But if this is a trick, even Buddha himself won't hold me again. The mountain groaned and cracked, the chains that bound him dissolving into light. For the first time in centuries, Sun Wukong stood tall, his golden staff materializing in his hand. His heart burned with a strange mixture of anticipation and unease. He would protect this monk, but he would not bow. Far away, in the mud-slick fields of a small village, a towering figure snorted and rolled over in the muck. Zhu Bajie, once a marshal of the Celestial Navy, had been banished to the mortal world for his gluttonous and lustful ways. Reborn as a pig-like creature, he spent his days wallowing in filth, his dreams of grandeur long faded. But that night, as the stars glittered above, a strange light pierced the gloom, and Guan Yin's voice cut through his slumber. Zhu Bajie, she said. Awake. Bajie groaned, shielding his eyes from the brilliance. What now? He muttered. I was just about to feast in my dream. You have wallowed long enough, the voice continued, patient but firm. A chance for redemption lies before you. Protect the monk Tang Sanzang, and your sins may yet be forgiven. Bajie sat up, scratching his bristly ears. Protect a monk? What does that have to do with me? I'm no hero. No, Guan Yin said. You are a soul seeking peace. Will you take the chance to earn it? Bajie hesitated. He looked at his reflection in a muddy puddle, at the grotesque snout and tusks that reminded him daily of his fall. The thought of redemption stirred something deep within, something long buried beneath layers of indulgence and regret. With a reluctant grunt, he rose to his feet. "Fine," he said. "I'll protect your monk. But I expect a decent meal along the way." In the depths of the river of flowing sand, Sha Wujing sat alone, his once handsome face now marred by the curse that had transformed him into a river demon. A necklace of skulls hung around his neck, a grim reminder of the mortals he had devoured in his despair. But tonight, the waters shimmered with an unearthly light, and Guan Yin's voice reached him through the current. "Sha Wujing," she said, "you are needed." The river churned as Wujing surfaced, his dark eyes wary. "Needed for what?" "I am a monster, cast out by the heavens. Who would want my help?" "A monk walks the path of enlightenment," the voice replied. "He will face dangers no ordinary man can endure. You, who have known suffering and rejection, are uniquely suited to guide and protect him. Will you stand by his side?" Wujing's hands tightened around his crescent moon spade, his gaze drifting to the skulls that weighed on his soul. "If I do this," he said slowly, "will I find peace?" "That depends," Guan Yin said, her tone gentle. "Will you allow yourself to believe that peace is possible?" For a long moment, Wujing was silent. Then, with a heavy sigh, he shouldered his weapon. "I will protect him," he said. "Not for the heavens, but for the hope that I might someday forgive myself." And so, one by one, they were brought together. Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing, each burdened with their own sins and struggles, yet each bound by a glimmer of hope. Guan Yin, watching from afar, felt a quiet satisfaction. These were not perfect beings, but they were precisely what Tang Sanzang needed: strength, loyalty, and hearts capable of change. Their meeting was anything but harmonious. When Wukong first saw Bajie, he laughed so hard he doubled over. "Is this my comrade? A walking feast?" Bajie bristled, his tusks flaring. "Better a feast than a monkey with delusions of grandeur." Wujing watched them bicker with a weary sigh, his grip tightening on his spade. "If this is our company," he muttered, "the monk will need protection from us, not the demons." But when Tang Sanzang finally met his companions, his calm gaze silenced their quarrels. He greeted each of them with a bow, his humility disarming even the fiery Wukong. "Thank you for walking this path with me," he said simply. The companions exchanged glances, their pride and skepticism momentarily softened by the monk's sincerity. Though they had been brought together by divine intervention, it was in that moment, under the quiet strength of Tang Sanzang's presence, that they began to sense the bonds that would soon tie their fates together. And so, the monk and his unlikely guardians set forth, their steps echoing on a path lined with uncertainty. Each carried their own scars, their own doubts, but beneath it all was a flicker of something greater, an unspoken promise that they might yet become more than what they had been. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of a barren mountain range, a mournful sound that echoed the despair of the one imprisoned there. Underneath the crushing weight of the Five Elements mountain, Sun Wukong lay in silence, his fiery spirit dampened but not extinguished. Centuries had passed since the day Buddha's hand pressed him beneath this eternal prison. Though his body could not move, his mind roared with memories of rebellion, humiliation, and regret. On this day, however, a faint sound disturbed his solitude. It was not the wind or the distant call of birds, but the soft rhythm of footsteps. The sound grew closer, accompanied by a voice, gentle yet unwavering, its tone filled with a strange warmth. "Great sage, equal to heaven, are you there?" The title startled Wukong. No one had called him that since his defiance against the heavens. With great effort, he strained to lift his head, his golden eyes blazing faintly beneath the layers of stone and soil. What he saw shocked him, a young monk, dressed in simple robes, standing before the mountain with hands folded in prayer. The monk's gaze met Wukong's, and for a moment, they studied each other in silence. The monk's expression held no fear, no judgment, only compassion, as if he could see the pain buried within Wukong's heart. "Who are you?" Wukong's voice rasped, hoarse from centuries of disuse. I am Tang Sanzang, the monk replied softly. I have been sent on a great mission to retrieve sacred scriptures from the West. But I cannot do it alone. I was told I would find a protector here, someone with great strength and wisdom. Wukong let out a bitter laugh that shook the air around them. Wisdom? Strength? Do you see where I am, little monk? Crushed under this cursed mountain for daring to stand against the heavens. What use could I be to you? Tang Sanzang stepped closer, unafraid of the immense power he knew lay dormant beneath the rock. You are here because of your strength, he said firmly. And because of your courage. But also because you have yet to find your true purpose. I believe you can protect me. I believe you can change. The words hit Wukong like a blow, stirring something deep within him. For so long, his rage had been his only companion, but this monk's belief, so unwavering and pure, was like a key turning in a long-forgotten lock. How do you plan to free me? Wukong asked, his voice quieter now, almost uncertain. Tang Sanzang smiled faintly and pulled a scroll from his robes. It glowed faintly in the dim light, and as he began to chant, the very air around them seemed to shimmer. The mountain trembled, a low rumble building into a deafening roar. Cracks spider-webbed across its surface, and beams of golden light burst forth. Wukong roared as the weight began to lift, his body coming alive for the first time in centuries. With a final surge of power, the mountain split apart, and the chains binding him dissolved into nothingness. Wukong stood, his once mighty frame thin but still crackling with energy. His golden staff appeared in his hand, its weight familiar and comforting. For a moment, he simply stood there, inhaling the fresh air and feeling the sun on his skin. Then his gaze turned to Tang Sanzang, who was watching him with quiet satisfaction. I could crush you where you stand, Wukong said, testing the monk's resolve. Tang Sanzang didn't flinch. You could, he admitted. But you won't. The simplicity of the monk's response left Wukong momentarily speechless. He could feel the truth in it, the strange connection that had formed between them in those few brief moments. What makes you so sure? Wukong asked, his voice softer now. Tang Sanzang stepped closer, his eyes unwavering. Because I see the goodness in you, even if you don't. And because I believe you were meant for something greater than what you have been. Wukong's grip tightened on his staff, his pride warring with the hope that had begun to flicker in his chest. He thought of the centuries spent under the mountain, of the mistakes that had led him there, and of the chance that this monk might truly be offering him redemption. At last, Wukong let out a long breath and knelt before Tang Sanzang. I will protect you, monk, he said. But know this, my loyalty is not given lightly. Prove to me that you are worthy of it. Tang Sanzang nodded, unshaken. And prove to me that you are worthy of your strength. Wukong's lips curled into a wry smile. He had a feeling this monk would be far more formidable than he appeared. Rising to his full height, Wukong planted his staff in the ground, sending a ripple through the earth. Lead the way, he said. As the two began their journey together, a quiet understanding settled between them. Wukong's steps were heavy with the weight of his past, but for the first time, he felt as though he might walk toward something instead of away from it. And as Tang Sanzang led him forward, his calm presence was a reminder that even the wildest storms could be tamed, not by force, but by unwavering faith. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and distant bird calls as Tang Sanzang walked cautiously along the narrow path. Behind him, Sun Wukong strode with an air of restless energy, his golden staff balanced casually across his shoulders. Though freed from the mountain and bound by his promise, the Monkey King's wild spirit had not been tamed. He grinned mischievously, the gleam in his eyes suggesting a brewing storm. Tang Sanzang paused to wipe the sweat from his brow, and Wukong chuckled. You're awfully slow for someone on a divine mission, he said, his voice laced with mockery. Perhaps you should have asked the heavens for wings. The monk didn't respond, instead folding his hands in silent prayer. His patience, tested repeatedly by Wukong's antics, was wearing thin. He had heard stories of the Monkey King's temper and cunning, but living alongside it was another matter entirely. Wukong's loyalty was conditional, his defiance always bubbling just beneath the surface. The sound of footsteps ceased as they entered a clearing. Wukong leapt into the branches of a nearby tree, lounging like a carefree child. "How long do you plan to ignore me, master?" he teased. "A man can only listen to the wind and your mutterings for so long." Before Sanzang could reply, a shimmering figure appeared in the clearing, a radiant woman clad in flowing robes, her expression serene yet commanding. Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of mercy, stepped forward, her presence quieting even the restless Wukong. The air around her seemed to hum with an otherworldly calm. Tang Sanzang knelt immediately, bowing his head in reverence. "Bodhisattva," he said, his voice trembling with both relief and awe. Wukong, however, merely raised an eyebrow. "What brings the goddess of mercy to these parts?" he asked lazily. "Come to bless our little adventure?" Guanyin's gaze shifted to him, her eyes piercing despite their gentleness. "Sun Wukong," she said, her tone measured. "Your strength and cunning are unmatched, but your spirit is untamed. Left unchecked, your power could bring ruin instead of protection." Wukong smirked, leaning back against the tree trunk. "Ruin? I think you mistake me for someone else. I'm here to guard the monk, not destroy him." But Guanyin was unmoved by his bravado. From the folds of her robe, she produced a gleaming circlet of gold, delicate in design yet radiating an unmistakable aura of control. Wukong's eyes narrowed as he observed the object, suspicion flickering across his face. "This is for you," Guanyin said, her voice steady. "A gift, and a reminder of your promise." "A gift?" Wukong laughed, though there was a sharp edge to it. "It looks more like a shackle." "It is both," Guanyin replied. "This circlet will ensure your obedience to Tang Sanzang. When he speaks the sutra, it will tighten, bringing pain if you stray from the path of righteousness." The laughter died in Wukong's throat, replaced by a growl of indignation. "You dare try to bind me again?" he snarled, leaping down from the tree with his staff at the ready. The ground trembled under his landing. "I will not be chained like a beast." Tang Sanzang rose to his feet, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "Wukong," he said softly, "this is not a punishment. It is a way to ensure we can walk this path together." But the Monkey King was beyond reasoning. His pride, already bruised by years under the mountain, ignited into fury. With a swift motion, he swung his staff toward the Bodhisattva, the force of it splitting the air. Yet, as the weapon neared her, it halted mid-swing, suspended by an invisible barrier. Guanyin stood unmoved, her expression one of sorrow rather than anger. "You are powerful, Wukong," she said gently. "But power without discipline is destruction. This circlet is not meant to diminish you. It is meant to guide you." Still, Wukong resisted. He roared in frustration, the air around him crackling with his unchecked energy. But Tang Sanzang stepped forward, his voice breaking through the storm. "Great sage," he said, his tone firm yet imploring, "do you trust me?" The question hung in the air, cutting through Wukong's rage. He turned to the monk, his golden eyes blazing with conflict. Trust? It was a word foreign to him, a concept he had abandoned long ago. Yet, there was something in Tang Sanzang's gaze, an unshakable belief that pierced through his defenses. With a guttural sigh, Wukong lowered his staff. "Fine," he muttered, though the defiance in his voice remained. "But if this circlet turns me into a puppet, I'll break it, and you." Guanyin nodded, stepping forward to place the circlet on Wukong's head. It shimmered briefly before tightening ever so slightly, its presence felt but not oppressive. Wukong winced, instinctively reaching for it, but Tang Sanzang placed a hand on his arm. "Thank you," the monk said quietly, "for trusting me." The Monkey King pulled away, his expression unreadable. "Let's just get moving," he muttered, stalking off down the path. As the days passed, the circlet proved its purpose. Each time Wukong's temper flared or his pride led him astray, Tang Sanzang would recite the sutra, and the circlet would tighten. The pain was sharp, not unbearable, but enough to remind him of his boundaries. Wukong's initial response was fury, his threats and curses ringing through the air. But over time, the pain became less about punishment and more about reflection. Each tightening of the circlet forced him to confront his impulses, to question his actions. Tang Sanzang, too, struggled with his role. He hated causing Wukong pain, hated seeing the Monkey King's vibrant spirit dimmed even for a moment. But he also knew the weight of their mission and the importance of discipline. Each time he spoke the sutra, he did so with a heavy heart, silently praying for Wukong's understanding. And gradually, something began to shift. Wukong's wild energy remained, but it was tempered by a growing respect for the monk. He began to listen, to think before he acted. The circlet, once a symbol of his anger, became a silent teacher, guiding him toward a strength he had never known, a strength rooted not in rebellion, but in restraint. Yet, even as Wukong adapted, the fire in his heart never fully dimmed. It burned brightly, a reminder that though he could be controlled, he would never be tamed. And in that balance between obedience and defiance, the bond between the Monkey King and Tang Sanzang deepened, forging a partnership that would withstand the trials ahead. The night was heavy with the scent of damp earth and the faint whisper of wind through the bamboo groves. Tang Sanzang, flanked by the ever-watchful Sun Wukong, walked carefully along the narrow path. Moonlight spilled across the landscape, painting it in silver hues, but there was an unsettling air about the place. Even Wukong, usually quick with a sarcastic remark or jest, was silent, his sharp eyes scanning the shadows. Ahead, a flicker of movement caught Sanzang's attention. It wasn't the wind or a stray animal, it was something larger, something deliberate. A low, rumbling snort broke the stillness, followed by the clatter of something metallic. Wukong's grip tightened around his staff, and he stepped protectively in front of the monk. "Stay back," he warned. "Something's lurking ahead." From the darkness, a voice echoed, gruff and laced with irritation. "Who dares disturb my peace? Show yourself, or you'll regret it." Before Wukong could respond, a figure emerged from the shadows. He was enormous, towering over them with a bloated, barrel-like belly and a face that resembled a pig's. His small, squinting eyes glinted with suspicion, and his snout twitched as he sniffed the air. Draped in tattered robes and wielding a nine-toothed rake, he looked both comical and menacing, a contradiction that only added to the unease of the moment. "You've wandered into my territory," the pig demon growled, his voice resonating like a drumbeat. "And I don't take kindly to trespassers." Wukong smirked, stepping forward. "Is that so? And who might you be, O mighty lord of this swamp?" The pig demon puffed up his chest, clearly taking the bait. "I am Zhu Bajie, the marshal of the heavenly canopy, exiled, perhaps, but still a warrior of great renown." At this, Wukong laughed, the sound sharp and mocking. "A heavenly marshal? You look more like a glutton who raided the kitchens of heaven and got stuck on earth." Bajie's face flushed, and he raised his rake, pointing it at Wukong. "You dare mock me? I'll show you what happens to those who insult Zhu Bajie." Before the demon could attack, Tang Sanzang stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "Peace, friend. We mean no harm. We are travelers seeking the true path, and we wish only to pass through." Bajie hesitated, his grip on the rake loosening slightly. His gaze shifted from the monk to Wukong, then back again. "A monk, huh?" he muttered. "What's a holy man doing in a place like this? You don't look like you belong here." Sanzang folded his hands in a gesture of humility. "I am on a sacred mission to bring enlightenment to the world. Perhaps your path and mine are meant to cross." For a moment, Bajie seemed to soften, his snout twitching as if considering the monk's words. But then his eyes gleamed with mischief, and he laughed, a deep, rolling sound that sent ripples through the air. "Well," he said, leaning on his rake, "if you're so holy, surely you won't mind sharing a meal with me. A guest shouldn't refuse the hospitality of his host, after all." Wukong frowned, but Sanzang nodded, sensing an opportunity to reach the demon's better nature. "Of course. We would be honored." Bajie's grin widened, and he motioned for them to follow. They walked deeper into the grove until they reached a ramshackle hut, its walls patched with mismatched planks and leaves. Inside, the air was thick with the aroma of roasting meat and herbs. Bajie busied himself at the fire, piling plates high with food that seemed to appear out of nowhere, succulent cuts of pork, steaming dumplings, and bowls of fragrant broth. Sanzang and Wukong exchanged a glance. The monk's vow of vegetarianism was unwavering, but he understood the importance of not offending their host. Wukong, meanwhile, eyed the food warily, suspecting trickery. Bajie plopped down across from them, his belly jiggling as he laughed. "Eat, eat. You look half-starved." Sanzang took a bowl of broth, carefully avoiding the meat, while Wukong reluctantly nibbled on a dumpling. Bajie, on the other hand, devoured everything in sight, his appetite seemingly endless. As the meal went on, Bajie's demeanor shifted. The bravado and bluster faded, replaced by a weariness that he tried to hide behind laughter. He spoke of his time in the heavens, of his fall from grace, and of the loneliness that haunted him in exile. Despite his rough exterior, there was a vulnerability in his words that tugged at Sanzang's heart. "Marshal Zhu," the monk said gently, "your strength and spirit are evident. But this life of isolation does not suit you. Would you consider walking a path of redemption?" Bajie snorted, though it lacked the force of his earlier bluster. "Redemption? What good is that to a pig demon like me?" Sanzang's gaze was unwavering. "Even a demon can find peace if his heart is true. You have the power to protect others, to use your strength for good. Would you not consider such a purpose?" The silence stretched, broken only by the crackling of the fire. Bajie looked down at his empty bowl, his expression unreadable. Finally, he sighed, the sound heavy with resignation. "You're a strange one, monk," he said. "But maybe I've had enough of this life." He glanced at Wukong, who had been watching the exchange with mild interest. "What about you, monkey? What's your deal?" Wukong smirked, leaning back against the wall. "I'm just here to make sure the monk doesn't get himself killed. And to keep things interesting." Bajie chuckled, the sound lighter this time. "Interesting, huh? Well, I suppose tagging along might be more fun than sitting around here." Sanzang smiled, his relief evident. "Then it is settled. Zhu Bajie, will you join us on this sacred mission?" Bajie hesitated, then nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "All right, monk. But don't think I'm doing this for free. You'd better make it worth my while." Wukong rolled his eyes, but said nothing, a faint grin betraying his amusement. As the three of them prepared to leave the grove, the tension that had hung heavy in the air began to lift. For the first time in a long while, Zhu Bajie felt a flicker of hope, a sense that perhaps, even for a demon like him, there was a place in the world. The river was cloaked in mist, its surface a mirror reflecting the pale light of the crescent moon. Tang Sanzang stood on the rocky shore, his robes trailing in the damp air. Beside him, Sun Wukong leaned casually on his staff, his sharp gaze sweeping the dark waters. Zhu Bajie was a few steps behind, scratching his head and muttering about how the night always felt colder near rivers. The stillness was deceptive. Beneath the surface, something moved, a ripple too deliberate to be the current, a faint disturbance that carried a threat. Wukong's grip on his staff tightened, and he smirked. "Well, here we are. Let's see if this so-called demon has the guts to show himself." Before anyone could respond, the water erupted. A massive figure rose from the depths, its shadow looming over them like a mountain. The being had the unmistakable appearance of a demon, dark, leathery skin glistening with river water, sharp tusks protruding from a jaw that could crush stone, and eyes that glowed like embers in the night. He carried a long staff tipped with jagged blades, and his voice boomed like thunder. "Who dares disturb my waters?" His tone was both a challenge and a warning. "Leave now, or you'll feed the fish." Sanzang stepped forward, unshaken by the menace radiating from the creature. "I am but a humble monk, traveling to fulfill a sacred mission. We seek not to disturb you, but to ask for your aid." The demon's laugh was deep and bitter. Aid? From me? Do you not know who I am? I am Sha Wujing, cast down from heaven, cursed to roam these waters. You think a creature like me would help a mortal like you? Zhu Bajie nudged Wukong. This guy's got a flair for dramatics, huh? Wukong smirked but said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the demon, watching every move. Sanzang, undeterred, continued, even the fiercest storms pass, and even the darkest souls can find redemption. Your strength is undeniable, Sha Wujing, but strength alone cannot bring peace. Join us, and perhaps you will find the purpose you seek. Sha Wujing's eyes narrowed. Redemption? Purpose? He spat the words like poison. Do you know what I've endured? Once a general in heaven, I was cast down for a single mistake. My punishment was to live as this monster, to haunt the rivers and feast on unwary travelers. What can you possibly offer me that could change that? Choice, Sanzang replied simply. The chance to choose what you do with your strength. The chance to protect rather than destroy. The demon hesitated, his grip on his weapon faltering for a fraction of a second. But then his anger flared again, a defense against the hope creeping into his heart. Empty words from a frail monk. Let me show you the folly of your arrogance. With a roar, Sha Wujing lunged forward, his weapon slicing through the air. Wukong was ready in an instant, his staff meeting the attack with a resounding clash. Sparks flew as the two warriors exchanged blows, their movements a blur of speed and power. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the river churned as if mirroring the battle's intensity. Bajie, caught between awe and annoyance, muttered, "Oh, great. Another fight. This is becoming a habit." Sanzang remained calm, his hands clasped in prayer. He watched as Wukong and Sha Wujing fought, the demon's fury clashing with the monkey's unyielding resolve. But Sanzang's focus wasn't on the violence, it was on the pain behind Sha Wujing's strikes, the desperation in every swing of his weapon. The fight raged on, but Wukong's skill began to overwhelm the demon. With a swift maneuver, he disarmed Sha Wujing, sending the bladed staff spinning into the river. The demon fell to his knees, panting and defeated, but his glare remained defiant. "Finish it," he growled. "End my misery." Wukong lowered his staff, glancing at Sanzang. "Well, master, what do you say?" Sanzang approached the fallen demon, his voice soft but firm. "Your misery does not need to end in death. It can end in purpose. You are not beyond redemption, Sha Wujing. You are not beyond hope." Sha Wujing looked up, his glowing eyes filled with conflict. He had lived so long in anger and despair that the idea of another path seemed impossible. But there was something in the monk's words, a sincerity that pierced the walls he had built around his heart. "What do you want from me?" he asked, his voice quieter now. "Only that you use your strength to protect rather than harm," Sanzang replied. "Join us, and you will no longer have to bear your burden alone." The demon was silent for a long moment, his gaze shifting between Sanzang and Wukong. Finally, he sighed, the sound heavy with resignation and a hint of relief. "If this is what it takes to find peace, then I will follow you." Wukong grinned. "Welcome to the team, big guy. Let's hope you're as good at fighting as you are at brooding." Bajie snorted. "Great. Another redemption project. Just what we needed." Sanzang smiled, his faith in his companions unwavering. "Thank you, Sha Wujing. Your strength will be a great blessing on this path." As the group prepared to leave, the mist began to lift, revealing a sky filled with stars. Sha Wujing, for the first time in centuries, felt a glimmer of something he thought he had lost forever, hope. The air was heavy with silence, broken only by the faint rustling of leaves in the wind. Tang Sanzang stood by the edge of a crystal-clear lake, his robes catching the soft glow of the rising sun. The waters rippled gently, hiding a story of rebellion and consequence deep beneath their tranquil surface. Wukong leaned against his staff nearby, his eyes scanning the horizon, sharp and watchful. Sha Wujing stood at attention, his hulking frame casting a long shadow, while Bajie sat lazily on a rock, grumbling about his empty stomach. Then, without warning, the lake stirred. The ripples grew into waves, and the water swirled with a force that sent Bajie stumbling back in alarm. A column of shimmering liquid rose from the center, twisting and spinning as it reached for the heavens. From within emerged a magnificent dragon, its scales gleaming like molten gold and emeralds under the sunlight. Its eyes, glowing with ancient wisdom and sorrow, locked onto Sanzang. The dragon's voice, deep and resonant, echoed across the clearing. "You seek safe passage, monk. Yet you tread upon the land of dragons. What claim do you make here?" Wukong stepped forward, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Another self-important creature. This should be fun." Sanzang raised a hand to quiet him and spoke calmly, "Great dragon, I seek no claim over your domain. I am but a humble servant on a sacred path. If I have trespassed, it is out of necessity, not disrespect." The dragon's massive head tilted, its piercing gaze softening slightly. But then it growled, a sound that shook the ground beneath them. "Necessity, you say? You speak as though your purpose absolves you. Yet my kind suffers for the whims of gods and mortals alike. I was a prince, once, my spirit soaring through the skies, my heart untouched by regret. But for defiance, I was cast down, bound to these waters. And now you seek to command me?" The sorrow in the dragon's words hung in the air like a storm cloud. Even Bajie, so often aloof, fell silent. Sanzang stepped closer, his expression gentle but unwavering. "I do not seek to command. I offer you a chance to rise above the punishment that has bound you, to find meaning beyond what has been lost." The dragon's eyes narrowed. "Rise above? Meaning? Do not speak to me of such things when you know nothing of my pain." It lunged, its serpentine body cutting through the air like a thunderbolt. Wukong leapt forward, his staff a blur as it intercepted the attack. The two clashed in a dazzling display of power, steel against scales, skill against primal fury. The dragon coiled and struck with the speed of lightning, but Wukong met each blow with the confidence of one who had fought countless battles. Sha Wujing readied his weapon, his muscles tensed for action, but Sanzang called out, "No! Let them fight. This is not a battle of violence, it is a battle of hearts." The words hung heavy as the fight raged on, neither side giving an inch. Wukong's strikes were precise, but there was no malice in them, only restraint. The dragon's attacks were fierce, but beneath its rage was a hesitation, a reluctance to truly harm its opponent. Gradually, the fury in its movements began to wane. With a final clash, Wukong vaulted into the air, landing gracefully several paces away. The dragon remained coiled, breathing heavily, its once proud form now trembling with exhaustion. "Why do you not strike to kill, Monkey King?" it rasped. "Do you pity me?" Wukong twirled his staff and planted it in the ground. "Pity? No. But I've seen what happens to those consumed by anger and despair. I've been there myself. You're not my enemy, dragon. Not today." The dragon's glowing eyes shifted to Sanzang, who stepped forward once more. "You have suffered greatly," the monk said softly. "But your suffering need not define you. There is strength in choosing a different path." The dragon's massive form seemed to shrink, its head lowering in thought. After a long silence, it spoke, its voice tinged with both bitterness and hope. "If I were to aid you, what would you ask of me?" "Only to lend us your strength," Sanzang replied. "You would carry me as my steed, bearing this mission upon your back. Not as a servant, but as an equal, bound by purpose." The dragon hesitated, the weight of the request evident in its every movement. But then it nodded, a slow and deliberate motion. "Very well. If this is the way to redemption, I will accept." As the dragon's words faded, its body began to change. The once massive form shrank, its shimmering scales melding into pure white fur. Its limbs transformed into the sturdy legs of a horse, its serpentine body giving way to the graceful shape of an earthly steed. Yet even in this new form, its noble bearing remained. The white horse stepped forward, its eyes, still glowing faintly, meeting Sanzang's. I am yours to guide, master, it said, its voice now softer but no less commanding. Sanzang placed a hand on the horse's head, a gesture of gratitude and respect. Thank you, great prince. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. Wukong crossed his arms, his grin returning. Not bad. We've got ourselves a dragon horse. This journey's getting more interesting by the minute. Bajie, ever practical, muttered, does this mean I don't have to carry the luggage anymore? Sha Wujing gave a rare smile. It seems our family grows stronger with each step. As the group prepared to continue their path, the morning sun broke fully over the horizon, bathing the scene in golden light. The white horse, once a proud dragon prince, stood tall and resolute, its every step a testament to the strength of a heart willing to change. The wind howled through the trees, a sinister whisper that sent a shiver down the spine. The path ahead was darkening, as though the sun itself had been swallowed by an unseen force. Tang Sanzang felt it first, the uneasy sense of being watched. His hand, usually steady and confident on his staff, now tightened as he moved forward, his eyes scanning the shifting shadows at the edge of the forest. The journey had been long, filled with dangers and strange creatures. But there was something different in the air today. The stillness seemed unnatural, as though nature itself held its breath. A rustle in the trees snapped his attention to the left. The others were close behind, each of them sensing the same tension. Wukong, ever alert, had already raised his staff, his eyes gleaming with suspicion. Bajie scratched his belly, muttering, "It's too quiet. I don't like it." Sha Wujing's deep voice rumbled from behind. "Stay on guard. Something's not right." Without warning, the bushes parted, and a figure emerged, a woman, pale and gaunt, dressed in tattered white robes. Her face was beautiful, yet her eyes glowed with an unnatural hunger. She smiled, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. It was a cold, calculating grin. "Greetings, noble travelers," she said, her voice sweet, almost melodic. "You seem weary. Might I offer you shelter?" Sanzang's heart skipped a beat. There was something about her that felt wrong, like a trap waiting to spring. But he had been taught to show kindness, to trust in the goodness of others, and so he bowed slightly, his voice soft but cautious. "Thank you for your offer, but we are on a sacred mission. We must not tarry long." The woman's eyes flickered with a flash of annoyance, too quick to be seen by anyone but Wukong. She stepped closer, her movements graceful, but there was an unsettling fluidity to them, like a predator closing in on its prey. "Of course," she said, nodding her head. "But surely, such a noble monk as yourself would not refuse the hospitality of a humble soul. You need rest. Your journey is long and filled with danger." Wukong tensed, his senses on high alert. He had dealt with tricksters before, beasts that disguised themselves as kind-hearted travelers, only to reveal their true nature when it was too late. "I don't trust her," he muttered under his breath, his eyes never leaving the woman's form. Sanzang hesitated. His heart told him to trust Wukong's instincts, but his teachings pushed him to be compassionate. The woman's smile widened, sensing his conflict. "Please, master," she urged softly. "I can help you." At that moment, something strange happened. The air seemed to grow colder, and the very earth beneath them seemed to shift. The woman's features began to blur, her form shimmering and distorting as if she were made of smoke. Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, and in an instant, her voice turned harsh, her words a snarl. "Foolish monk! Do you not see? I have already ensnared you." Before Sanzang could react, the woman transformed before their eyes, shedding her human guise to reveal her true form. Her skin turned ashen, and her body became skeletal, bones stark and white, jutting out from her flesh in sharp, jagged angles. The bone demon had revealed herself, and her hunger was as insatiable as it was terrifying. Wukong was already in motion, his staff spinning through the air with a fury born of years of experience. "Get back," he shouted, his voice a roar. "She's a demon. We must not fall for her tricks." The bone demon shrieked, a sound that rattled the bones of every creature within hearing distance. She raised her bony hands, and with a flick of her wrist, a wave of dark magic surged toward them. The energy crackled, sending a surge of cold through the air. It was a force of malevolence, seeking to destroy, to tear apart the very fabric of their resolve. Sha Wujing stepped forward, his broad shoulders shielding the others as his spear rose in defense. Bajie, ever the opportunist, grabbed his rake and swung it at the demon, but she was too quick. With a flick of her hand, she sent Bajie sprawling to the ground. Sanzang, though terrified, stood firm, his staff gripped tightly in his hands. "We cannot fight her with hatred," he murmured to himself. "We must find another way." The bone demon laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the air. "You think you can defeat me? I have hunted and devoured many. You are nothing but another meal." But just as the demon prepared to strike, a sharp command rang out. "Hold!" It was the voice of Guanyin, her presence manifesting in a burst of light. The bone demon faltered, her dark magic receding, as the goddess appeared in a blaze of radiant energy. The bone demon's eyes narrowed, but she did not retreat. "What is this?" she sneered. "Why do you intervene, Guanyin? You cannot save them." Guanyin's gaze was calm, unwavering. "You are not the only one who can change form, demon. I have seen your heart, and I know your hunger. But you will not take what is not yours." The bone demon hissed, her form shifting back into the monstrous shape of skeletal horror, her bones creaking with unnatural movement. "I will feast upon this monk's soul," she spat. "Nothing will stop me." But Guanyin raised her hand, and the bone demon froze, her movements halted by the divine power that flowed from the goddess. "You cannot claim his soul," Guanyin said, her voice soft yet filled with unshakable authority. "He is under my protection." With a final scream of fury, the bone demon's form dissolved into a cloud of smoke, her power vanishing as quickly as it had come. The shadows lifted, and the air grew warmer once again. Sanzang, trembling, could hardly believe what had just happened. His legs felt weak beneath him, his heart still pounding with the fear of the close call. Wukong's expression softened as he looked at the monk, though his eyes remained wary. "Are you all right, master?" Sanzang nodded, his voice shaky. "Yes, thank you. I was foolish to trust her." Guanyin's serene smile softened the weight in the air. "You have learned a valuable lesson, Sanzang. The world is filled with deceptions, but it is also filled with those who will guide you through the darkness." As the group gathered around, their resolve strengthened, the shadow of the bone demon's deception receded into the past. But Sanzang would never forget the chill of those dark eyes, the feeling of being hunted by something ancient, something hungry. It had been a close call, but the journey had shown him once again that in the world of the gods and demons, appearances were never what they seemed. The air was thick with the weight of uncertainty as the group of travelers stood at the edge of the river of flowing sands. Before them stretched the wide, turbulent river, its murky waters swirling in dangerous patterns, as though the very current carried the rage of untold storms. The sky overhead seemed to darken, casting a shadow over the scene, and the faintest echoes of unseen creatures, beasts and demons, could be heard in the distance, carried by the wind. Tang Sanzang, ever the picture of calm and determination, gazed across the river with quiet resolve. His heart, though steady, pulsed with the quiet knowledge that crossing this river would be one of their greatest trials yet. He could feel the weight of the mission pressing down on him, knowing that every step forward was one step closer to the sacred scriptures he was meant to retrieve. But there was a danger here, something far beyond the physical. Wukong's eyes scanned the waters, his sharp senses already attuned to the dangers lurking beneath. "This river," he muttered, more to himself than anyone else, "is no ordinary body of water. Something foul stirs beneath its surface." Sha Wujing stood silently beside him, his arms crossed over his broad chest. His face was as grim as ever, but there was something in his eyes, an old fear that had never truly gone away. "The river of flowing sands," he said quietly, his voice almost a whisper. "I've crossed it before, long ago, and I know the horrors that lie beneath." Bajie, his eyes wide with a mixture of curiosity and dread, took a step back. "Well, I for one don't fancy swimming through that mess," he grumbled. "There's no telling what's waiting for us in those waters." Sanzang looked at his companions, sensing their unease, but his heart remained firm. "We must cross," he said, his voice clear, though his words were heavy. "It is the only way forward. We cannot turn back now." They had no choice but to find a way across. The only path to the scriptures lay on the other side of the river. But as Sanzang stepped closer to the water, he could feel the temperature drop, and a faint shiver ran down his spine. There was something alive in the current, something that hungered for more than just a passing traveler. As the group gathered their resolve, a low growl rose from the depths of the river. The sound seemed to ripple through the very air, sending a chill through their bones. Suddenly, the water churned violently, and from the depths emerged a figure, massive, dark, and covered in glistening scales. A demon of the river, a guardian of the sands, had risen. The demon's form was grotesque, its face contorted into a permanent snarl, eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Its massive body twisted and coiled, a nightmare of teeth and claws, all rising from the watery depths like a storm-made flesh. It had been waiting for them, watching them for days, waiting for the moment when they would try to cross. Wukong immediately stepped forward, his staff gleaming in the dim light. "I've dealt with creatures like you before," he said, his voice laced with the confidence of countless battles. "But you won't stop us." The river demon let out a terrible screech, its maw opening wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. With a sudden burst of speed, it lunged at them, the very force of its movement sending waves crashing over the riverbank. Sha Wujing raised his spear, ready to strike, while Bajie drew his rake, preparing for the attack. But before they could react, the demon's tail lashed out like a whip, knocking Sha Wujing off his feet and sending him crashing into the ground. The force was so great that the earth seemed to tremble beneath them. Wukong darted forward to protect Sanzang, his staff meeting the demon's tail in a resounding clash. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, but the creature seemed unfazed. "Stay back!" Wukong shouted to the others, his voice sharp. He darted from side to side, using his speed and agility to avoid the demon's strikes. His staff whirled through the air, each blow landing with a powerful crack against the demon's scales. But the creature seemed impervious to the attacks, its thick hide shrugging off every blow. Sanzang's heart raced as he watched the battle unfold. His body wanted to move, to help, but he knew he had no skill in combat. All he could do was pray. "Please," he whispered, his hands clasped tightly in prayer. "Grant them strength, grant them victory." The river demon's screeches grew louder, its fury mounting with every failed attack. It had underestimated them, and now it would make them pay. In a sudden, terrifying move, it lunged forward, aiming straight for Sanzang. But Sha Wujing, ever the steadfast protector, rose to his feet with a growl of determination. His spear flew forward with deadly precision, piercing the demon's hide. The river demon let out a deafening roar, thrashing in pain as Sha Wujing held the spear steady, pushing it deeper into the creature's side. The demon's movements grew frantic as the pain tore through it, and with one final, desperate howl, it sunk back into the river, its massive form vanishing beneath the surface. Silence fell over the group, heavy and thick. Sanzang stood frozen for a moment, the weight of what had just happened settling in. The battle had been won, but the cost of crossing the river of flowing sands had become clear. Wukong lowered his staff, his face grim but determined. "It's not over," he muttered, his gaze turning to the waters that still seemed to churn and ripple with unseen dangers. "We've only just begun." Sha Wujing wiped the blood from his spear, his eyes distant, haunted by the memory of the demon he had once feared. "It's never just a fight with demons," he said quietly, his voice carrying a weight of old wounds. "This river is full of them. And they'll come again." Sanzang felt a deep sense of gratitude for his companions, for their strength and bravery. He knew the trials ahead would be even more difficult, but in that moment, he also knew that they would face whatever came their way together. The river had tested them, and they had passed. But the road was still long, and the dangers, both seen and unseen, were far from over. The river had been crossed, but the journey had only just begun. The river roared like a beast, its dark, churning waters crashing against the banks, as though it held ancient secrets within. The sound echoed through the valley, a low rumble that made the hairs on the back of the traveler's neck stand up. The river of flowing sands was a fearsome thing, not just because of its treacherous waters, but because of what lurked beneath. The river didn't just carry water, it carried the weight of every dark spirit and demon that had ever drowned within its currents. And today, it was calling. Tang Sanzang stood at the edge, his heart racing. The cold wind bit at his skin, his robe fluttering behind him, but his mind was fixed on one thought. The river stretched wide, its surface glistening in the pale sunlight, but beneath that calm surface, there was chaos waiting. His task was clear, he had to cross, to get to the other side, but the fear gripped his chest like a vice. "Master, we cannot turn back now," Sun Wukong said, his voice firm, though there was an edge of caution in it. His sharp eyes scanned the waters, his mind already anticipating the dangers ahead. Sanzang nodded silently, his gaze never leaving the river. He could feel it, the sense of dread creeping up, crawling along his spine like an invisible hand. But he knew he had no choice. The scriptures, the ones he had set out to retrieve, lay on the other side. Every step forward brought him closer to fulfilling his mission, yet the river before him promised nothing but danger. "This is it," Sanzang whispered, more to himself than to anyone else. "We have no other way but through." Sun Wukong turned, his expression unreadable. "We'll make it through, no matter what. Stay close, Master." Bajie, who had been quieter than usual, shifted uneasily, glancing at the water. "I don't trust this place," he muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow. "This river's no ordinary river. It's full of demons. I can feel it." Sha Wujing stood apart from them, his expression dark. The last time he had crossed this river, he had done so as an exile, cast away for crimes long forgotten by the world. His gaze hardened as he looked toward the water. "It's not just demons you should fear here. It's the very river itself. The currents are alive, twisted by the spirits trapped in them. Crossing will not be easy." There was no turning back now. They stepped forward, one by one, into the shadow of the mighty river. The ground was rough, the air filled with the sharp scent of damp earth, and every step seemed to echo louder in the heavy silence. As they neared the river, the temperature dropped suddenly, a chill seeping into their bones. Then, without warning, the river surged violently. A dark shape rose from the depths, a gigantic serpent, its glowing red eyes glaring with malice. It towered above the travelers, its scales glistening in the dim light, and its mouth opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The creature's roar was deafening, shaking the very earth beneath their feet. "Get ready!" Wukong shouted, his staff already in his hands. With a flick of his wrist, he shot forward, ready to engage the serpent head-on. But as he lunged, the serpent's tail lashed out, striking the ground with such force that the earth trembled. Bajie stumbled, and Sha Wujing had to leap back to avoid the crushing blow. "This is just the beginning," Wukong gritted out, barely dodging another swipe of the tail. He could feel the weight of the battle pressing on him, but there was no time to hesitate. The serpent was fast, but so was he. Sanzang watched, his heart pounding in his chest as he felt the weight of the moment. He had always known that the journey would not be easy, but now, standing in the shadow of the serpent, he truly understood the cost of this mission. His companions were fighting for him, risking their lives for the success of this journey, and he could feel the responsibility burning within him. The serpent howled in fury as Wukong struck it again with his staff, sending it recoiling. Sha Wujing, in his usual silent fury, moved in next, his spear gleaming as he thrust it into the creature's side. The serpent writhed in pain, but it wasn't done yet. It surged toward them again, more viciously this time. But before it could strike again, Bajie moved with surprising speed for a creature of his size. He swung his rake, knocking the serpent back. "This is what happens when you mess with us," he shouted, his face lit with excitement and adrenaline. The serpent, angered beyond measure, charged them once more, but in that moment, something shifted in the air. The water around them began to bubble, froth, and churn violently. Something darker, something more dangerous, was about to surface. From the depths of the river, an even more terrifying figure emerged, its body enormous, its form shifting and distorted, as though the river itself had taken on a demon's shape. It rose with the power of a flood, its eyes burning with hatred. This was no mere serpent, but the true guardian of the river of flowing sands. Sanzang could feel the weight of this presence, the very air thickening with a power that threatened to suffocate him. It wasn't just the creature itself, but the malevolent force of the river that surrounded them, pulling at their very souls. The beast let out a roar that sent a shockwave through the air, knocking the travelers off their feet. Wukong gritted his teeth and pushed himself up, his staff already glowing with energy. "It's stronger than I thought," he muttered. "But we're stronger." With a mighty yell, Wukong launched himself into the air, his staff flashing as he struck at the creature's head. Sha Wujing followed, his spear flashing with each strike. Bajie, with his usual bravado, attacked with reckless abandon, laughing as his rake slashed through the air. Sanzang closed his eyes for a moment, praying with all his heart. "Please," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Help them. Please." The battle raged on, the river foaming with blood and fury. With each strike, the demon seemed to weaken, though it fought back with every ounce of strength it had. But in the end, it was not strength alone that would win this battle. It was their unity, their unwavering resolve to protect each other, to cross this river together. As the beast finally sank back into the depths of the river, defeated, the waters grew still. The air cleared, and the travelers stood in the aftermath, panting, bloodied, and exhausted. But they had crossed. They had faced the demons of the river and come out on the other side. The road ahead was still long, but for the moment, they stood victorious, the weight of their journey ahead still heavy but no longer insurmountable. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting an orange hue over the land as the pilgrims marched forward. Their weary feet pressed on the dirt path, and the weight of their journey seemed to grow heavier with each step. Tang Sanzang, Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing had seen much, battled demons, crossed treacherous rivers, and faced trials that would break most, but nothing could prepare them for what awaited ahead. It wasn't long before the air around them changed. The ground beneath their feet, once solid and familiar, felt different. They had entered a place that felt both alien and unsettling. The breeze carried a strange scent, like the perfume of flowers, but with something darker hidden beneath. The land around them was green and lush, but there was an eerie stillness to it, as though nature itself held its breath. "What is this place?" Tang Sanzang asked softly, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar horizon. Sun Wukong's sharp senses had already picked up on the oddity. He narrowed his eyes, a slight furrow in his brow. "We're not alone here, Master. Something's not right." Before anyone could respond, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence. From the woods ahead, a group of women appeared. They were tall, graceful, and dressed in flowing robes that shimmered like silk. Their faces were calm, serene, almost unnervingly so, as they walked toward the pilgrims with purpose. There was no mistaking it, this was not a normal land. This was a place where men were rare, and women ruled. The women surrounded them, but there was no malice in their eyes, just curiosity. They spoke in soft, melodic voices, their words both welcoming and commanding. Tang Sanzang, though apprehensive, greeted them with politeness. "Greetings, travelers. Welcome to our kingdom. What brings you here?" Sanzang hesitated, glancing at his companions. Sun Wukong stepped forward, his usual confidence clouded by the strange atmosphere. "We are on a pilgrimage," he said, his voice firm but laced with caution. "We seek the sacred scriptures, and we ask for passage." The women exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable. Then, without warning, one of them stepped forward, her gaze fixed on Sanzang. "The sacred scriptures," she murmured, as if tasting the words. "That is an honorable quest. But you will find that here, things are different. Men are not as welcome in our land as you might hope." Zhu Bajie, ever the gluttonous one, couldn't help himself. He stepped forward eagerly, eyeing the women with something less than reverence. "What do you mean by different?" "Surely, a handsome fellow like me could be of help to you in your kingdom," he said with a sly grin. The women didn't flinch. Instead, one of them reached out and placed a hand gently on Bajie's shoulder. "You misunderstand, traveler. Here, men are distractions. We have no need for them. The tasks you seek are not for you to complete. You will face trials that will test you all." With those words, the ground beneath the pilgrims seemed to shift, and suddenly, they were not in the open, lush land, but within the walls of a grand palace. Tall, white columns stretched up to the sky, and the air smelled of incense. The palace was beautiful, its walls adorned with delicate carvings of nature, but the beauty was haunting in its perfection. Inside, the pilgrims found themselves standing in a vast hall, surrounded by women who watched them closely. They felt like they were on display, like animals in a zoo. Tang Sanzang's discomfort grew. His mission was clear, but in this place, where everything felt foreign, it was hard to see the path ahead. "We must pass through," Sanzang said, his voice strained but determined. "We seek the scriptures, and we cannot be delayed." The woman who had spoken earlier nodded slowly. "You will have your scriptures, but first, you must prove yourselves. We do not give freely to those who are not worthy." One of the women snapped her fingers, and suddenly, a massive door at the far end of the hall swung open. Through it, they could hear the sound of distant, echoing laughter that sent a chill down their spines. Out of the shadows stepped a figure, tall, regal, and terrifying. She was a queen, but not just any queen. This one wore an air of power that could bend even the bravest to their knees. Her eyes gleamed with authority, her long hair flowing like a dark river, and her smile, it was as if she already knew the outcome of the trials that awaited. "I am the ruler of this kingdom," the queen said, her voice both sweet and sharp. "And you will face me in ways you do not expect." Without another word, she gestured to the other women, and the room shifted again. The once peaceful atmosphere turned tense, as if the very air had thickened with a palpable weight. The queen's words were simple, but their meaning was clear. "You will face us in trials of mind, spirit, and body. If you survive, you will be allowed to leave. But if you fail, you will remain here, bound by the rules of our kingdom." Tang Sanzang's heart raced. He had faced demons and monsters, but this was something different. These were women of power, of control. Their strength was in their minds, their wit, their understanding of the world. And in this place, men were but pawns in a game they could barely comprehend. The first trial began. The queen spoke again, her voice dripping with sweetness. "You will prove your worth by your actions, not words. I will test each of you." Sun Wukong stepped forward, ready to show his strength. But as he moved, the room twisted. The ground beneath him seemed to rise and shift, creating illusions, trapping him in a maze of mirrors that reflected only his weaknesses. Every step forward was an obstacle, a mental challenge to break his resolve. Bajie, too, found himself caught in a trap. The women whispered into his ears, offering him food, promising him riches. But he knew better than to listen to their temptations. His battle was one of restraint. Sha Wujing, the silent protector, faced a different trial. A phantom appeared before him, his past, the sins he had committed, all laid bare in front of him. His trial was one of redemption, of facing the darkness within. And Sanzang? His trial was the hardest of all. He was faced with visions of doubt, visions of failure, of falling short in his mission. He questioned himself, his purpose, his worth. Through it all, the women watched. Their eyes never left the pilgrims, but they did not intervene. They were not here to help, they were here to watch, to judge. For hours, the trials went on. The room seemed to grow smaller, the air thicker, the pressure heavier. And just as it seemed like the pilgrims might falter, just when they felt their resolve beginning to crack, they remembered why they were here. For the scriptures. For the truth they sought. And so, together, they overcame. Each in their own way. They fought through illusions, faced their inner demons, and emerged victorious, though bruised and changed. And the women, seeing their strength, their unity, their resolve, finally nodded. "You may leave now," the queen said softly, her voice no longer threatening but oddly respectful. "You have passed the trials. The scriptures are yours." And just like that, the pilgrims were free to continue their path, forever marked by the strange kingdom, the women who had tested them, and the trials that had strengthened their bond. They had come to a place where men were rare, and they had left not just with the scriptures, but with a deeper understanding of what it meant to be truly strong. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and distant calls of unseen creatures. The air was thick with an uneasy silence as the pilgrims trudged through the wilderness, weary from the trials they had already faced. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the path. But there was no rest for them, no respite in sight. Tang Sanzang, his mind still heavy with doubts from their previous trials, walked at the front, his robes fluttering with each step. Behind him, Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing kept a watchful eye on the surroundings. The peacefulness of the moment was deceptive. They all knew the dangers that lurked just beyond the horizon. Suddenly, the silence was broken by a loud crash, a deep rumbling sound that seemed to shake the very earth beneath their feet. The ground trembled as if something enormous was charging toward them. The air grew thick with the scent of smoke and sulfur. Sun Wukong's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of the source of the disturbance, a large, dark figure lumbering through the trees. It was a demon, grotesque and terrifying, with eyes like burning coals and a body that seemed to grow with every step it took. The ground beneath it cracked, and the trees trembled in its wake. The creature roared, its voice like thunder, and the sound sent a shiver down Tang Sanzang's spine. It was clear, this demon was powerful and merciless. But Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with a glint of mischief. This was nothing he hadn't dealt with before. In fact, he had a plan. He was not called the great sage equal to heaven for nothing. His mind raced with possibilities, and he was already reaching for the magical tools that hung from his belt. "Stay back, master," Sun Wukong said, his voice steady and confident. "I've got this." Before anyone could respond, the Monkey King had already sprung into action. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the golden cudgel, a staff of immense power that could grow and shrink at will. It shimmered in the sunlight, a weapon capable of taking down even the mightiest of foes. But Sun Wukong knew that raw power alone wouldn't be enough to defeat this demon. He needed more than strength, he needed wit, strategy, and magic. The demon, sensing Sun Wukong's approach, howled in rage and charged forward, its claws outstretched, ready to tear into the monk and his companions. But Sun Wukong, with his usual agility, sidestepped the attack and vanished in a blur, reappearing high in the trees above the demon's head. From his vantage point, Sun Wukong could see the demon's weakness. It was slow, clumsy, and its movements were predictable. He had faced many demons like it before. But this one was different. It had strength, brute force, and relentless fury. The Monkey King needed to outsmart it, to find a way to turn its power against itself. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong reached into his magical pouch and pulled out a small, seemingly ordinary calabash, one of the many magical items he had collected on his travels. The calabash glowed faintly in his hand, its power contained within its gourd-shaped body. Sun Wukong knew the calabash's secret. It could trap anything inside it, no matter how powerful or fearsome. With a sly grin, Sun Wukong called down to the demon. "Is that all you've got, you lumbering fool?" he taunted, his voice echoing through the trees. "Come at me, if you can." The demon roared in fury, its eyes locking onto Sun Wukong's figure high in the trees. Enraged by the insult, it charged, its claws scraping the earth, and its massive form shaking the ground with every step. Sun Wukong waited, his heart racing with excitement. He could feel the magic in the air, the tension building. As the demon drew closer, Sun Wukong leaped from his perch and threw the calabash into the air. The gourd spun, catching the sunlight, before landing squarely in the demon's path. The creature's roar was cut short as it collided with the calabash, its body drawn into the magical vessel with a force that it could not resist. For a moment, everything was still. The air was thick with anticipation as Sun Wukong hovered, watching with keen eyes. The demon struggled, its limbs thrashing violently inside the calabash, but it was futile. The magic of the gourd was too strong. Slowly, the demon's movements grew weaker, its strength draining as it was pulled deeper into the calabash. With a final, desperate howl, the demon disappeared entirely, its form trapped inside the gourd. Sun Wukong caught the calabash as it fell back to the ground, and with a satisfied grin, he tucked it away once more. "Is that all, then?" he said aloud, his voice dripping with mockery. "I expected more of a fight." Tang Sanzang, still wide-eyed with awe, slowly approached the Monkey King. "Sun Wukong, you truly are incredible," he said, his voice filled with admiration. "But how did you know that would work?" Sun Wukong chuckled, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Master, you've taught me well. Strength is not always the answer. Sometimes, it's about using your wits. The calabash may look simple, but in the right hands, it's more powerful than any sword or cudgel." Zhu Bajie, who had been watching the battle from a safe distance, waddled over, his usual grin plastered on his face. "Well, I have to say, I'm impressed," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. "But next time, I'm hoping for a chance to fight. Maybe a demon that doesn't fall so easily?" Sun Wukong rolled his eyes. "Keep dreaming, Bajie. Some demons require a little more finesse. You wouldn't last a second." Sha Wujing, ever the quiet one, gave a rare smile. "Well done, brother," he said. "You saved us again." Tang Sanzang nodded solemnly. "We are grateful, Sun Wukong. Once again, your wisdom and strength have guided us through danger." As the group moved forward, leaving the defeated demon trapped in the calabash, there was a sense of calm among them. The road ahead was still long, and more trials awaited, but for now, they were safe. Sun Wukong's wit had saved them once more, and they were reminded of the power of not just strength, but intelligence and magic working together in perfect harmony. The sun set completely now, and the pilgrims continued on their path, knowing that they were stronger for each battle they fought, and with Sun Wukong at their side, they could face anything the world threw at them. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the path as Tang Sanzang and his companions continued their weary journey. The road was as uncertain as ever, twisting through dense forests, across barren hills, and over rushing rivers. Yet, despite the trials they had already faced, it felt like something even more dangerous was waiting for them ahead. There was a tension in the air, as though the land itself knew that more challenges were waiting, more demons to defeat, and more obstacles to overcome. It was a momentary quiet, a peace that would not last. The wind whispered through the trees, but even it seemed to carry a warning, a message only the truly wise could hear. Tang Sanzang paused, sensing it. He turned to his companions, his eyes flickering with a mix of hope and anxiety. "Stay alert," he said softly, as the group prepared to continue. But it was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, who truly felt the pulse of the world around them. His senses were sharper than any mortal's. He could smell the scent of danger long before it showed itself, feel the tremble of magic stirring in the distance. He had faced so many demons and dark forces before, but something told him this time would be different. He was ready for whatever came next. Then, out of the silence, came the unmistakable sound of a roar, deep and guttural, echoing through the trees, shaking the earth beneath their feet. The ground trembled as if the very forest was alive, and out of the shadows appeared the source, a massive, terrifying demon, its eyes burning like coals, its mouth gaping wide with jagged teeth. It was a beast from the darkest corners of the world, something born of nightmare and rage. The air around it seemed to warp and twist with its power. The companions froze, each understanding the gravity of the situation. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with a familiar fire, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, facing the monstrous creature. "Stay back, master," he said calmly, a grin spreading across his face. "I'll take care of this." But Tang Sanzang could not help but feel the weight of the moment. Despite his trust in Sun Wukong, the enormity of the demon was overwhelming. He had seen many such creatures fall before Sun Wukong's might, but this one felt different. It was larger, angrier, and its power seemed to pulsate like a living thing. Zhu Bajie, ever the optimist, stretched his arms and cracked his neck. "If there's a fight, I want in," he said, grinning ear to ear. But even he, with his unshakable confidence, knew this was no ordinary demon. Sun Wukong, however, didn't flinch. He was already reaching for something at his side, a small gourd-shaped object. It was the calabash, one of his magical items, small, but with immense power. A smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he held it up, eyes narrowing in focus. The demon roared again, its eyes narrowing in fury as it advanced, ready to tear into the group. But Sun Wukong had other plans. He knew that strength alone wouldn't be enough to defeat this creature. It would take strategy, cleverness, and a bit of his own unique magic. With a sudden, swift movement, he hurled the calabash into the air. The gourd spun, glowing faintly with an otherworldly light. It landed in front of the demon just as it reached Sun Wukong, who stood, unmoving, with a look of calm determination on his face. The demon, confused for a moment, roared and lunged forward, its claws outstretched. But just as it came closer, the calabash flared with a brilliant light. The demon froze, its eyes widening in disbelief. With a force that came from nowhere, the creature was sucked into the calabash, its massive form vanishing into the gourd as if it had been caught by an invisible hand. The light flickered, and then all was still. For a long moment, the air held its breath. The demon's furious howls echoed from within the calabash, but it was powerless to escape. The gourd settled to the ground, the struggle within it growing quieter and quieter. Sun Wukong reached down, his eyes gleaming with triumph, and picked it up with ease. "You were saying, Bajie?" Sun Wukong asked, his voice playful as he held the calabash out to his companions, the demon safely trapped inside. "Not all battles are fought with brute force." Tang Sanzang, who had watched the entire thing in awe, took a moment to collect himself. "Sun Wukong," he said, his voice thick with gratitude, "you never cease to amaze me. Your magic is beyond anything I could ever imagine." Sun Wukong's grin widened. "It's not just magic, Master. It's wit. Magic can do many things, but it takes a clever mind to use it well." The demon was strong, yes, but it wasn't wise. The calabash, it holds power, yes, but only when it's used by someone who understands the art of trickery. That's what makes it so effective. Zhu Bajie, whose earlier bravado had faded, now looked both impressed and slightly envious. "You're not wrong, little brother," he said. "That was one heck of a trick. I guess I'll leave the fancy magic to you." Sha Wujing, silent as always, gave a small nod of approval. He had always trusted Sun Wukong's judgment, and the Monkey King had proven once again that his mind was as sharp as his strength. The fight was over before it had even begun, and they could continue their journey with one less demon to worry about. As they walked on, the forest seemed quieter, almost serene in the aftermath of the battle. The breeze felt less threatening, and the birds, who had scattered in fear when the demon had appeared, were slowly returning to their perches. The road ahead was still uncertain, but for this moment, they could relax. They were together, and they had faced another danger with Sun Wukong's wit and magical items to guide them. Tang Sanzang, his heart still racing from the encounter, smiled at his companions. "We truly are fortunate to have you by our side, Sun Wukong. I can't express how much your wisdom and strength mean to me." Sun Wukong gave a small, humble nod. "We're a team, Master. I'm not the only one who's kept us going. It's all of us." But deep down, Sun Wukong knew the truth. It wasn't just the team that made them strong. It was the magic, the wit, and the strength that flowed from the calabash, from his mind, from all the lessons he had learned in his long, complicated life. He had faced countless demons, and each time, he had grown stronger, wiser, and more capable. And no matter what awaited them, he was ready. Because he had more than just power, he had the cleverness to turn the tide in their favor, and that made all the difference. The air around them was searing hot, as if the very breath of the earth was exhaling flames. Tang Sanzang could feel his robe sticking to his skin, sweat pooling at his brow as he took a hesitant step forward. The heat seemed to pulse against his flesh, each beat sending a sharp pain through his body, as if the mountain itself was alive and was glaring down at them. The companions had reached the foot of the dreaded mountain of fire. "We must move quickly," Tang Sanzang whispered, his voice trembling despite his efforts to stay composed. "If we don't find the way, we'll be trapped by this inferno forever." Sun Wukong eyed the towering peak with a mixture of determination and caution. "The only thing keeping this fire from turning the whole world to ash is the fan of Princess Iron Fan," he mused, his sharp eyes scanning the rugged terrain above. "But to get it, we'll need to be smart. Very smart." The air shimmered with heat waves, distorting the view like a veil of shimmering glass. It was almost impossible to tell where the peak of the mountain lay. Its very appearance seemed to shift and change with the flickering waves of heat that billowed up from the chasm beneath. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and let out a low growl, as if sensing the challenge they were about to face. He turned to his companions, determination burning in his eyes. They made their way along the treacherous path, careful not to stumble on the sharp rocks that lay hidden beneath the scorching sands. Zhu Bajie grumbled under his breath, "I've never seen a place so hot. I feel like I'm walking on the sun itself." His tone was a mix of exasperation and disbelief, but there was a glint of curiosity in his eyes, the mark of someone who could never resist a good fight or a challenge. Sha Wujing moved silently, his steps firm and measured, as if he could feel the pulse of the mountain beneath him. "We must hurry," he said simply, his voice as steady as the rocks beneath their feet. He had always been the most patient of the group, a silent protector who watched over Tang Sanzang with unwavering loyalty. They pressed on, inch by agonizing inch, until they reached a sheer cliff face that seemed to emanate heat itself. Above, a cloud of red and orange smoke twisted and writhed like a living creature. The source of the mountain's fire seemed to lie beyond that veil of smoke, a raging inferno so intense that it warped the very air around it. As they stared at the smoking cliff, Tang Sanzang's face was filled with a mix of fear and determination. "We must find a way to cool this heat," he whispered, his voice trembling. Sun Wukong nodded, his mind already working through the possibilities. "We need to find the fan of Princess Iron Fan," he said, "and borrow its power. That's the only thing that can stop the flames now." The only problem was, the princess was not easily swayed. They knew they would have to come up with a clever plan. It was then that Sun Wukong began to craft a scheme, one born from years of experience and his own innate cunning. "We'll need to approach her with a plan," he murmured, "something that makes her see that we're not here to fight but to seek help." As Sun Wukong had predicted, they found the princess waiting in a lush, sheltered cave, seated regally by a pool of liquid fire. Her beauty was mesmerizing, and her air of command was undeniable. Princess Iron Fan's crimson dress seemed to flicker like a flame, and the long, ornate fan she held seemed to glow with an inner light. Her eyes were sharp, her movements deliberate. She regarded the group with a mix of curiosity and suspicion. "Who are you to approach me here, in the heart of my domain?" she asked, her voice smooth and cool, like a whisper of wind through the fire. Tang Sanzang stepped forward, his heart pounding, and made a deep bow. "I am Tang Sanzang," he said softly, "and these are my companions. We seek your help, Lady Iron Fan. We are in need of your magical fan to calm the inferno that threatens our world." Princess Iron Fan's lips curved into a sly smile. "You come to me with humility, little monk," she mused. "But why should I give you my most precious possession?" Sun Wukong, quick-witted as ever, stepped forward, his voice as smooth as water. "Your Highness," he said, his tone polite yet laced with an undercurrent of understanding, "it's true we are strangers, but we bring with us a request born of desperation. If you were to lend us the fan, we would be forever grateful. We seek to use its power not for ourselves, but to save those who suffer because of the fire that threatens the land." Princess Iron Fan tapped her fan lightly against the stone ground. You speak of saving others, she said, her tone still cool and unyielding. But what do you bring to show me your sincerity? Sun Wukong smiled, feeling the opening he had hoped for. I bring the power of my own wit, he said, his tone turning playful. I bring a promise that, if you lend us the fan, we will use its power for nothing but good. Princess Iron Fan looked at him, intrigued. It was clear that she was testing the depths of his resolve, waiting for a sign that he was genuine. Sun Wukong could feel the undercurrents of her suspicion, the air thick with unspoken challenges. And then, as if by magic, an idea flashed across his mind. I offer a contest, he declared, a contest of power, of wisdom. If you defeat me, Your Highness, I will never ask for the fan again. Princess Iron Fan tilted her head slightly, a spark of curiosity lighting up in her eyes. Very well, she said at last, we shall see if your words are as strong as you claim. The battle that followed was nothing short of magnificent. Princess Iron Fan's fan moved with a speed and grace that seemed to leave trails of shimmering fire in its wake. Sun Wukong weaved and twisted, his own agility as unmatched as the princess's fiery power. It was a clash of wits and might, each move calculated, each step anticipating the next. But then, in a sudden shift, Sun Wukong called upon his own unique talents. With a burst of laughter, he sidestepped a sweep of fire, his movements becoming fluid, elusive. And as he dodged and danced around the princess, he made a daring move. His sharp mind had found a way to distract her, a way to turn her focus. Using a moment of her distraction, he managed to trick her into believing he had an offer to make, one that was genuine and respectful, thus finally gaining her trust. After a long pause, Princess Iron Fan was defeated, but it was with a sense of admiration that she handed over her prized fan to Sun Wukong. Very well, she said, her voice softer than before, you have won. Take the fan and use it to save what you hold dear. As Sun Wukong held the fan, a rush of cool air spread out around them, and the heat of the mountain seemed to subside. The lava flows dimmed, smoke curling lazily into the sky. The world seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief. Tang Sanzang looked up, tears of gratitude in his eyes, and he bowed deeply to Princess Iron Fan. It was a victory born not just of strength but of wit, as Sun Wukong had promised. And as they turned to leave the mountain of fire, they carried with them a power that would continue to protect them, one that was born not of physical might but of wisdom, skill, and a deep understanding of the world's hidden magic. The road ahead was still fraught with challenges, but now they knew that they had what they needed to face them. The air was thick with smoke, a scorching heat that made every breath feel like inhaling fire itself. Tang Sanzang could barely see beyond the haze, the faint outlines of his companions, Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing, barely discernible through the suffocating veil of flame and ash. The sky above was an angry, molten red, as if the heavens themselves were ablaze. We cannot go any further, Tang Sanzang said, his voice barely audible over the roar of the inferno. His robes clung to his skin, drenched with sweat, and his heart pounded in his chest. The fire, it will consume us all. Sun Wukong, ever the brave and defiant one, did not flinch. His eyes burned with the same intensity as the flames surrounding them. We will not be defeated by this fire, he said, his voice steady and sure. We must find a way to quench it. The answer lies beyond these flames, and I know where it is. Tang Sanzang looked at him, his face weary but hopeful. Where, he asked, his voice tinged with desperation. The magical fan of Princess Iron Fan, Sun Wukong answered, his eyes glinting with determination. With it, we can put out the fire and pass through this cursed mountain. At the mention of the fan, a shiver ran down Tang Sanzang's spine. The fan, known for its immense power, could summon wind capable of extinguishing even the fiercest flames. But it was not something easily obtained. The fan belonged to Princess Iron Fan, a powerful and proud figure who ruled over the mountain, her power as intense as the fires that raged in the sky. We must seek her out, Sun Wukong continued, and ask for the fan. If we do not, we will never pass this way. But Tang Sanzang hesitated. How can we approach her? What if she refuses to help us? Sun Wukong's grin was mischievous, a glint of the trickster in his eyes. Then we shall make her an offer she cannot refuse, he said, and though his words were bold, there was a hint of caution in his voice. He knew that the road ahead would be treacherous. The group pressed on, the heat growing unbearable, until they reached the foot of the great mountain. Towering cliffs rose on either side, their jagged edges seeming to reach for the sky. Above, the air shimmered with the intense heat, and the thick smoke made it nearly impossible to see the top of the mountain. Sun Wukong led the way, his golden staff tapping lightly against the rocky ground as he moved. Zhu Bajie, ever the one to complain, wiped sweat from his brow. I swear, if I had a better meal right now, I'd be a lot more agreeable, he muttered, but even his usual gluttonous nature seemed to shrink before the oppressive heat of the mountain. Sha Wujing, silent as always, moved steadily behind them, his eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. We must stay focused, he said, his voice calm but firm. The fire is not the only danger here. As they ventured further into the heart of the mountain, the smoke grew thicker, and the air felt as though it were closing in on them. The earth beneath their feet trembled, as if the mountain itself were alive, and the flames danced in the distance, casting eerie shadows that seemed to reach toward them like the hands of spirits lost in the fire. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of trudging through the fiery landscape, they reached the entrance to the palace of Princess Iron Fan. The entrance was guarded by towering stone statues of fierce beasts, their eyes glimmering with a strange, otherworldly light. It was clear that no one entered here lightly, and those who did were rarely seen again. Sun Wukong stepped forward confidently, his golden eyes gleaming with determination. Stay close, he whispered to the others. I will handle this. He approached the gates, and with a swift gesture, he tapped his staff against the stone. The gates groaned and creaked, and slowly, they parted, revealing the dark, mysterious palace within. A strange, almost unnatural stillness hung in the air as they entered. Inside, the palace was a stark contrast to the chaos of the mountain outside. The air was cooler here, though still thick with tension. They were met by the sharp gaze of Princess Iron Fan, seated upon a throne of stone, her fan resting lightly in her hand. Her eyes, burning with an unyielding power, narrowed as she regarded them. Well, well, she said, her voice like the rustle of wind before a storm. What brings you to my domain, travelers? Sun Wukong bowed deeply, his eyes never leaving hers. Great Princess Iron Fan, we seek your aid. The fire that rages on the mountain of fire threatens to consume everything in its path. We ask for the use of your fan to extinguish the flames and pass safely. The princess regarded them silently for a moment, her expression unreadable. And why should I help you? She asked, her tone sharp as a blade. What is it that you offer me in return? Sun Wukong's mind raced. He knew that this was a challenge, one that would require more than just words. He could feel the weight of the moment, the burning heat from outside creeping into the palace itself. We offer our respect, he said finally, and our promise that we will not misuse the fan. We seek only to protect those in need. The princess's gaze softened, but just barely. And what makes you think I would trust you, Monkey King? She asked, her voice filled with a cold amusement. Sun Wukong did not falter. Because you are wise, and you understand that the fire is not just a threat to the mountain, but to everything beyond it. We are not your enemies, but allies in this fight. Princess Iron Fan studied him for a long moment, the flames of the mountain outside casting eerie shadows across her face. Finally, she rose from her throne, her movements as graceful as the flicker of flames themselves. You have spirit, monkey, she said, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. I will lend you my fan. But know this, its power is not easily controlled. Use it wisely, and do not waste this chance. With a swift movement, she handed over the fan, its surface gleaming in the dim light of the palace. Sun Wukong took it carefully, as though it were made of fragile glass. Thank you, Princess Iron Fan, he said, his voice filled with genuine gratitude. As they turned to leave, the mountain outside seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. The heat began to wane, the smoke lifting from the air. With the fan in their possession, the path ahead seemed a little less daunting. But even as they left the palace, they knew this was only one battle won. The mountain still held many secrets, many dangers. And though they had gained the fan, the fire that raged across the land was not yet extinguished. The wind, now cool and steady, whispered around them, carrying with it the promise of challenges yet to come. But for now, they had the fan. And for now, that was enough. The dense forest was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of leaves underfoot. A soft breeze stirred the trees, but the air felt heavier than usual, like the calm before a storm. Tang Sanzang, ever the thoughtful one, felt uneasy. His heart drummed in his chest, and his steps faltered slightly as he walked beside his companions. The others, too, seemed on edge, Sun Wukong with his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings, Zhu Bajie, mumbling under his breath, and Sha Wujing, as silent as ever, his gaze fixed forward. "This place feels wrong," Tang Sanzang murmured, glancing around. Sun Wukong, with his usual bravado, grinned. "Do not worry, master. Whatever lies ahead, we can face it together." But even he could not shake the unsettling feeling that had crept into his bones. The trees were too still, the sky too clouded, and the silence too deep. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for something. Something terrible. As they pressed forward, the shadows seemed to grow longer, deeper, as if they were being drawn into a darkness that had no end. Suddenly, there was a flash of movement, a glint of silver in the distance. Sun Wukong's staff was in his hand in an instant, his body poised and ready for whatever threat lurked ahead. But the movement had stopped. Silence fell once more. "Stay alert," he warned. But it was too late. Before anyone could react, a strange, hypnotic sound filled the air, a soft, seductive whisper, like the call of a distant lover. Tang Sanzang's heart skipped a beat, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw a shadow dart across the trees. His legs moved of their own accord, pulling him toward the sound, as if drawn by some unseen force. "Master!" Sun Wukong cried, rushing to grab him, but it was too late. The world around Tang Sanzang seemed to blur, the soft whisper growing louder and more insistent. He tried to shake off the feeling, tried to fight against the pull of it, but his feet carried him forward. It was then that the first spider appeared, huge, with legs long and gnarled like twisted branches. Its body shimmered in the faint light, black as night, with patterns that seemed to shift as if alive. The spider's eyes gleamed, and its fangs glistened with venom, as if it were waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Before anyone could react, a second one appeared, then a third, and fourth. The spiders were everywhere, creeping out from the shadows, their bodies larger than any natural spider should be. Their legs moved with unnerving precision, each step a silent promise of doom. Tang Sanzang, still under the spell of the haunting whisper, took another step, completely unaware of the webs now stretching across the trees. Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing, and Zhu Bajie rushed forward, but the ground beneath their feet shifted, and a sticky, almost invisible web rose up from the earth, wrapping around their legs, trapping them in place. Struggling against it only made it worse, as the more they moved, the tighter the webs became. "Master!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice breaking through the daze that had clouded Tang Sanzang's mind. He reached out for him, but the webs now surrounded them both, thick and unyielding. The spider demons advanced, their bodies sleek and graceful as they glided along the web. Their eyes glowed with hunger, their movements slow, deliberate. One by one, they approached Tang Sanzang, their voices as soft as a breeze, yet full of promises that twisted in his heart. "You are so beautiful," one of them cooed, her voice a luring melody. "Come to us, and all your wishes will be fulfilled." Another spider, larger than the rest, stepped forward, her eyes dark with a predatory gleam. "You will never leave, sweet monk. You will belong to us forever." Tang Sanzang could feel the pull growing stronger. His head swam, his body felt weak, and the whisper in his ear grew louder, more insistent. He could barely remember where he was, who he was, as if all his thoughts were being slowly consumed by the spider's seductive gaze. Sun Wukong struggled against the web, his face hard with determination. "Don't listen to them, master," he cried, his voice sharp as steel. "This is their trick. Fight it." But the spiders were clever. With every word Sun Wukong spoke, the webs tightened, drawing them closer. The more they fought, the more the spiders' influence spread. Sha Wujing gritted his teeth and pulled harder, but even his strength was no match for the overwhelming hold of the webs. Zhu Bajie, ever the optimist, cursed loudly. "This is ridiculous. Who thought we would end up in a spider trap? I was just hoping for some food." In the midst of the chaos, Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed. His mind raced as he tried to think of a way to break free. His eyes flicked to the spiders. He could see the slight shimmer of magic that surrounded them, a web of enchantment as much as silk. These were no ordinary spiders, they were demons, with powers that could bind even the most determined of hearts. With a swift movement, he lifted his staff and slammed it against the ground, sending out a pulse of golden light. The power of his magic shattered part of the web, freeing his legs. He lunged forward, grabbing Tang Sanzang by the arm and pulling him away from the spider's reach. "Snap out of it, master!" Sun Wukong shouted, shaking him fiercely. The spell seemed to break, and for a brief moment, Tang Sanzang blinked, his mind clearing. The spiders still surrounded them, but the hold on him was weaker now, the voices no longer as convincing. He could see the webs, glinting in the fading light, the spiders slowly closing in on them. With a strength he hadn't realized he had, Tang Sanzang reached out and gripped Sun Wukong's arm, steadying himself. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice weak but filled with gratitude. Sun Wukong grinned, his eyes alight with fierce determination. "No time for thanks, master. We need to move fast." With a powerful thrust of his staff, Sun Wukong created a barrier of light that pushed back the spiders, giving them enough space to free themselves from the remaining webs. But the spiders weren't finished. Their hissing and chittering filled the air, and the forest seemed to close in around them as the demons advanced. The air crackled with tension, but the group didn't stop. They had been trapped, but now they were free. Their resolve was stronger than ever. With Sun Wukong at the front, his golden staff swinging, and the others following closely behind, they fought through the webs, the spiders, and the crushing weight of fear. Together, they would not let the seductive pull of the spiders claim them. Not today. Not ever. The sky was a canvas of pale orange as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the mountains. Tang Sanzang walked with his head low, feeling the weight of the day's journey pressing against him. His mind was heavy with thoughts of the trials they had faced so far. The path ahead felt uncertain, but with his companions by his side, there was still hope. Suddenly, the air shifted. A cool breeze swept over them, but it felt different, sharp, almost charged with a power they couldn't see. The hairs on the back of Tang Sanzang's neck stood on end. He glanced up, and his eyes widened in disbelief. High above, in the fading light, a shape began to appear. At first, it was small, a distant speck against the vast sky, but as it grew closer, the shape became unmistakable, a massive bird with golden feathers, its wings spreading wide, casting an enormous shadow over the ground below. The others noticed it at the same time. Sun Wukong tensed, his hand instinctively gripping his staff. Zhu Bajie, already nervous from the eerie silence that had preceded the creature's arrival, began muttering to himself. Sha Wujing's face was unreadable, but his stance showed he was ready for whatever came next. The bird was unlike anything they had ever seen. Its wings were like golden sails, each feather gleaming like a blade of light. The air trembled with each beat of its wings. A powerful presence radiated from it, one that made the ground shake and the trees sway. The wind howled as the golden-winged rock descended, its talons gleaming like daggers. Tang Sanzang froze. The bird wasn't just a creature of this world, it was something far more ancient, far more powerful. He could sense it in his bones. The rock was tied to the celestial courts, a being of immense strength, and it was no mere accident that it had appeared before them. The great bird circled once in the air, its eyes fixed on them like twin suns. Sun Wukong squinted at the bird, his expression hardening. A celestial demon, he muttered under his breath. One who answers only to the heavens. As the rock descended further, its shadow engulfed them. The air seemed to grow heavier with each passing moment, suffocating them, pressing in on them like an unseen force. The mighty bird landed with a thunderous crash, its talons digging into the earth with such force that the ground cracked beneath its weight. The dust swirled around them, and they could hear the rustle of its golden feathers as it stood, towering over them. With a voice that echoed like a storm, the bird spoke. "Who dares journey through my skies?" Tang Sanzang stepped forward, his heart racing but his resolve unshaken. "I am Tang Sanzang, the monk on a pilgrimage. We seek only to pass through this land in peace." The rock's gaze shifted from Tang Sanzang to Sun Wukong. "I know you," it said, its voice filled with disdain. "The monkey who defies the heavens. The one who once challenged the gods themselves." Sun Wukong's eyes flashed with anger, but he kept his composure. "I am no longer that rebellious monkey," he said. "I walk this path now with my master, seeking redemption and peace. We mean no harm." But the rock was not so easily swayed. It flapped its wings, sending a gust of wind that nearly knocked them off their feet. "Peace?" The rock's voice rumbled. "You defy the gods, and yet you speak of peace? The heavens will never forget your treachery. And neither will I." With a sudden, violent movement, the rock lunged forward, its talons aiming for Tang Sanzang. The speed was so great that it was nearly impossible to follow with the eye. Sun Wukong's staff was out in a flash, blocking the rock's attack with a mighty clash. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air, and the ground beneath them trembled as if the earth itself were in pain. The rock screeched, the sound filling the air like the call of 1,000 storms. It beat its wings again, and the winds whipped around them in a frenzy. Sun Wukong stood firm, his staff held high, his eyes narrowed in concentration. But he knew that this battle would not be easy. The rock was no ordinary enemy, it was a celestial being, tied to the very fabric of the heavens. The battle raged on, the clash of Sun Wukong's staff against the rock's talons ringing out in the night. Every blow that landed sent shockwaves through the air, and the very ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble. The golden-winged rock fought with the strength of 1,000 storms, each flap of its wings sending torrents of wind that made it hard to stand, let alone fight. Tang Sanzang watched in awe, but his thoughts were not on the battle alone. His mind raced, knowing that this creature, this celestial bird, would not stop until it had destroyed them. The heavens themselves seemed to be watching, and he could feel their gaze heavy upon him. He turned to his companions, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. "Sun Wukong," he shouted. "We cannot defeat this creature by strength alone. We must find another way." Sun Wukong, already panting from the effort of holding the rock at bay, nodded. "You're right, Master. This beast is beyond us in power. But what can we do?" Tang Sanzang's eyes flickered with determination. "We must use its pride against it." The rock let out another screech, circling high above them, its golden feathers glistening in the fading light. Sun Wukong looked up, understanding what Tang Sanzang meant. "Its pride," he muttered. "If we can break its arrogance, we may stand a chance." With that, Sun Wukong dropped to his knees, bowing low before the rock. His voice was calm, respectful, even humble. "Mighty golden-winged rock," he said. "You are a creature of the heavens, a being of unimaginable power. We do not seek to fight you, but only to pass through your domain. We ask for your mercy and your blessing, that we might continue our journey in peace." The rock, its wings still flapping in the air, hesitated. Its eyes narrowed as it regarded Sun Wukong with suspicion. It was not used to being humbled, not used to being spoken to with such respect. For a moment, the celestial bird seemed to consider Sun Wukong's words. Then, with a mighty caw, the rock spoke. "You may pass," it said, its voice still filled with the echoes of the heavens. "But know this, should you stray from your path, should you ever return with ill intent, I will show you no mercy." And with that, the golden-winged rock flapped its wings once more, lifting into the sky. The winds died down, the dust settled, and the tension in the air slowly lifted. Tang Sanzang, his heart still racing, looked at his companions. They had survived, not by strength, but by the quiet wisdom and humility that had guided them through the hardest of trials. As the rock disappeared into the distance, they resumed their journey, knowing that the challenges ahead would only grow more difficult. But they had faced this one, and they had survived. Together. The earth trembled beneath their feet, and the wind howled like a beast in pain. Sun Wukong's heart tightened as the heavy silence settled over the land. His eyes scanned the horizon, his senses alert, his every muscle coiled, ready for the storm that was about to break. The ground rumbled again, louder this time, and there, emerging from the dark mist of the valley, was a figure that made even the brave monkey pause. A towering, hulking silhouette with horns like jagged mountains and eyes that blazed with a fire born of rage. The Demon Bull King. Sun Wukong's past had come charging forward, roaring in fury. The demon's laughter echoed like thunder, filling the valley with a deep, bone-chilling resonance. The Demon Bull King was no stranger to Sun Wukong. Once, long ago, he had been a foe who terrorized the heavens, a beast that even the gods trembled before. A battle between the two had once been legendary, one filled with violence, anger, and a thirst for dominance. Sun Wukong had barely escaped with his life back then. And now, he was standing face to face with the very demon who had haunted his memories for so long. "You again," Sun Wukong said, his voice steady but carrying the weight of old scars. His hand gripped his staff, his body ready to move, but a part of him hesitated, the past stirring in his mind. The Demon Bull King's laugh grew louder, more triumphant. "So, the monkey comes crawling back to face me once more. I remember how you begged for mercy before. It seems you have learned nothing." Sun Wukong's grip tightened on his staff. He was no longer the reckless, defiant creature he once was. But facing the Demon Bull King brought back memories of a time when arrogance and pride had been his greatest weaknesses. The air between them crackled, thick with animosity. The Demon Bull King's massive form loomed, his muscles rippling under his dark fur. He charged forward, the ground shaking with each step, his eyes locked on Sun Wukong with a fierce determination. His enormous hooves struck the earth, creating deep fissures in the ground. Sun Wukong's staff was a blur, a flash of steel that met the bull's horns with a resounding clash. The force of the strike sent a shockwave through the air, and the Monkey King was thrown back by the sheer power of the impact. But he was quick, agile, and before the demon could take another step, Sun Wukong was back on his feet, spinning his staff in mid-air, ready to strike again. The Demon Bull King grinned, an arrogant sneer crossing his face. "You've grown stronger, monkey. But you'll never be enough to defeat me." His massive horns gleamed in the dim light as he charged again, this time swinging them like deadly blades. Sun Wukong was faster. He darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the deadly horns, and countered with a swipe of his staff. The blow landed with a crack, but the Demon Bull King didn't flinch. Instead, he twisted, his tail lashing like a whip, striking Sun Wukong with the force of a battering ram. The Monkey King staggered, his chest heaving with exertion. This battle wasn't going to be easy. He was facing a foe whose strength rivaled his own, a demon whose power seemed to grow with each passing second. But Sun Wukong's heart burned with the knowledge that he could not fail. For his master, for his friends, he had to stand tall. The battle raged on, each strike from Sun Wukong met by the Demon Bull King's relentless force. The land around them trembled as their power collided, their roars and shouts echoing through the valley like a storm breaking loose. The air was thick with dust, making it difficult to see, but neither fighter cared. Every inch of ground they fought for was soaked in their sweat and blood. Sun Wukong's mind raced. He needed to think, to find a way to outsmart the demon, to turn this fight in his favor. The Demon Bull King was strong, yes, but he was also reckless. His rage clouded his judgment, and that was something Sun Wukong could use. He danced around the Demon Bull King's wild swings, his staff a blur of movement. Then, in a swift, calculated move, he spun his staff around, striking the demon's hooves. The blow sent the demon bull king off balance, and for a moment, he stumbled. Sun Wukong's chance had come. With a speed that defied belief, he lunged forward, his staff driving down toward the demon's chest. The blow landed, but the demon bull king's grin never faltered. His eyes gleamed with a terrifying glow as he roared in fury, pushing Sun Wukong back with a surge of energy. "You think you've won, monkey?" the demon bull king bellowed, his voice like the rumble of an earthquake. "I am beyond your tricks. I will crush you as I did before." For a moment, Sun Wukong felt his resolve waver. The demon's sheer force was overwhelming, and the battle seemed endless. But then, a thought struck him, a lesson he had learned long ago. It wasn't always about strength. It was about will, about heart, about cleverness. And in that moment, Sun Wukong realized what he had to do. He lowered his staff, taking a deep breath, and then did something unexpected. He threw his staff to the side, standing tall, unarmed. The demon bull king paused, confused by the sudden change in tactics. "Is this some new trick, monkey?" the demon bull king sneered, lowering his horns and preparing for the final blow. But Sun Wukong smiled, a calmness settling over him like a storm passing. "No trick," he said quietly. "Just a choice." And before the demon could react, Sun Wukong leaped into the air, his body twisting and flipping in midair, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind the demon bull king. In that instant, the monkey king had found his opening. With a single, devastating strike, Sun Wukong's staff came crashing down onto the demon bull king's back. The sound of the impact was deafening, and the demon howled in pain, staggering forward. The battle had been won, not by force, but by the one thing the demon bull king had underestimated: Sun Wukong's ability to think, to adapt, to outwit his foes. The demon bull king fell to his knees, defeated. His eyes flickered with disbelief as he looked up at Sun Wukong, who stood tall, breathing heavily, but unwavering. You have changed," the demon bull king gasped, his voice strained. "You are not the same monkey who faced me before." Sun Wukong nodded slowly, his staff resting at his side. "No," he said softly. "I am not." The valley fell silent once more. The battle was over, and Sun Wukong had faced his past and emerged victorious, not through sheer strength, but through the strength of his heart and mind. The demon bull king's reign of terror had ended, and the journey continued. But Sun Wukong knew that this victory, this lesson, would stay with him forever. The wind howled through the barren peaks, carrying with it the scent of the unknown. Tang Sanzang, the monk, walked carefully, his every step a prayer, his heart filled with purpose. Behind him, his companions moved in silence, the weight of their mission pressing heavily on each of them. But today was different. Today, they were not just pilgrims seeking enlightenment, they were about to face something that had the power to shape their fates forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the rocky terrain. At the summit ahead, a temple stood, ancient and silent, a place where only those chosen by the heavens dared to tread. This was where the treasures of the immortals awaited, sacred relics said to hold the key to their success. Without them, their journey would be impossible. But the path to these treasures was not one that could be taken lightly. As the group approached the temple, a sense of unease settled over them. The air grew colder, and a strange, almost oppressive stillness surrounded them. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed, his senses sharpening as he scanned the surroundings. Even he, the great sage, knew that these relics were guarded by forces far beyond his strength. The gods themselves had placed them here, and the trials would be as dangerous as they were necessary. "This is it," Tang Sanzang whispered, his voice barely audible in the stillness. "The treasures we need to continue." Sun Wukong nodded, his face grim. He had faced many dangers in his time, but even he felt the weight of the task ahead. These were not ordinary treasures, they were relics imbued with celestial power, and whoever held them would wield unimaginable strength. The gates of the temple loomed ahead, tall and imposing, decorated with symbols of the gods. They creaked open slowly, as if expecting them. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of incense and ancient dust. There, on an altar in the center of the temple, lay the treasures, a golden scepter, a shining mirror, a pair of jade sandals, and a pearl that seemed to glow with an inner light. But as they stepped forward, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble. A low rumble echoed through the stone walls, and the temple doors slammed shut behind them, trapping them inside. The air turned cold, and a voice, low and menacing, echoed from the shadows. "You seek the treasures of the immortals," the voice boomed. "But do you truly understand the price of such power?" Sun Wukong's eyes darted around, looking for the source of the voice, but there was nothing. The shadows seemed to move, twisting and turning as though alive. The ground trembled again, and then, suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. It was a towering guardian, its form cloaked in swirling mists, its eyes glowing with a fierce, unnatural light. "You will not take these treasures without proving your worth," the guardian said, its voice like the sound of cracking stone. "Each of you must face a trial, a test of heart, of spirit, and of strength. Only then will the treasures be yours." The trial was upon them. Sun Wukong, ever the strategist, stepped forward first. He had faced countless enemies, but this was something different. He had to be careful. The guardian's gaze bore into him, and for a moment, he felt his confidence falter. This was not a battle he could win with force alone. He needed to outwit the guardian. The guardian spoke again, its words like a thunderclap. "The first trial is a test of wit. Solve the riddle, and the treasure will be yours. Fail, and you shall never leave." A strange stillness settled over the room. The riddle came. "I am not alive, but I grow. I do not have lungs, but I need air. I do not have a mouth, but water kills me. What am I?" Sun Wukong's mind raced. His thoughts were sharp, quick. He had faced many riddles before, but this one was different. It seemed simple at first, but it hid its meaning well. He could feel the weight of time pressing on him, and the sense that failure meant more than just defeat. But then, a glimmer of understanding crossed his mind. "Fire," Sun Wukong said, his voice steady. "The answer is fire." The guardian nodded, its form beginning to shimmer and fade. "You have passed the first trial, great sage. But the journey is far from over." With that, the guardian disappeared into the shadows, leaving the group to face the next challenge. The room shifted, the air growing thick with tension. Tang Sanzang stepped forward now, his heart heavy with doubt. He had always been the one to rely on the strength of his companions. But now, he alone must prove his worth. From the darkness, a new figure emerged, one with a soft, compassionate voice. "The second trial is one of heart. You must choose the treasure that is most precious to you." Before him lay the relics, each gleaming with a different kind of power. The golden scepter, with its promise of control over the elements, the mirror, which could show the truth of the world, the jade sandals, which would grant the wearer unmatched speed, and the pearl, which would grant eternal life. Tang Sanzang stood before them, feeling the weight of the decision. Each treasure held an allure, each one promised something he desperately needed. But which one was truly the right choice? For a long moment, he stood in silence, his heart torn. Finally, he closed his eyes and chose the mirror. "Truth," he whispered. "The truth must guide me." The guardian's voice echoed through the temple once again. "You have chosen wisely, monk. The truth will always guide you, even when the path is dark." The trial had been passed. Lastly, the group was tested by their strength. They faced the final guardian, a monstrous creature, part man and part beast, its claws sharp and deadly. It roared as it lunged toward them, the ground shaking beneath its mighty steps. The battle was fierce. Sun Wukong struck with his staff, and the others fought with all their might. But it was Tang Sanzang who struck the final blow, using the power of the mirror to reveal the creature's weakness. With the guardian defeated, the treasures of the immortals were finally theirs. Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing stood before them, the relics gleaming in the light. They had passed the trials, each of them facing their own fears, doubts, and weaknesses. But together, they had succeeded. The treasures were theirs, not by strength alone, but by the unity and wisdom they had shown. And with the treasures now in their hands, the path ahead was clear. They would continue their journey, stronger and wiser than ever before. A thick fog hung in the air, swirling around Tang Sanzang like a blanket that smothered everything in its path. He could feel the chill in his bones, the weight of the unknown pressing down on him. The sounds of his companions were fading, swallowed by the oppressive mist, leaving him alone in this eerie silence. The sky above was no longer the bright, clear expanse he had grown used to. It was now a stormy gray, a reflection of his growing doubts. He had walked this path, each step guided by faith, his heart unwavering in its mission. Yet, in this moment, something felt different. A whisper seemed to carry on the wind, so faint he could barely catch its meaning. His footsteps faltered as his eyes scanned the shifting shadows, his pulse quickening. The faint echo of his own breath was the only sound in the growing darkness. The landscape around him seemed to twist and shift with every blink. This was no ordinary fog, it was a challenge. A voice, soft but unmistakably familiar, broke the silence. "Master, where are you going?" It was the voice of his mother, or at least it sounded like her. Tang Sanzang froze, his heart racing in his chest. "Mother?" His voice was barely a whisper, the word hanging in the thick air. The figure of a woman emerged from the mist, her face soft and loving. She looked like the mother he had lost so many years ago. But something in her eyes seemed off. "Why have you abandoned your family, my son?" she asked, her tone filled with sorrow. "Don't you miss us?" Tang Sanzang's heart twisted, the memories of his childhood rushing back in a torrent. He had longed for this reunion, but now, seeing her, feeling the warmth of her presence, something inside him felt wrong. He hadn't seen his mother in years. How could this be her? "I haven't abandoned anyone," he replied, trying to keep his voice steady. "I am on a sacred mission. I must continue." The woman's face softened even more, and she took a step toward him, her hands reaching out. "You don't need to go. Come back. Come home. All will be well if you return to us." The illusion was so strong, so convincing. Every part of his being screamed to step forward, to reach for the comfort of what he thought he knew. But deep down, he knew. This wasn't real. This was a test, a trial set before him by forces that sought to weaken his resolve. "No," he whispered, his voice firm. "I cannot. I must carry on." The figure of his mother shattered into mist, and with it, the voice that had called him faded away. Yet, the weight of her words still hung in the air, like an invisible hand clutching at his heart. Tang Sanzang's breath came in shallow gasps as he tried to steady himself. The world around him seemed to shift again, the fog parting to reveal a new vision. Before him stood a vast city, filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter, the promise of peace. People walked freely, as if the world were not filled with demons and danger. Among them, he saw himself, no longer a monk on a sacred pilgrimage, but a man, living a life of comfort and ease. His robes were rich, his life filled with luxuries, and beside him was a woman, a beautiful woman, his wife. The temptation was palpable, the life he had once imagined unfolding before him. "Come," the woman said, her voice honeyed and gentle. "Forget the world you left behind. Forget the demons and dangers. Stay with me, live this life, and all will be well." Tang Sanzang's heart beat faster, the warmth of the vision drawing him in. His mind raced with the possibilities of what his life could be like, the life he had once dreamed of, no hardships, no battles, no pain. It was everything he had ever wanted, everything he had sacrificed. But then, he remembered the words of his master, the teachings that had guided him for so long. He remembered the promise he had made, not just to himself, but to the world, to protect, to seek enlightenment, and to face the darkness with courage. This life was an illusion. It would not bring peace. It would only pull him further away from the path he had set for himself. He stepped back, shaking his head, pushing the image away. I cannot be swayed." The vision of the city faded as quickly as it had appeared, replaced once again by the suffocating mist. Tang Sanzang stood alone, his heart heavy with the weight of the choices before him. Each step he had taken on this journey had been a step toward something greater, but these illusions, these temptations, they tested him, tried to drag him back to a life of comfort and ease, away from the difficult but necessary path of faith he had chosen. But there was one more test, a final trial that loomed over him. The ground beneath his feet trembled, and the mist parted one last time. Before him stood a great, menacing figure, a towering demon with fiery eyes, its shape ever-shifting, its form a nightmare. It was the embodiment of all the darkness that sought to consume him. And it spoke, its voice low and guttural, "You have passed every test of faith, monk, but what of your courage? Will you stand before me?" The demon's form loomed larger, casting an intimidating shadow over Tang Sanzang. "I can give you all the power you desire," it growled. "With one word, I will grant you your greatest wish. You need only abandon your mission. Leave behind this impossible journey." Tang Sanzang's hands clenched into fists, his resolve hardening. He knew this was the final temptation. He had faced his doubts, his fears, and now he would face this final, insidious offer. He had come too far, fought too many battles, and suffered too much to turn back now. "No," he said, his voice filled with the weight of his conviction. "I will not be swayed." The demon roared in fury, but its form began to dissolve, disappearing into the mist, leaving only the echo of its rage. The fog cleared, and the air grew still. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, Tang Sanzang felt at peace. The illusions, the temptations, they were gone. He had passed the test. But the weight of his journey was far from over. The trials would continue, and the path ahead would not be easy. But in this moment, he had found the strength to face whatever came next. His faith was unwavering. His courage, unbreakable. The road before him was still long, but with each step, he knew he was one step closer to fulfilling his purpose, to completing the sacred mission that had been set before him. The light of his resolve shone brighter than any illusion, and nothing, not even the darkest of demons, would ever extinguish it. The golden staff was heavy in his hand, its weight an anchor to his pride. Sun Wukong stood on a rocky cliff, the wind howling through the trees, tugging at his fur-lined armor. His chest heaved with anger, a storm brewing within him, ready to break free at the slightest provocation. Below, the landscape stretched out like a distant memory, mountains rising in the haze, rivers cutting through valleys like silver veins. The world seemed small from this height, beneath him, and yet it felt like everything was too close for comfort. He clenched the staff tighter, his fingers curling around its smooth surface. It was in his nature to feel superior, to command respect, to remind everyone of his strength. The arrogance that had once consumed him, the belief that he was untouchable, had never fully faded. It was always there, lurking just beneath the surface, like a fire waiting to be stoked. The day was supposed to be peaceful. The pilgrims had made camp at the base of a great mountain, the air fresh and crisp. Tang Sanzang sat beside the fire, speaking softly of the scriptures, his words calm and steady. But Sun Wukong had heard none of it. His mind was consumed by something far darker, an itch, a yearning, a need for power that no amount of meditating could soothe. He watched as the others around the fire seemed at ease, Zhu Bajie, ever the fool, stuffing his face with food, Sha Wujing, always solemn and silent, his eyes distant. Even the quiet river that flowed beside them seemed more peaceful than he felt. He, the mighty Monkey King, was supposed to be content. He had fought gods and demons, conquered kingdoms, and even tricked the heavens themselves. And yet, a deep emptiness gnawed at him. It wasn't enough. He had seen the way others looked at him, afraid, intimidated by his power. But it wasn't enough. The more people feared him, the less respect he felt. It was power he wanted. Power that no one could challenge. The ability to crush anyone beneath his boot, to reign as he once had, before the shackles of humility had been placed on him. In that moment, as the sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the land, Sun Wukong's thoughts turned dark. He could feel the power within him, a raw energy that surged and pulsed in his chest. He could strike down the greatest of enemies with a single blow, bend the world to his will. Why should he be content to follow? Why should he bow to the will of others? A strange noise broke his train of thought, a rustling from the trees. His eyes narrowed. A figure stepped from the shadows, tall and cloaked in robes of shimmering gold. The figure was familiar, too familiar. "Isn't this what you wanted, Monkey King?" the figure asked, its voice smooth, tempting. "Isn't this why you've struggled so long? To be the greatest? To be the one everyone fears?" Sun Wukong's grip on his staff tightened, his body tensing. The figure in front of him was no stranger. It was a reflection of his own inner darkness, a manifestation of everything he had once desired, an echo of the old arrogance that had led him down a path of destruction. "I never wanted this," Sun Wukong growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I've learned humility. I've fought for something more than just power. You, whoever you are nothing but a trick." The figure smiled, but it was not kind. It was the smile of someone who had been around far too long, someone who knew all the secrets, someone who could unravel a man's resolve in a single sentence. "You think you've learned humility," it said, "but deep down, you know the truth. You want to be feared, to be revered. You want to be the one they look to with awe, not pity. Don't you miss the old days, when you were the ruler of the heavens, when you could do as you pleased?" The word struck deep, like a poisoned arrow. Sun Wukong felt a flicker of something within him, a temptation. The old desire to be the greatest, to never bow, to crush those who stood in his way. It was all still there, simmering beneath the surface, waiting for a chance to break free. "I don't miss the old days," he said through gritted teeth, but even he wasn't sure if he believed it. His mind raced with the image of his past, the endless battles, the praise, the unchallenged power. It had felt so good to be unstoppable. But the other part of him, the part that had been humbled, reminded him of something. He had changed. He had made a vow to protect those who needed him, to honor the mission that had been placed before him. He couldn't let that go, not for the power that whispered in his ears. The figure stepped closer, its voice softer now, coaxing like a warm embrace that promised comfort. "But you've suffered, haven't you? All that power you once had, and yet, you still wander in the shadows. You still bow to others. You think the world will change if you simply continue to follow this path?" Sun Wukong's chest tightened, and his thoughts scattered. Was it true? Had he sacrificed too much for something that was never meant to be his? His past whispered to him, urging him to take what was rightfully his. He had the strength, the ability. All he had to do was reach out and claim it. The voice seemed to soften, growing sweeter with every word. "It's time, Monkey King. It's time to take back what was yours. No more humility, no more serving. Take what you want. The world will tremble at your feet." He could feel it, the pull of temptation, the promise of power that lay just within reach. His hands trembled, the staff swaying slightly in his grip. What would it feel like to rule again, to never have to bow to anyone? He had been a king, a god, once. Why not again? Why not seize it now, while the world was still unaware of his true potential? But then, something stirred within him, something stronger than the call for power. His mind flashed to the faces of his companions, the ones who had followed him, the ones who trusted him. Tang Sanzang's soft, unwavering gaze, filled with faith. The laughter of Zhu Bajie, despite his flaws, his loyal heart. Sha Wujing's silent strength, his calm presence. They had all been there when he needed them, standing by his side. Could he really turn his back on them? Could he sacrifice everything for the selfish desire that pulsed through his veins? His heart twisted. He had learned, slowly, painfully, that true strength wasn't about ruling the heavens or breaking the world in half. It was about the strength to walk alongside others, to share in their burdens, and to rise above the temptation of power. The figure, seeing his hesitation, let out a low, mocking laugh. "You think you've outgrown your true nature? You'll always be the same, Sun Wukong. A beast. A monster. The only way you'll be happy is to rule. But Sun Wukong, eyes burning with clarity, took a step back. He let the golden staff fall to the ground with a thud. I will not fall for this. Not again. The figure vanished, its whispers fading into nothingness. Sun Wukong stood alone, his chest heaving, but his resolve unshaken. The battle within him had been fierce, but he had won. Power, though tempting, would never be worth the price of his soul. And for the first time in a long while, Sun Wukong understood, true strength was not in taking what wasn't his. It was in standing tall, and choosing to be better, even when everything around him pushed him to be something else. Zhu Bajie was hungry. His stomach growled like a wild animal, echoing in the stillness of the forest. It was a hunger that gnawed at him, a constant companion that made everything around him seem dull and distant. He could smell the food before he even saw it, the rich, savory aroma of roasted meat, the sweetness of ripe fruit. His mouth watered, and his thoughts wandered to what could only be described as his greatest weakness, his insatiable appetite for pleasure. Pleasure in food, in drink, in women, in everything that could satisfy his desires. He looked around, trying to see if the others had noticed. Sun Wukong, always alert and sharp-eyed, was meditating under a tree. Sha Wujing was off collecting water from the stream. Tang Sanzang, as usual, was lost in his scrolls, pondering the deeper meanings of their mission. No one was paying attention. That's when he saw it, a small grove just ahead, the ground covered with luscious fruit, gleaming like jewels in the sunlight. The scent was irresistible, more intoxicating than anything he had ever smelled. Zhu Bajie's stomach clenched painfully. His fingers twitched, eager to reach out and grab the fruit, to satisfy that hunger, to silence the constant yearning that had been with him for as long as he could remember. But as he took a step forward, something held him back. It wasn't just the fear of getting caught. No, there was something more. Something deeper. The grove wasn't just filled with fruit, it was full of temptation. It beckoned to him, not just with its taste, but with promises. Promises of power, pleasure, everything he had ever wanted. He felt it in his bones. This was a test, and he had no idea what the cost would be if he failed. Zhu Bajie, the voice came from nowhere, low and soft. He froze, his hand still hovering over the fruit. His heart pounded. It was a voice he recognized, his own. Or rather, it was a voice that had once spoken to him in the darkest parts of his heart, in the moments when he allowed his weaknesses to consume him. "Take it," the voice whispered. "It's yours. No one will stop you. Just take it and satisfy yourself. You deserve it." He closed his eyes, the temptation heavy on his chest. His hand trembled as it hovered over the fruit. He could already taste it, the sweet, succulent flesh against his lips. His body screamed for it. He had always given in to his desires. Why should today be any different? What harm could one little indulgence do? But then, as if from far away, he heard another voice. Tang Sanzang's calm, steady tone, echoing in his mind, like a distant reminder of everything he had worked to become. "Greed and lust are chains, Bajie. They bind you to the world, and the more you give in, the tighter they pull. You will never find peace until you let go." Zhu Bajie shook his head, trying to dispel the voice. It was his moment, his chance. He had spent so much of his life chasing after everything that would fulfill him, but there was never enough. Food, drink, the fleeting embrace of a woman, none of it ever lasted. It was always gone too quickly, leaving him feeling emptier than before. And yet, there was something about those words, something about the quiet strength in Tang Sanzang's voice, that made him hesitate. Let go. He clenched his fists. He had heard those words before, but they had never meant anything until now. Was it really possible to escape the hunger that ruled him? Could he really overcome the endless cycle of desire that had shaped his entire existence? As he stood there, caught in the war between his wants and the whispers of wisdom, he heard movement behind him. He turned just in time to see a figure emerging from the shadows, a woman, beautiful and radiant, her eyes glowing with an unnatural light. She smiled at him, and for a moment, Zhu Bajie forgot everything else. She walked toward him with the grace of someone who knew the power of her allure. Every step she took seemed to draw him in, until he could barely breathe. The scent of her was intoxicating, sweeter than any fruit, more inviting than any feast. His heart raced as she drew closer, and before he knew it, he was reaching out to her, his hands trembling. "Take it," she said softly, her voice like silk. "Taste what you have always desired. What you've always needed. You've earned it." Her words flowed over him, soothing him, making him feel as though everything he had ever wanted was within his reach. But deep inside, a small voice, a whisper, screamed in protest. Zhu Bajie's eyes flickered, a flash of recognition crossing his face. He had seen this before, felt this before. It wasn't just the fruit, or the woman, or the promise of pleasure, it was the same trap he had fallen into time and time again. The temptation to give in, to take without thought or care, to satisfy his desires without consequence. He had always chosen that path, and it had led him to nothing but emptiness. His fingers, which had been reaching for the fruit, stopped mid-air. For the first time in his life, he felt the weight of his choices. He could feel the hunger, the lust, the greed pulling at him with everything they had. But there was something else, a sense of clarity. For the first time, he understood what it meant to be free. "I don't want it," he whispered, barely believing the words as they left his mouth. The woman's smile faltered for a moment, her eyes narrowing. "You think you can walk away? You think you can escape your nature?" Zhu Bajie stepped back, his heart still racing. "Yes. I can. I will." The figure before him vanished in a gust of wind, and the grove of fruit disappeared as well, leaving nothing but an empty clearing. Silence settled in around him, and for the first time, Zhu Bajie felt at peace. It was a peace he had never known, a peace that came from letting go. He wasn't a perfect man. He wasn't a saint. But in that moment, he realized that redemption wasn't about never failing, it was about learning to rise after each fall. He had faced the deepest parts of himself and walked away, and that, in itself, was enough. As he turned to rejoin his companions, Zhu Bajie felt lighter than he had in years. There was still a hunger in him, but it wasn't the gnawing emptiness it had been before. It was a hunger for something more, something that wasn't so easily satisfied, something worth striving for. And for the first time, he understood that true contentment wasn't about indulgence. It was about self-control. It was about knowing that what he really needed was already within him. As he stepped forward, he knew the road ahead would be difficult. The temptation to return to his old ways would always be there, lurking in the shadows. But he was ready now. Ready to face the world with a new sense of purpose. Ready to fight against the hunger that had once controlled him. And for the first time, he felt as though he was finally free. The forest was unnervingly quiet, the kind of silence that carried a warning. Sha Wujing stood still, his staff resting against the earth as he scanned the shadows. The air felt heavy, thick with memories he wished he could forget. His pulse quickened, though his expression remained calm. He could sense something, or someone, lurking nearby. The memories clawed at the edges of his mind, bringing with them images of another time, another life. He had been different then. Fierce, reckless, driven by anger and bitterness. He had been cast out from the heavens, thrown into the mortal realm with the weight of his sins dragging him down. It was here, in these very woods, that he had committed one of his most shameful acts. The snapping of a twig pulled him from his thoughts. He turned sharply, gripping his staff as his eyes locked onto a figure stepping out from the shadows. The man was tall, his armor battered, but still gleaming in places where the moonlight caught it. His face was partially hidden by a helmet, but Sha Wujing didn't need to see his eyes to know who he was. "It's been a long time, Sha Wujing," the man said, his voice cold and sharp. "I never thought I'd see the day when the monster would walk among men as if he were one of them." Sha Wujing tightened his grip on the staff, his knuckles whitening. He knew this man. He had wronged him once, long ago, during his days of rage and rebellion. The man had been a soldier, a protector of a village Sha Wujing had terrorized in his blind fury. The encounter had ended in bloodshed, and Sha Wujing had carried the weight of that sin ever since. "I'm not the same as I was," Sha Wujing said, his voice steadied but tinged with regret. "I've atoned for my past." The man laughed bitterly. "Atoned? You think walking alongside that monk erases what you've done? The lives you've taken? The families you've destroyed?" Sha Wujing didn't flinch. He couldn't deny the truth in those words. The pain he had caused was a scar that would never fully heal. But he had changed. He had devoted himself to this pilgrimage, to protecting Tang Sanzang and proving that he could be more than the monster he had once been. "I can't undo the past," Sha Wujing said quietly. "But I can choose to do what's right now." The man's eyes narrowed, and he drew his sword, the blade glinting ominously. "Then show me," he said, his voice laced with venom. "Show me if your resolve is stronger than your guilt." The attack came swiftly, the man lunging forward with practiced precision. Sha Wujing raised his staff just in time, the clash of metal against wood echoing through the forest. The force of the blow pushed him back, but he held his ground. Each strike brought with it a flood of memories, the chaos he had unleashed, the screams of the villagers, the fury in this man's eyes as he fought to protect them. Sha Wujing had been unstoppable then, a whirlwind of destruction. But now, as he faced the man again, he fought not with rage, but with purpose. The battle was fierce, the man's strikes fueled by anger and grief. Sha Wujing moved with precision, blocking and countering without seeking to harm. He didn't want to fight. He didn't want to add more pain to what he had already caused. But he also couldn't back down. He had a duty to fulfill, a mission to protect Tang Sanzang, and he couldn't let his past destroy everything he had worked to build. "Fight me," the man shouted, his voice cracking with emotion. "Show me the monster you truly are." "I'm not that monster anymore," Sha Wujing said, his voice firm. "I won't fight you out of anger." The man's strikes grew more desperate, his movements becoming erratic. Sha Wujing saw the pain behind his rage, the wounds that time had not healed. And as he parried another blow, he saw an opening, not to strike, but to speak. "You've carried this pain for so long," Sha Wujing said, his voice steady despite the battle raging around them. "And I've carried mine. But this fight won't bring them back. It won't erase what I've done." The man hesitated for a fraction of a second, his sword faltering. Sha Wujing seized the moment, stepping back and lowering his staff. "I don't ask for your forgiveness," he continued. "But I asked for the chance to prove that I've changed." For a moment, the forest was silent again, the two men standing still as the weight of Sha Wujing's words hung in the air. The man's sword trembled in his grip, his anger warring with something deeper, something that looked a lot like sorrow. "You don't deserve peace," the man said finally, his voice barely above a whisper. "No," Sha Wujing agreed. "But I've vowed to protect those who need it. And I'll keep that vow, no matter what it costs me." The man's sword lowered, his shoulders sagging as the fight drained out of him. He looked at Sha Wujing, his eyes filled with a mix of emotions, anger, grief, and a reluctant understanding. "If you falter," he said, his voice hard, "I'll be there to make sure you pay for it." Sha Wujing nodded, his expression solemn. "I wouldn't expect anything less." The man turned and disappeared into the shadows, leaving Sha Wujing alone in the clearing. The silence returned, but it was no longer heavy with tension. Instead, it felt peaceful. Sha Wujing exhaled slowly, his grip on the staff loosening. He knew this wouldn't be the last time he faced the ghosts of his past. But he also knew that his resolve was stronger than it had ever been. He had chosen his path, and he would walk it with unwavering loyalty, no matter how difficult it became. As he turned to rejoin his companions, the faint sound of the forest came back to life, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of insects. And for the first time in a long time, Sha Wujing felt as though he was no longer running from his past. He was moving forward. The sky glowed a strange, ethereal orange, casting long shadows over the road as the pilgrims moved forward. Tang Sanzang rode silently on his horse, the steady clink of Sun Wukong's iron staff marking their steps. The air felt different, too calm, too expectant. A faint hum filled the atmosphere, as though the world held its breath, waiting for something unseen. Ahead, a grand temple emerged from the mist, its golden spires piercing the clouds like celestial promises. The structure was magnificent, almost too perfect to be real. Rays of light seemed to dance off its walls, casting a halo that shimmered and drew their eyes upward. Incense smoke curled lazily into the air, and the sound of soft chanting rolled toward them like a warm embrace. Tang Sanzang's eyes widened with awe. Could this be, he murmured, his voice trembling with hope. Could this be a sign that we are near our goal? Something's off, Sun Wukong muttered, his sharp gaze darting across the landscape. He had learned long ago to distrust perfection. Places like this don't just appear. Before he could voice his doubts further, a procession emerged from the temple gates. Clad in robes of blinding white and adorned with shimmering jewels, the figures seemed to float rather than walk. Their faces were serene, otherworldly, glowing with an inner light. They carried scrolls in their hands, golden threads binding the parchment, and their voices harmonized in a chant so hauntingly beautiful that it sent chills through the pilgrims. One of the figures, a tall man with a crown of light upon his head, stepped forward and raised his hands. "Welcome, seekers of truth," he said, his voice like honey. "You have traveled far, and your journey has not been in vain. Behold the scriptures you seek, the divine words that will bring salvation to all." Tang Sanzang dismounted immediately, his heart leaping with reverence. He knelt before the figures, his hands trembling as he pressed them together in prayer. "We are honored beyond measure," he said, his voice breaking. "To stand in the presence of such divinity is a blessing we could never deserve." "Master, wait." Sun Wukong stepped in front of Tang Sanzang, his staff planted firmly in the ground. His eyes narrowed at the figures. "How do we know they're who they claim to be? Divine beings don't need grand temples to prove their worth." The tall figure's serene smile faltered for the briefest moment, a flicker of something darker passing through his eyes. "Do you doubt the will of the heavens?" he asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. "Your journey has been fraught with hardship, yet you stand before the very salvation you sought, and still, you question." Sha Wujing and Zhu Bajie exchanged uneasy glances. Tang Sanzang hesitated, torn between his faith and the wisdom of his protector. "Sun Wukong," he said softly, "sometimes we must trust in the guidance of the divine." Sun Wukong's grip on his staff tightened. "And sometimes, Master, we must trust our instincts." The tension was palpable, the air thick with unspoken conflict. The tall figure sighed, his expression softening. "Very well," he said. "If your doubts are so strong, let us prove ourselves. You may examine the scriptures yourselves." He extended one of the scrolls, its golden threads gleaming in the fading light. Tang Sanzang reached for it eagerly, but Sun Wukong stepped forward, intercepting the scroll. His fingers brushed the parchment, and for an instant, his sharp ears caught the faintest hiss, a sound like a serpent coiling in the grass. "Master," Sun Wukong said, his voice low, "these aren't scriptures. There's something else. Something dangerous." The serene expressions of the figures twisted into something grotesque. Their eyes darkened, the glow fading from their faces to reveal gnarled features and twisted grins. The temple itself seemed to shudder, its golden walls cracking to reveal an underbelly of jagged stone and shadow. The tall figure laughed, a cruel, echoing sound that reverberated through the air. "Clever monkey," he sneered. "But cleverness won't save you now." The ground beneath them trembled as the false beings shed their disguises entirely. Their robes disintegrated into clouds of ash, revealing monstrous forms, sharp claws, gaping maws, and eyes that burned with malice. The scriptures burst into flames, the golden threads turning to smoke that coiled around the pilgrims like chains. "Protect the master!" Sun Wukong shouted, spinning his staff as the first demon lunged toward them. The clash of battle erupted, a cacophony of snarls and a ringing of iron against claws. Zhu Bajie swung his rake with surprising agility, fending off two of the creatures, while Sha Wujing held his ground with his staff, his movements steady and deliberate. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, his staff extending as he brought it down with crushing force on one of the demons. Sparks flew, and the creature dissolved into shadow with a blood-curdling scream. He turned to see Tang Sanzang struggling against the smoky tendrils that wrapped around him, his face pale with fear. "Hang on, Master!" Sun Wukong shouted, charging toward him. But before he could reach Tang Sanzang, the tall demon stepped into his path, his form towering and menacing. "You should have taken the bait," the demon growled, his voice guttural. "Now, you'll pay for your insolence." Sun Wukong bared his teeth in a defiant grin. "I've faced worse than you," he said, spinning his staff. "Let's see what you've got." The demon lunged, his claws swiping through the air with deadly precision. Sun Wukong dodged and countered, his movements fluid and unrelenting. The ground shook beneath their battle, cracks spidering out as they traded blows. Sun Wukong's staff glowed with power, each strike sending shockwaves that echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing fought to free Tang Sanzang from the smoky chains. Zhu Bajie used his rake to slash through the tendrils, grunting with effort as they resisted his strength. "Master, hold on," he shouted, sweat dripping down his face. Sha Wujing knelt beside Tang Sanzang, his calm demeanor unshaken. "Close your eyes, Master," he said gently. "This will pass." With a final swing of his rake, Zhu Bajie severed the last of the tendrils, and Tang Sanzang gasped for air, his face etched with gratitude. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice trembling. The battle reached its climax as Sun Wukong delivered a devastating blow to the tall demon, his staff smashing into the creature's chest. The demon let out a guttural roar, his form flickering like a dying flame before collapsing into a heap of ash. The remaining demons, seeing their leader defeated, scattered into the shadows, their shrieks fading into the night. The temple crumbled entirely, leaving only the barren landscape behind. Sun Wukong stood amidst the wreckage, his chest heaving as he surveyed the aftermath. He turned to Tang Sanzang, his expression softening. "Master, are you all right?" Tang Sanzang nodded, his hands trembling. "I was blind," he admitted. "I let my hope cloud my judgment." "You saved us, Wukong." Sun Wukong lowered his staff, his voice steady. "It's my duty, Master. And my honor." The sun dipped low, casting long shadows across the rugged landscape. Tang Sanzang, weary from the day's travel, sat by the campfire, his hands clasped in silent prayer. Sha Wujing tended to the fire, while Zhu Bajie sprawled nearby, nibbling on a roasted yam. Sun Wukong stood a little apart, his keen eyes scanning the horizon. Something about the stillness of the evening set his nerves on edge. A sudden rustle broke the silence, faint but deliberate. Wukong's grip tightened on his staff. "Stay alert," he said, his voice sharp. The words barely left his mouth when a deafening roar shattered the calm. The ground quaked as shadowy figures emerged from the darkness, their forms monstrous and menacing. Tang Sanzang barely had time to cry out before a massive clawed hand grabbed him, lifting him into the air like a rag doll. "Master!" Wukong shouted, leaping toward the attacker. But as his staff swung down, a blinding flash of light erupted, forcing him to shield his eyes. By the time the light faded, the monstrous figure and Tang Sanzang were gone. The camp was in chaos. Zhu Bajie scrambled to his feet, his yam forgotten. "What happened?" "Where's the master?" he yelled, panic lacing his voice. "They've taken him," Wukong said through gritted teeth, his sharp eyes scanning the darkened horizon. "Cowards used magic to vanish before I could stop them." Sha Wujing picked up his staff, his face grim. "We need to find him, and quickly. He won't last long in their hands." Wukong didn't waste time responding. He sprang into the air, his golden eyes glowing as he searched for any trace of their enemies. Far in the distance, he spotted faint trails of smoke curling up from a hidden valley. "There," he said, pointing. "They've taken him to that lair." The companions wasted no time. Wukong led the way, leaping ahead to scout, while Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing followed with determined strides. The valley grew darker as they approached, the air thick with an unnatural chill. Inside the lair, Tang Sanzang struggled against his bindings. Thick ropes bit into his wrists and ankles as he was tied to a stone pillar. Surrounding him were a horde of demons, their grotesque faces illuminated by the flickering flames of a massive fire. At the center stood their leader, a towering figure with horns curling from his skull and eyes that glowed like embers. "You'll make a fine feast," the demon growled, his voice like grinding rocks. "A monk of your purity is a rare delicacy." Tang Sanzang's heart pounded, but he kept his composure. "I am on a sacred mission," he said, his voice steady. "Release me, and perhaps mercy will find you." The demons erupted in cruel laughter. "Mercy?" the leader sneered. "We have no need for such trifles." Outside the lair, Wukong crouched low, peering through a crack in the stone. His eyes burned with fury at the sight of Tang Sanzang's captivity. "They're preparing to eat him," he hissed. Zhu Bajie's face went pale. "We have to act now." Wukong nodded. "I'll distract them. You and Sha Wujing get the master." Before they could argue, Wukong burst into the lair, his staff spinning with deadly precision. The demons barely had time to react as he struck, scattering them like leaves. "Come and face me, you cowards," he roared, his voice echoing off the stone walls. The leader turned, his fiery eyes narrowing. "You dare challenge me, monkey?" Wukong grinned, his teeth bared. "I've defeated stronger than you." The leader lunged, his claws slashing through the air. Wukong met him head-on, their clash sending shockwaves through the lair. Sparks flew as Wukong's staff collided with the demon's jagged sword. The other demons, momentarily stunned, began to rally, surging toward Wukong like a dark tide. Meanwhile, Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing slipped through the chaos, their eyes locked on Tang Sanzang. Zhu Bajie used his rake to sweep aside the smaller demons in their path, while Sha Wujing's steady strikes cleared the way. Tang Sanzang's face lit up with relief when he saw them. "Be careful," he called out. Sha Wujing reached the pillar first, his hands working quickly to untie the ropes. "Hold still, master," he said, his voice calm despite the chaos around them. Zhu Bajie stood guard, his rake swinging in wide arcs to fend off any demons that dared approach. "Hurry up," he grunted, sweat dripping down his face. The ropes finally came free, and Tang Sanzang staggered to his feet. Sha Wujing supported him as they made their way toward the exit. But just as they neared the opening, a massive figure blocked their path, the demon leader, his face twisted with rage. "You won't escape so easily," he snarled, raising his sword. Wukong appeared behind him in an instant, his staff striking the back of the demon's knee. "You're not going anywhere," he said, his voice cold. The demon roared in pain but didn't fall. Instead, he spun, his sword cutting through the air with deadly force. Wukong dodged, his movements swift and precise. The two clashed again, their battle shaking the very foundation of the lair. "Go!" Wukong shouted over his shoulder. "Get the master to safety." Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing didn't hesitate. They guided Tang Sanzang out of the lair, the cool night air a welcome relief from the suffocating heat inside. Once they were a safe distance away, they turned back, their hearts pounding as they watched the entrance. Inside, Wukong fought with unrelenting ferocity. The demon leader was strong, but Wukong's determination was stronger. With a final, devastating blow, Wukong's staff struck the demon's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. The leader let out a final, guttural roar before his body dissolved into ash. The remaining demons, seeing their leader defeated, scattered into the shadows, their howls fading into the distance. Wukong stood amidst the wreckage, his chest heaving. He wiped a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth before turning and making his way out of the lair. When he emerged, Tang Sanzang and the others ran to meet him. Tang Sanzang's eyes were filled with gratitude and sorrow. "Wukong," he said, his voice trembling, "you've saved me once again. I owe you everything." Wukong shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. You don't owe me anything, master. Protecting you is my duty. Zhu Bajie let out a relieved laugh, slapping Wukong on the back. Remind me never to get on your bad side, monkey. Sha Wujing nodded, his calm gaze filled with respect. You fought well. Wukong glanced at Tang Sanzang, his expression softening. Let's keep moving, master. The road ahead won't wait for us. Tang Sanzang nodded, his heart heavy with gratitude as they resumed their journey under the pale light of the stars. The sky darkened abruptly, though no storm clouds gathered. A strange, shimmering haze began to ripple across the heavens, casting the landscape in a peculiar glow. The air turned unnaturally still, as if the very world held its breath. Tang Sanzang paused mid-step, clutching his prayer beads tightly. Something isn't right, he murmured. Sun Wukong, always attuned to the slightest change, raised his staff, his golden eyes narrowing. It's not demons, he said, his voice low. This feels different. Without warning, a burst of celestial light split the sky. It wasn't harsh or blinding, but carried a weight that pressed down on them like an invisible hand. From the brilliance stepped a figure clad in resplendent robes of white and gold, their face serene yet commanding. The figure's very presence radiated power and judgment. Tang Sanzang dropped to his knees instinctively, his head bowed. A messenger from the heavens, he whispered. The figure's voice echoed, neither loud nor soft, but inescapably clear. Pilgrims of the West, your journey has brought you far, but the worthiness of your mission must be proven. The Jade Emperor himself demands a test. Wukong stepped forward, defiance flickering in his eyes. A test? After everything we've faced? Haven't we proven ourselves already? The figure turned to Wukong, their expression unchanging. Strength alone does not measure worthiness, Monkey King. Courage without humility, loyalty without heart, and faith without resolve are meaningless. You must face what lies ahead, or your journey ends here. Before Wukong could respond, the ground beneath them shimmered and shifted. The world seemed to dissolve into a swirling sea of golden clouds, and the companions found themselves standing on a vast, floating expanse. The sky stretched endlessly in every direction, stars sparkling like fragments of eternity. Zhu Bajie glanced around nervously, gripping his rake. Where are we? He asked, his voice trembling. Sha Wujing's expression remained steady, though his knuckles whitened around his staff. A place beyond mortal comprehension. A place of trial. The celestial messenger raised their hand, and from the clouds emerged 3 paths, each veiled in mist. Each path will test a part of your spirit, they said. You must choose wisely, for failure will mean more than death. Tang Sanzang rose slowly, his gaze steady despite the fear in his heart. We will face whatever trial is necessary, he said. His voice was soft but resolute, and it carried an unwavering faith. The figure nodded, and the mists on the first path began to clear, revealing a dense, labyrinthine forest. The air was heavy with an oppressive silence. The test of faith, the figure said. Only true belief can light the way through the darkness. Tang Sanzang stepped forward without hesitation, his companions close behind. The forest swallowed them, its towering trees twisting unnaturally. Shadows danced along the ground, forming shapes that whispered threats and lies. You are unworthy, the shadows hissed. Your mission is doomed. Turn back. Tang Sanzang's steps faltered, but he pressed his prayer beads to his forehead, chanting sutras. The shadows recoiled as if burned, their whispers growing more desperate. His companions fought their own battles against the darkness. Wukong swung his staff at unseen foes, while Zhu Bajie stumbled, his doubts threatening to consume him. Hold fast. Tang Sanzang cried. Faith will see us through. At his words, a soft light began to glow in the distance. It grew brighter with each step, guiding them out of the forest. When they emerged, the celestial messenger awaited them. Your faith is strong, they said, their tone unreadable. But will it withstand what comes next? The second path revealed a steep mountain, its peak shrouded in storm clouds. The test of humility, the messenger announced. Only those who surrender pride can ascend. Wukong grimaced. Humility? That's never been my strength. Tang Sanzang placed a hand on his shoulder. It's your heart, not your pride, that has brought us this far. As they climbed, the mountain slope grew treacherous, and the wind lashed at them mercilessly. Halfway up, a thunderous voice filled the air. You dare climb to the heavens? It boomed. A colossal figure appeared, its face a mirror of Wukong's, but twisted with arrogance and cruelty. Look at yourself, the figure mocked. A king reduced to a servant. Have you no shame? Wukong's grip on his staff tightened, anger flaring. But then he looked back at Tang Sanzang, who stood unwavering beside him. Slowly, Wukong lowered his staff and bowed his head. I am no king, he said, his voice steady. I am a disciple, and I serve a higher purpose. The figure dissolved into mist, and the path to the summit became clear. The companions reached the peak, where the celestial messenger awaited them once more. You have set aside your pride, they said. But the final test will not be so simple. The last path led to a barren plain, stretching endlessly under a dark, starless sky. The test of unity, the messenger said. Only together can you overcome. As they stepped onto the plain, the ground beneath them began to quake. From the shadows emerged a monstrous beast, its many heads snapping and snarling. Each head bore a face, a demon from their past. Zhu Bajie froze at the sight of his former tormentor, a hideous creature with gleaming fangs. Sha Wujing stood rigid, his past sins manifesting in a grotesque form. Wukong gritted his teeth as the figure of his nemesis loomed, its laughter echoing in his mind. Divide them, the beast growled. Break their bonds, and they will fall. The companions faltered, their unity threatened by the specters of their own fears and failures. Tang Sanzang's voice cut through the chaos, steady and unwavering. Do not fight alone. Together, we are stronger than any foe. Wukong surged forward, his staff a blur as he struck at one of the heads. Zhu Bajie roared, his rake smashing another. Sha Wujing's steady strikes dismantled the beast's defenses. Tang Sanzang stood at the center, his chanting weaving a shield of light around them. The beast let out a deafening roar before collapsing into nothingness. The plain dissolved, and the companions found themselves back on the floating expanse. The celestial messenger stood before them, their expression softened. You have faced faith, humility, and unity, they said. You have proven yourselves worthy. With a wave of their hand, the shimmering expanse dissolved, and the companions found themselves back on solid ground. The air was filled with the soft light of dawn, and the path ahead stretched clear and bright. Tang Sanzang bowed deeply, gratitude and humility in his heart, as they prepared to continue forward. The earth trembled beneath their feet. In the distance, the horizon burned crimson, as though the sky itself bled. A sound like rolling thunder filled the air, a rumble that grew louder with every passing moment. Tang Sanzang clutched his prayer beads, his knuckles white. They're coming, he whispered. Sun Wukong stood at the forefront, his golden eyes fixed on the growing shadow. His staff gleamed in his hand, its weight a familiar comfort. Zhu Bajie adjusted his grip on his rake, his face pale but set. Sha Wujing tightened his grasp on his crescent blade, his silent determination radiating from him. A low, guttural roar shattered the air, and then they saw it, a vast, seething horde of demons, their monstrous forms surging like a black tide across the land. Twisted horns, glowing eyes, and claws that glinted like steel under the bloody sky. At their head rode the Demon King, a towering figure clad in dark armor, his presence exuding menace. His voice boomed across the battlefield. Tang Sanzang, he bellowed. You think you can defy the heavens and the underworld alike? Your journey ends here. Wukong's laugh rang out, sharp and fearless. We've faced worse than you, he retorted, spinning his staff. You'll regret standing in our way. The Demon King raised his massive sword, and with a deafening roar, his army surged forward. The first wave struck with the force of a hurricane. Wukong leaped into the fray, his staff whirling in arcs of gold. Each swing sent demons flying, their roars of fury cut short as they were hurled into the air. He moved like lightning, a blur of motion that seemed untouchable. Zhu Bajie fought with wild strength, his rake sweeping wide and crushing everything in its path. Though fear flickered in his eyes, he gritted his teeth and struck with ferocity. "Stay back," he shouted to Sanzang, glancing over his shoulder. Sha Wujing held the line, his blade cleaving through the demon ranks with precision. He moved steadily, each step calculated, each strike deliberate. His calm in the chaos was unshakable. But the demons were relentless. For every one that fell, 3 more seemed to take its place. Tang Sanzang stood at the rear, chanting sutras, his voice a thread of light in the overwhelming darkness. The holy words formed a barrier around him, holding back the tide, but it was clear the strain was immense. A massive, horned demon broke through the line, its jaws snapping inches from Sanzang. Before it could strike, Wukong appeared in a flash, his staff crushing the creature's skull. He turned, his face fierce. "You'll pay for that," he growled, launching himself back into the fray. The battle raged on, each moment more desperate than the last. The Demon King strode through the chaos, his sword cutting swaths through the battlefield. He locked eyes with Wukong and smiled coldly. "Face me, Monkey King," he taunted. "Or are you afraid?" Wukong's expression darkened. Without a word, he charged. Their clash shook the ground, each blow resonating like a thunderclap. Wukong's staff met the Demon King's sword in a dazzling display of power. Sparks flew as their weapons collided, the sheer force of their strikes creating shockwaves that rippled across the battlefield. But the Demon King was strong, stronger than Wukong had anticipated. His strikes were heavy, each one threatening to overwhelm. Wukong gritted his teeth, his pride refusing to let him falter. "Is that all you've got?" he shouted, forcing the Demon King back with a powerful swing. Meanwhile, Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing fought desperately to protect Sanzang. A swarm of demons surrounded them, their shrieks deafening. Zhu Bajie swung his rake wildly, sweat pouring down his face. "There's too many," he cried. "We can't fall here," Sha Wujing replied, his voice steady. He planted himself firmly, his blade a wall of steel. Together, they held the line, but their strength was waning. Above the battlefield, the sky darkened further, and the Demon King let out a triumphant laugh. "You cannot win," he roared. "The heavens have abandoned you." Wukong stumbled under the force of another blow, his staff trembling in his grip. He glanced back at his companions, seeing their struggle, their exhaustion. Anger and determination flared within him. "You're wrong," he shouted back at the Demon King. "We don't need the heavens. We have each other." With a roar, Wukong unleashed a surge of power, his golden aura flaring brilliantly. He struck with renewed ferocity, forcing the Demon King onto the defensive. "This ends now," Wukong declared, his voice echoing across the battlefield. But the Demon King only grinned, and with a wave of his hand, a massive surge of demons rose to attack. The companions braced themselves, but it seemed impossible to hold against such overwhelming numbers. Tang Sanzang's voice rang out, clear and unwavering. "Do not falter. We are not alone." His chanting grew louder, and the air around them began to shimmer. A brilliant light burst forth, washing over the battlefield. The demons recoiled, shrieking in pain, as the holy energy burned away their darkness. The companions felt their strength return, their weariness lifting as the light enveloped them. Wukong seized the moment. With a mighty leap, he struck the Demon King's sword, shattering it into pieces. The Demon King stumbled, his eyes wide with disbelief. "This cannot be," he gasped. "This is the strength of our mission," Wukong replied, his voice fierce. "And the strength of those who stand together." With one final blow, Wukong brought his staff down, and the Demon King fell, his massive form crumbling to the ground. The remaining demons froze, their leaders' defeat sapping their will to fight. One by one, they retreated, their shadows fading into the distance. The battlefield fell silent, the air heavy with the weight of what had just transpired. Tang Sanzang lowered his hands, his chanting ceasing. He looked at his companions, his eyes filled with gratitude and pride. Wukong stood at the center of the battlefield, his chest heaving, his staff resting on the ground. Zhu Bajie collapsed to his knees, laughing weakly. "We survived," he said, his voice disbelieving. Sha Wujing simply nodded, his quiet strength unbroken. The horizon began to brighten, the first rays of dawn breaking through the darkness. Though battered and bloodied, the companions stood tall, their spirits unyielding. Together, they prepared to move forward, their resolve stronger than ever. The air smelled of jasmine and honey, sweet and intoxicating. Birds sang melodies that felt too perfect, their harmonies flowing like a river of gold through the lush green hills. Sunlight streamed down in soft, warm beams, kissing the earth with a glow that seemed otherworldly. The path beneath their feet was lined with blossoms that never wilted, their vibrant colors so vivid they felt unreal. Tang Sanzang paused, his robes catching the faint breeze. "This place," he murmured, his voice tinged with awe, "is unlike any we've seen before." Zhu Bajie's eyes sparkled as he gazed around, his usually gruff demeanor replaced by childlike wonder. "Master," he said, almost breathless, "could this be the reward for all our hardships? Have we finally reached the end?" Wukong frowned, his golden eyes narrowing. Something felt off. He scanned the landscape, his senses tingling with unease. Sha Wujing remained silent, but his hand rested instinctively on his weapon, his face betraying a trace of suspicion. From behind a cluster of flowering trees, a group of figures emerged. Their appearances were radiant, almost blindingly so. They were clad in shimmering garments that seemed woven from starlight, their faces ageless and serene. One stepped forward, bowing gracefully. "Welcome, honored travelers," the figure said, their voice like a melody carried on a gentle wind. "You have endured much to arrive here. Rest now, for this is your sanctuary. All you desire is here." Zhu Bajie's stomach rumbled loudly, and the figures laughed softly, their laughter ringing like bells. "Food, drink, and comfort await you," another said, gesturing toward a table that seemed to materialize from thin air. It was laden with golden fruits, crystal goblets of nectar, and delicacies that filled the air with the most enticing aroma. Zhu Bajie didn't hesitate. "Finally," he exclaimed, rushing to the table. He grabbed a gleaming fruit and took a bite, his eyes rolling back in ecstasy. "This is the best thing I've ever tasted," he said, his words muffled by mouthfuls. Sanzang hesitated but allowed himself a seat at the table, his exhaustion too great to resist. Wukong remained standing, his grip tightening on his staff. "It's too perfect," he muttered, his voice low. "What are you worrying about now, brother monkey?" Zhu Bajie asked between bites. "Just relax for once." But Wukong's instincts wouldn't let him rest. He watched as Sha Wujing cautiously approached the table, his every movement careful. The radiant figures moved closer to the group, their smiles warm and inviting, but their eyes. Wukong couldn't shake the feeling that something darker hid behind them. "Tell me," Wukong said suddenly, his tone sharp. "Where exactly are we? And who are you?" The lead figure's smile didn't waver, but something in their demeanor shifted. "You are in paradise," they replied, their tone soothing. "You have earned this. Why question the blessings that are freely given?" "I don't trust gifts without purpose," Wukong said, stepping forward. His staff shimmered in his hand. "And I don't trust you." Zhu Bajie sighed dramatically. "Wukong, must you always find something to fight? Look around. This is what we've been searching for." Wukong ignored him, his gaze locked on the radiant figures. "If this is paradise," he said, "then why do I feel trapped?" The figures' smiles faltered, if only for a moment. Then, with a wave of their hands, the world around them seemed to shimmer. The hills grew greener, the air sweeter, the flowers brighter. It was as though the land itself conspired to enchant them further. Sanzang closed his eyes, his face a picture of peace. "Perhaps Wukong is wrong," he murmured. "Perhaps we have reached a place beyond trials, beyond suffering." But Wukong's heart pounded with a growing sense of dread. He raised his staff and slammed it into the ground. The earth trembled, and the illusion faltered for the briefest moment. The radiant figure's forms wavered, their perfect edges blurring. "There!" Wukong roared. "Did you see it? This is no paradise, it's a lie." Before anyone could respond, the lead figure's face twisted, their serene mask melting away to reveal a snarling, grotesque visage. The other figures followed suit, their beauty dissolving into horrifying forms, their laughter turning to harsh, mocking cackles. The lush landscape darkened, the blossoms wilting into ash. The hills became jagged and barren, and the sweet scent of jasmine was replaced by the acrid stench of decay. The pilgrims were no longer seated at a table of delights, but surrounded by jagged stones and bones. Zhu Bajie stumbled back, gagging. What is this?" "You fools," the lead demon hissed, their voice now a low, guttural growl. "You think you can reach enlightenment without testing the very core of your desires?" Sanzang rose slowly, his face pale but resolute. "You will not deceive us further," he said, his voice steady. "We have a mission, and we will not be swayed." The demons lunged, their claws extended. Wukong was ready. His staff spun in a blur, striking the first demon with a force that sent it shrieking into the shadows. Sha Wujing joined the fray, his blade slicing through the dark forms with precision. Zhu Bajie, though shaken, swung his rake wildly, his fear fueling his strength. Sanzang stood at the center, chanting a powerful sutra. The holy words filled the air, their light driving back the darkness. The demons shrieked in agony, their forms dissipating like smoke under the weight of the chant. But the battle was not easily won. The demons were relentless, their numbers overwhelming. They clawed at Wukong, who fought with unyielding ferocity. Zhu Bajie cried out as one sank its claws into his arm, but he retaliated with a powerful swing that sent it sprawling. "You're stronger than this," Wukong shouted to his companions. "Don't let their tricks win." One by one, the demons fell. The final blow came from Sanzang's sutra, its holy light engulfing the battlefield. The remaining demons screamed as they were consumed, their forms dissolving into nothingness. The silence that followed was deafening. The pilgrims stood amidst the barren landscape, their breaths ragged. Sanzang's hands trembled as he lowered them, his chanting ceasing. "Was any of it real?" Zhu Bajie asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "No," Wukong replied, his voice hard. "But the test was." Sanzang looked at his companions, his eyes filled with both sorrow and pride. "This was a trial of the heart," he said softly. "And together, we overcame it." The path ahead stretched into the distance, uncertain and daunting. But as the pilgrims began to move forward, their steps were lighter, their resolve stronger. A shriek echoed through the canyon, slicing through the stillness like a jagged blade. The sound was harsh, pitiful, and full of despair. The pilgrims halted in their tracks, the haunting cry reverberating in their chests. Tang Sanzang, ever gentle-hearted, turned toward the source of the noise. "Someone is in pain," he said, his voice heavy with concern. Sun Wukong stiffened, his golden eyes scanning the jagged cliffs above. "Be careful, master. Not all cries are born from innocence." The group moved cautiously, their steps echoing off the cold stone walls. As they rounded a bend, they found the source of the sound. A grotesque figure lay crumpled at the base of the canyon, its body twisted unnaturally. Its leathery wings were shredded, and blood oozed from gaping wounds. The creature was unmistakably a demon, its horned head resting limply on the rocky ground. "Help me," it rasped, its voice weak and broken. Zhu Bajie snorted, gripping his rake tightly. "A demon begging for help? Now I've seen everything." Sha Wujing's expression was unreadable, but his grip on his weapon tightened. "It could be a trap," he murmured, his eyes darting around for hidden threats. Tang Sanzang stepped forward, his robes brushing the dust. "It is suffering," he said softly. "Regardless of its nature, we cannot ignore it." Wukong blocked his path, his staff planted firmly in the ground. Master, don't let your compassion blind you. This creature would have torn us apart if it had the strength. The demon coughed, its body shuddering. You're right, it admitted, its voice laced with bitterness. If I could, I'd kill you all where you stand. But I can't. So go ahead, strike me down. End it quickly. The words hung heavy in the air. Tang Sanzang knelt beside the creature, his gaze unwavering. What brought you to this state? He asked, his voice calm. The demon chuckled darkly, blood bubbling at the corners of its mouth. I fought for power, for dominance. And I lost. My rivals left me here to rot. Zhu Bajie scoffed. And why should we care? You brought this on yourself. Tang Sanzang reached out, his fingers brushing against the demon's battered wing. Because even in this form, you are a living being. Wukong growled low in his throat. Master, this is madness. This thing doesn't deserve mercy. Let it suffer the fate it earned. Mercy is not about deserving, Sanzang replied, his voice steady. It is about what is right. The demon's eyes flickered, confusion mingling with its pain. Why, would you help me? Sanzang did not answer immediately. Instead, he tore a piece of cloth from his sleeve and began tending to the creature's wounds. His movements were gentle, deliberate. Compassion is not limited to those who are kind. It is needed most by those who have lost their way. Wukong stepped back, his hands clenching into fists. And what if it uses your kindness against us? What then? Tang Sanzang did not look up. That is a risk I must take. For a moment, the group was silent, the tension thick in the air. Sha Wujing knelt beside his master, offering a flask of water. If we are to help, let us do it quickly. This place does not feel safe. Zhu Bajie muttered under his breath, but grudgingly handed over a bundle of herbs. Don't say I didn't warn you when this thing turns on us. The demon watched them with wide, disbelieving eyes. You're fools, it hissed. No one shows mercy to a demon. Perhaps that's the problem, Sanzang said quietly. He poured water over the creature's wounds, washing away the grime and blood. The demon flinched but did not pull away. As they worked, the canyon grew eerily still, as if the very earth was holding its breath. Wukong stood apart, his staff resting against his shoulder. His golden eyes never left the demon, suspicion etched into every line of his face. Hours passed, and the creature's breathing grew steadier. Its wounds, while still severe, no longer bled freely. The demon looked at Tang Sanzang, its expression a mix of gratitude and confusion. You could have left me, it said hoarsely. Why didn't you? Sanzang smiled faintly. Because every soul, no matter how far it has fallen, has the potential for change. The demon's eyes filled with something unrecognizable, perhaps regret, perhaps hope. You speak of things I do not understand. Then learn, Sanzang replied. Your life is yours to shape. Suddenly, the ground trembled. A chorus of guttural roars echoed through the canyon. Shadows shifted along the cliffs, revealing hulking figures with glowing eyes and jagged weapons. The air grew heavy with malice. Wukong stepped forward, his staff spinning in a blur. Looks like your friends found us, he growled. The demon struggled to rise, panic flashing across its face. They're not my friends. They'll kill you, and me. Stay down, Sha Wujing ordered, drawing his blade. We'll handle this. The demons descended like a tide of darkness, their howls shaking the very air. Wukong met them head-on, his staff striking with the force of a thunderstorm. Zhu Bajie charged in, his rake swinging wildly. Sha Wujing fought with calm precision, his blade slicing through the chaos. Sanzang stood beside the wounded demon, his chant rising above the din of battle. The holy words created a shield of light around them, repelling any who dared approach. The demon looked up at Sanzang, its voice trembling. Why protect me? You'll die for nothing. Sanzang's gaze was steady. Compassion is never for nothing. The demon stared at him, something breaking within its hardened exterior. With a guttural cry, it pushed itself to its feet. Its body wavered, but its resolve was firm. "If I am to live," it said, "then I will not cower while you fight." It turned toward the oncoming horde, its claws flashing. Though weakened, it fought with ferocity, standing alongside the very people it had once scorned. The battle raged, but the tides began to turn. One by one, the attackers fell, their forms dissipating into shadow. When the last of the demons had been vanquished, the canyon fell silent once more. The demon collapsed, its strength spent. Sanzang knelt beside it, a faint smile on his face. "You chose to fight for something greater than yourself," he said. The demon's eyes closed, its breathing shallow but steady. "Perhaps you are not as foolish as I thought." Wukong approached, his staff resting on his shoulder. He looked down at the demon, then at Sanzang. "You're lucky this time," he muttered. "But don't expect every enemy to change." Sanzang rose, his expression calm. "I expect nothing," he said. "But I will always offer the chance." The group moved on, the canyon growing quiet behind them. The demon watched them go, its battered form bathed in the faint glow of the setting sun. For the first time in its life, it felt something it couldn't name, something that whispered of redemption. The air was heavy and still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. Before the pilgrims stood a grand, ornate mirror, framed in twisted gold that seemed alive, its surface shimmering like liquid moonlight. None of them could say who had placed it there, nor could they ignore the strange pull it exerted on their very souls. Sun Wukong was the first to approach, his staff clutched tightly in his hand. "A mirror," he scoffed, though his voice lacked its usual confidence. "What could this possibly show us?" Tang Sanzang's eyes lingered on the reflective surface, his voice calm but firm. "They say a mirror reflects truth. This one may reveal truths we are not ready to face." Wukong snorted, trying to mask the unease creeping into his chest. "Truth doesn't scare me." The mirror shimmered, as if mocking him, and then its surface darkened. Wukong froze. He saw himself, but not the proud, powerful warrior he had come to believe he was. Instead, he was alone, cast out, unwanted, an image of the arrogant monkey king chained beneath a mountain. The mocking laughter of the heavens echoed in his ears, louder than any battlefield roar. His reflection snarled at him, its eyes wild and full of despair. "No," Wukong growled, gripping his staff tighter. "That's not me. That's not who I am anymore." He struck the ground, the echo reverberating through the chamber, but the mirror didn't flinch. It only showed him his worst fear, a life unredeemed, his existence reduced to chaos and destruction. Wukong staggered back, his confidence cracked. His golden eyes flickered to his companions, but he couldn't bring himself to meet their gazes. Zhu Bajie stepped forward next, his usual bravado faltering. He forced a laugh, the sound hollow in the silence. "If it's just a mirror, what's the harm?" Yet, as he faced the glass, his face drained of color. The mirror showed him surrounded by mountains of food, treasure, and silk-clad beauties. It was everything he had ever wanted, but his reflection was grotesque. His form grew larger and more monstrous, his human features giving way to the snout of a pig. He reached out for the treasures, the food, the women, only for everything to dissolve into ash the moment his fingers brushed them. "No," he cried, his voice breaking. "I'm more than this, I'm better than this." But the mirror didn't waver, reflecting the dark truth he had spent so long ignoring. His greed and lust would destroy him, leaving him with nothing but an empty, endless hunger. Bajie stumbled back, trembling, his usual swagger gone. "It's lying," he muttered, though no one seemed convinced. Sha Wujing approached the mirror with heavy steps, his face calm but wary. The others watched as the surface shimmered and revealed his greatest fear, a battlefield soaked in blood. His own hands, slick with gore, held the blade that had caused it all. His reflection whispered accusations, the voices of those he had failed and betrayed. "Traitor," they hissed. "Murderer." His jaw clenched, his fists trembling at his sides. "I've made peace with my past," he said, his voice steady despite the tears welling in his eyes. Yet the reflection stared back, a reminder of scars that would never truly fade. Tang Sanzang, who had remained silent, finally stepped forward. His disciples looked at him with a mixture of concern and reverence. Surely their master, with his pure heart, would be unshaken. The mirror's surface rippled, and the reflection that appeared was not one of grandeur or peace. It showed Sanzang alone, his companions fallen, their bodies cold and lifeless. He saw himself crumbling to his knees, his prayers unanswered. His reflection whispered cruel doubts, "You have led them to their deaths. Their blood is on your hands." He closed his eyes, his lips moving in silent prayer. But the pain was evident in the way his shoulders shook. His fear was not for himself, but for the weight of his failures, the unbearable thought that his mission might cost the lives of those who had trusted him. The silence grew heavier as the pilgrims stood before the mirror, each of them lost in their own torment. The air felt colder, the room darker. The mirror had laid them bare, stripping away their defenses and forcing them to confront the truths they had buried deep within. Wukong was the first to speak, his voice hoarse but defiant. "That mirror is nothing but lies," he growled, though his trembling hands betrayed him. Tang Sanzang turned to him, his expression gentle but firm. "No, Wukong. It shows what we fear, not what we are. But fear can only control us if we let it." Bajie shook his head, his eyes still fixed on the ground. "What if the mirror is right? What if we're nothing more than our worst selves?" Sanzang placed a hand on Bajie's shoulder, his touch steadying. "The mirror is a test. It shows us our shadows, but shadows cannot exist without light. We are not defined by what we fear, but by how we choose to face it." Wujing, who had been silent, nodded slowly. "The mirror's power lies in making us doubt. But doubt can be overcome." The group stood together, their fear still raw but their resolve growing stronger. One by one, they turned their backs on the mirror, refusing to let it dictate their path. Its surface dimmed, the twisted images fading into nothingness. As they walked away, the chamber seemed to breathe with them, the oppressive weight lifting. They carried their fears with them, but now they bore them as a reminder, not of weakness, but of the strength it took to face the truth and keep moving forward. The air was thin, and each breath felt like fire in their lungs. Jagged cliffs loomed on all sides, casting dark shadows over the pilgrims as they began their climb up Vulture Peak. The path was steep, narrow, and treacherous, winding through a maze of rocks slick with frost. Above them, the summit seemed impossibly distant, shrouded in swirling mist that danced like ghostly fingers. Tang Sanzang paused, leaning against his staff. His face was pale, but his resolve was unbroken. "We must keep moving," he said softly, though the words carried the weight of urgency. Sun Wukong glanced at his master, worry flickering in his golden eyes. "This mountain isn't just stone and ice," he muttered. "I can feel it watching us." They pressed forward, the silence broken only by the crunch of their footsteps and the occasional cry of a distant bird. Every step seemed to bring new challenges, rockslides that sent debris tumbling dangerously close, sudden gusts of wind that threatened to hurl them into the abyss, and the ever-present sense of being hunted. Bajie, lagging behind, wiped sweat from his brow. "This climb is endless," he grumbled. "Are we sure there's even anything up there?" Wujing, who walked behind him, said nothing but kept a steady hand on Bajie's back, nudging him forward when his steps faltered. Then it came, a sound so faint it was almost lost in the wind. A low growl, guttural and menacing. Wukong froze, his ears twitching. "We're not alone," he said, his voice tense. From the shadows, they emerged. Demonic figures clad in black armor, their faces twisted into snarls. Their weapons gleamed in the dim light, sharp and deadly. The leader, a towering figure with horns like a bull, stepped forward and laughed, the sound echoing across the cliffs. "You seek the scriptures?" the demon mocked. "Turn back now, or this mountain will become your grave." Wukong smirked, twirling his staff. "You picked the wrong group to threaten." Without waiting for a response, he leapt forward, a blur of motion. His staff struck with the force of a thunderclap, sending the first demon flying. The battle erupted in chaos. The demons charged, their roars shaking the cliffs. Bajie swung his rake wildly, scattering enemies like leaves, while Wujing moved with precision, his strikes deliberate and unrelenting. Sanzang knelt behind them, clutching his prayer beads. His lips moved in a steady chant, a calm counterpoint to the violence around him. A faint golden light began to emanate from him, forming a protective barrier that shielded them from the demons' onslaught. But the demons were relentless, their numbers seeming to multiply with every wave. For every foe they struck down, two more took its place. The narrow path became a battlefield, littered with the bodies of their enemies. Wukong fought like a storm unleashed, his staff spinning and striking with devastating force. Yet even he began to tire, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "There's no end to them," he shouted. "We have to keep moving." Sanzang called out, his voice steady despite the chaos. "The peak is our goal, not this battle." Bajie groaned, barely dodging a sword swing. "Easier said than done, master." Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled. The demons fell back, their snarls replaced with fearful whispers. From the mist, a new figure appeared, a monstrous creature, its body covered in scales that shimmered like black oil. Its eyes burned with a malevolent red light, and its claws scraped against the stone with an ear-piercing screech. The leader of the demons bowed low before the creature. "Lord Raksha, the intruders dare to climb the sacred peak." Raksha's voice was a hiss, like steam escaping a kettle. "Fools! They will not take a step further." Wukong stepped forward, his staff resting on his shoulder. "Big words for an overgrown lizard," he taunted. "Let's see if you can back them up." Raksha roared, the sound shaking loose rocks from the cliffs. It lunged at Wukong with terrifying speed, its claws slicing through the air. Wukong met the attack head-on, his staff clashing against the beast's claws in a shower of sparks. The others could only watch as the two titans battled, their movements too fast to follow. But the path was crumbling beneath them, the sheer force of their fight threatening to tear the mountain apart. "We can't stay here," Sanzang shouted. "Move, now!" Wujing and Bajie formed a protective wall around their master, fending off the remaining demons as they began to climb again. The path grew steeper, the air colder, but they didn't stop. Behind them, Wukong's battle raged on, his shouts mingling with Raksha's deafening roars. Finally, with a final, earth-shattering blow, Wukong sent Raksha tumbling into the abyss. But the victory came at a cost. The path ahead had collapsed, leaving only a narrow ledge to cling to. Wukong rejoined them, his steps unsteady but his grin intact. "Told you I could handle it," he said, though his exhaustion was clear. The group pressed on, the summit now tantalizingly close. But the climb grew harder, each step more grueling than the last. The air was so thin that every breath felt like a struggle. As they neared the peak, they encountered one final challenge. A massive gate, its surface covered in glowing runes, blocked their way. Before it stood a guardian, a towering figure made of stone, its eyes glowing like embers. "You seek the sacred scriptures," the guardian rumbled, its voice deep and resonant. "Prove your worth." Sanzang stepped forward, his voice calm. "We have faced many trials to reach this place. We are worthy." The guardian's eyes narrowed. "Words mean nothing. Show me your strength." Before anyone could react, it raised its massive arm and brought it crashing down. Wukong leapt into action, his staff meeting the blow with a deafening clang. The others joined the fight, their weapons striking against the unyielding stone. But the guardian was powerful, each of its movements calculated and devastating. It seemed to anticipate their every move, countering with precision. Sanzang closed his eyes, his hands clasped in prayer. The golden light around him grew brighter, spreading to his companions. They felt their strength returning, their spirits renewed. Wukong let out a triumphant cry, his staff glowing with newfound energy. With a mighty swing, he struck the guardian's chest, the impact sending cracked spiderwebbing across its surface. The others followed suit, their combined efforts overwhelming the guardian. With a final, shuddering groan, the guardian crumbled, its body disintegrating into dust. The gate creaked open, revealing the summit of Vulture Peak. The pilgrims stood in awe, their exhaustion forgotten. The sacred mountain had tested them, pushed them to their limits, but they had endured. Together, they stepped forward, ready to face whatever awaited them at the peak. The chamber glowed with an otherworldly light, its walls carved from gleaming white crystal. At the center stood an altar, simple yet profound, radiating an aura of peace and power. The scriptures rested upon it, wrapped in silken cloth that shimmered like a starry sky. But it was not the sacred texts that drew the pilgrims' attention, it was the beings who stood guard. They were unlike anything Tang Sanzang and his companions had ever seen. 7 celestial figures surrounded the altar, each radiating an aura so powerful it made the air hum. Their forms were both human and divine, their faces serene yet watchful, their eyes holding the depth of countless lifetimes. They wore robes that seemed woven from sunlight and moonlight, shifting with every breath like liquid silk. Sun Wukong's hand tightened on his staff. He could feel the weight of their presence pressing down on him, a force that seemed to pierce through his very soul. "So, these are the ones keeping us from the scriptures," he said, his voice steady but wary. One of the celestial beings stepped forward. Their voice was neither male nor female, but something beyond such definitions, calm, resonant, and impossibly ancient. "You have come far," they said, their gaze sweeping over the group. "Few make it to this sacred place. But the scriptures are not yours to take. Not yet." Sanzang took a step forward, his hands clasped in a respectful bow. "We have endured countless trials and temptations to reach this place," he said, his voice filled with quiet determination. "Our purpose is true. We seek these scriptures not for ourselves, but to bring light to the suffering world below." The celestial being regarded him for a long moment. Truth is not so easily claimed. It must be proven, again and again, even in the face of the unimaginable. Another of the guardians spoke, their voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "You have shown courage, strength, and wisdom on your journey. But none of these alone are enough to touch the divine. There is one final trial before you." Without warning, the room shifted. The altar and its guardians vanished, replaced by a vast, featureless expanse. The ground beneath them was smooth as glass, reflecting their images back at them in shimmering detail. The light dimmed, leaving only a pale glow that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Wukong spun around, his staff raised. "What is this trickery?" he demanded, his voice echoing in the empty space. "It is no trick," said the voice of the first guardian, though their form was nowhere to be seen. "You face the test of truth, a trial that reveals the deepest parts of your soul." The reflections beneath their feet began to change. Where once they had seen their own faces, they now saw their fears, their regrets, their failures. Sanzang gasped as he saw himself kneeling in a burning village, surrounded by the cries of the suffering. "I failed them," he whispered, tears streaming down his face. "I wasn't strong enough to save them." Wukong's reflection showed him bound in chains, his once proud form hunched and defeated. The heavens loomed above him, indifferent and distant. "No," he growled, his hands trembling. "That's not me anymore. I broke free." Bajie's image showed him surrounded by gold and food, yet his face was twisted in misery. His reflection reached out to him, its voice mocking. "You'll never be satisfied. No matter how much you take, it will never fill the emptiness inside you." Wujing's reflection was that of a monster, its face scarred and monstrous. It stared back at him with cold, accusing eyes. "This is who you truly are," it said, its voice like a dagger to his heart. "No amount of loyalty can erase your sins." The room seemed to pulse with their pain, each of them trapped in the grip of their deepest insecurities. For a moment, it felt as though the weight of their reflections would crush them. But then Sanzang raised his head. His tears still flowed, but there was a calm strength in his eyes. "I cannot change the past," he said softly. "But I can choose to walk forward, to do what is right now, even if I stumble." His words seemed to ripple through the space, the light growing stronger. Wukong slammed his staff against the ground, shattering the chains in his reflection. I'm not defined by the heavens or by my past, he said, his voice fierce. I am who I choose to be. Bajie looked at the mocking face in his reflection and laughed, a deep, hearty sound that echoed in the empty space. You're right, he said. I've been greedy, selfish, and foolish. But I'm not that man anymore. I have something worth fighting for now. Wujing faced the monstrous figure before him, his expression calm. I cannot deny what I was, he said quietly. But I have chosen to serve, to protect, to be better. That is what defines me. As each of them spoke their truths, the space began to change. The reflections faded, replaced by a warm, golden light. The altar reappeared, along with the celestial beings. The first guardian stepped forward, their expression one of quiet approval. You have faced yourselves and emerged unbroken. The truth is not always beautiful, but it is always necessary. You are worthy. The scriptures shimmered, their light brighter than ever. Sanzang approached the altar with reverence, his heart filled with gratitude and resolve. The guardians stepped aside, their forms dissolving into the light. As the pilgrims stood together before the altar, they felt a sense of peace unlike anything they had ever known. Their journey had tested them in every way possible, but they had endured, and now they were ready. The air was heavy with an unspoken tension, a stillness that carried the weight of something profound. Tang Sanzang stood at the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth and unbroken, reflecting the sky like a mirror. The scriptures were near, within reach, yet the celestial voice that had guided them so far had not spoken the words of final approval. Something more was required. The lake began to ripple, though no wind stirred the air. From its depths rose a figure cloaked in radiance, neither man nor spirit, but something transcendent. The figure's voice was gentle but firm, carrying an authority that made Sanzang bow his head instinctively. You have traveled far, endured trials of the body and spirit, it said, its voice resonating in the stillness. Yet enlightenment demands more than perseverance. To claim the wisdom you seek, you must prove your heart is unshaken by worldly desires. This final test will reveal your truth. Sanzang straightened, his hands clasped in reverence. I am prepared, he said softly, though his heart pounded with uncertainty. The figure gestured, and the lake transformed. Its waters turned dark, swirling with visions that flickered like ghosts. Sanzang saw a scene of warmth and joy, a small village, vibrant with life. Children ran through sunlit fields, laughter ringing out. At the center of it all stood his mother, her face lit with a smile he hadn't seen since he was a boy. Your sacrifice begins with choice, the figure said. This is the life you might have had, the peace that was taken from you. Will you forsake it to walk the path of enlightenment? Sanzang's breath caught in his throat. The vision felt so real, the pull of it so strong. He could hear his mother calling his name, her voice full of love. Tears welled in his eyes. But he knew in his soul, that the peace he sought was not his alone to claim. With a trembling voice, he whispered, I cannot turn back. The suffering of others outweighs my desire for comfort. The vision dissolved like mist, leaving only the dark waters. The celestial figure nodded. You have shown detachment, but sacrifice is not complete without pain. The waters surged again, and another vision appeared. This time, it was Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing. They stood together, their faces marked with worry and fear. Wukong's voice echoed, filled with desperation. Master, we need you. Without you, all is lost. The image tore at Sanzang's heart. These were not mere companions, they were his family, bound together by trials and triumphs. The thought of abandoning them, of leaving them to struggle alone, was unbearable. The figure's voice cut through his turmoil. Will you let go of attachment, even to those you hold most dear? Only in surrender can enlightenment be found. Sanzang's hands clenched into fists, his nails biting into his palms. The pain was sharp, but it was nothing compared to the ache in his chest. He closed his eyes, the memory of his companion's loyalty and love flooding his mind. I trust in their strength, he said at last, his voice breaking. They will find their way, as I must find mine. The vision faded, and the water stilled. For a moment, there was silence, the air heavy with anticipation. Then the figure raised a hand, and the lake began to glow. From its surface rose a final image, one that made Sanzang's blood run cold. It was himself, standing on a high peak, holding the scriptures in his hands. But his face was no longer serene, it was twisted with arrogance, his eyes alight with a hunger for power. Below him, the world burned. People cried out for mercy, but he ignored them, consumed by his own self-righteousness. This is the danger that lies within you, the figure said. The final sacrifice is of the self. To prove your enlightenment, you must surrender not only your desires, but your very identity. Will you give yourself to the greater good, even if it means losing everything you are? The weight of the question crushed Sanzang's spirit. He stared at the vision, his heart heavy with despair. Could he truly let go of himself, the person he had fought so hard to become? He thought of his journey, of the lives they had touched, of the hope that the scriptures promised. Falling to his knees, he pressed his palms together in prayer. If my existence is a barrier to the light, then I give it willingly. Let this life serve the world, even if I am no longer part of it. The moment the words left his lips, the lake erupted with light, brighter than the sun. The figure smiled, its form dissolving into the radiance. You have proven your worth, Tang Sanzang. Enlightenment is not a destination but a path walked with an open heart. Rise, and take the scriptures. They are yours. Sanzang stood, his body trembling but his heart at peace. As the light faded, the waters of the lake returned to their calm, reflecting his image back at him. But he no longer saw the man he once was. He saw someone transformed, someone who had given everything, and gained something greater. The air was electric with a sense of culmination. Tang Sanzang and his companions stood at the foot of a towering staircase carved into the clouds themselves, leading up to the golden pavilion that shimmered against the heavens. It felt as though the very universe held its breath, watching, waiting. Each step was a testament to their faith, their sacrifice, and their unwavering belief in the mission that had brought them to this sacred moment. Sun Wukong's usually fierce expression softened as he looked to Sanzang. Master, he said, his voice uncharacteristically quiet, are you ready? Sanzang nodded but said nothing. His heart felt too full to speak, each beat heavy with the weight of anticipation. The scriptures were there, just beyond those steps, their divine wisdom waiting to be unveiled. Yet, as he took the first step, a strange unease settled over him. What if they had misunderstood the task? What if the journey itself had been the lesson? The staircase seemed endless, each step more luminous than the last. The companions followed in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhu Bajie occasionally glanced back down, his usual bravado replaced with a rare humility. Sha Wujing walked with steady determination, while Wukong kept a sharp gaze on the path ahead, ever vigilant. When they reached the top, the pavilion revealed itself in full glory. Its walls were spun from light, its roof gleaming like molten gold. Inside, a single pedestal held the scrolls, glowing with a warmth that was neither harsh nor blinding but instead seemed to seep into the soul. Sanzang hesitated at the entrance, his hands trembling. It was Sun Wukong who placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Go, master, he said. This is what we came for. Taking a deep breath, Sanzang stepped forward, the soft hum of the scriptures growing louder with each step. As he reached the pedestal, the hum became a melody, a celestial harmony that seemed to sing directly to his heart. Tears welled in his eyes as he knelt before the scrolls. With reverence, he reached out, his fingers brushing the edge of the nearest scroll. The instant he touched it, the world shifted. A wave of light enveloped them all, pulling them into a vast expanse of stars and endless skies. They were no longer in the pavilion but in a space that defied time and place. The scrolls unfurled themselves, their pages alive with moving symbols that shimmered and danced like living beings. The companions gasped as the words began to speak, not aloud, but directly into their minds and hearts. The voice was not a single voice, but a chorus, infinite and boundless. It spoke of love and compassion, of humility and strength, of the unity that binds all beings. It revealed the nature of suffering, not as a punishment but as a teacher. It showed the way to transcendence, not through power or conquest, but through surrender and understanding. For Sun Wukong, the words cut deep. They spoke to his pride, his rage, his relentless need to prove himself. The scriptures showed him a reflection of the world he had once tried to dominate and destroy, and in that reflection, he saw his own vulnerability. He sank to his knees, his fierce heart softened by the realization that true strength lay in protecting, not in overpowering. Zhu Bajie felt a heaviness lift from his chest as the words unraveled the chains of his desires. They revealed to him the hollowness of greed and indulgence, the fleeting nature of pleasure. In its place, they planted a seed of selflessness, a desire to give rather than take. For the first time, he felt free. Sha Wujing stood silently, tears streaming down his face. The scriptures spoke of forgiveness, not only for others, but for oneself. They showed him that the burdens of his past, the guilt and shame he carried, were not insurmountable. He saw the beauty in his scars, the strength they had given him. For Tang Sanzang, the experience was overwhelming. The scriptures illuminated every step of their journey, every trial and triumph. They showed him that faith was not blind obedience, but an unyielding trust in the goodness of all things, even when the path was unclear. They revealed that enlightenment was not an achievement, but a way of being, a light that shines brightest when shared. The light began to fade, and the companions found themselves back in the pavilion. Sanzang still knelt before the scrolls, his hands trembling as he carefully rolled them up. When he turned to his companions, his face was radiant, his eyes filled with a peace that seemed to radiate outward. "We are but carriers," he said softly. "These teachings are not ours to keep but to share. They belong to all who seek them." The companions nodded, their hearts aligned with his words. Sun Wukong stepped forward, his usual bravado tempered with respect. "Then let us carry them with honor," he said. "For those who cannot yet reach this place." As they descended the staircase, the weight of the scriptures was not a burden but a blessing. The celestial voice that had guided them throughout their journey spoke one final time, its tone filled with warmth and pride. "You have proven yourselves worthy not by your strength or wisdom, but by your faith and compassion. Go now, and let the light of these teachings illuminate the world." The companions walked together, the scriptures cradled in Sanzang's arms, their steps lighter than ever before. For though the path ahead was uncertain, they carried within them a truth that could not be shaken. The reward of faith was not in what they had gained, but in what they could now give. The first steps of the return were heavy with an unexpected silence. The sacred scrolls, now bound and carefully packed, seemed to radiate a quiet power that filled the air. Tang Sanzang clutched them to his chest as if afraid they might vanish. Sun Wukong, ever watchful, scanned the horizon, his golden staff gripped tightly. Sha Wujing trudged with steady determination, while Zhu Bajie, for once, didn't complain about the weight of their burdens. But the road home was not the same road they had traveled. It twisted unnaturally, unfamiliar paths cutting through desolate lands, as if the world itself resisted their return. The sun, once a guiding presence, now hid behind a shroud of murky clouds, casting a dim, uncertain light. On the second day, a storm rolled in with no warning. Rain lashed at their faces, and the winds howled as if carrying the cries of vengeful spirits. The companions pressed on, their cloaks soaked and their strength waning. When they reached a small cave for shelter, it was Wukong who noticed the unsettling absence of animal sounds. The usual chatter of birds and rustling of leaves was replaced by an eerie stillness. "There's something watching us," he said, his voice low but firm. Sanzang's hands instinctively tightened around the scrolls. "We must protect these teachings at all costs," he whispered. That night, sleep came fitfully. Wukong sat at the mouth of the cave, his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness as he kept vigil. When the first attack came, it was as swift as a lightning strike, a shadowy figure lunging toward Sanzang. Wukong's staff met it mid-air, sending the attacker sprawling. But it didn't stop there. More figures emerged, their forms flickering like smoke, their eyes glowing with malice. The battle was chaotic. Wukong's staff whirled in blinding arcs, each strike accompanied by the sound of shattering illusions. Sha Wujing fought with disciplined strength, his weapon cutting through the shadows with precision. Zhu Bajie, despite his grumbling, wielded his rake with surprising ferocity, his loud war cries echoing in the cave. Sanzang clung to the scrolls, chanting prayers under his breath. The words seemed to create a protective aura around him, forcing the shadows to recoil whenever they drew near. After what felt like an eternity, the attackers dissipated, their forms dissolving into the night like mist under the morning sun. They weren't real, Wukong said, panting. Illusions meant to scare us. Real or not, Zhu Bajie grumbled, rubbing a bruised shoulder, they hit hard enough. Sanzang looked at his companions, his face pale but resolute. They will keep testing us. We must not falter. The days that followed brought new challenges. Rivers swelled unexpectedly, their bridges washed away. The companions were forced to wade through icy waters, the currents threatening to sweep them off their feet. In the mountains, landslides blocked their paths, forcing them to take treacherous detours along narrow ledges where one misstep could mean death. One evening, as they camped by a sparse grove, a mysterious old man appeared, leaning on a crooked staff. His voice was soft but carried an undeniable authority. "Travelers," he said, his eyes flickering with a strange light, "the scrolls you carry are a treasure, but treasures invite danger. Leave them with me, and I will ensure they reach their destination." Sanzang stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "These scrolls are entrusted to us. It is our duty to deliver them." The old man smiled, but his expression was far from kind. "Duty is a heavy burden, monk. Are you sure you can bear it?" Before Sanzang could reply, Wukong intervened, his staff slamming into the ground. "Enough games. Reveal yourself." The old man's form shimmered and split into a dozen identical figures, each laughing mockingly. They surrounded the companions, their voices overlapping in a cacophony of taunts. The companions braced for another fight, but Sanzang raised a hand. "Wait," he said, his voice calm despite the tension. "This is another test. They seek to break our resolve." Closing his eyes, Sanzang began to chant. His voice rose above the din, each word resonating like a bell. The figures faltered, their laughter fading as the chant grew louder. One by one, they vanished, leaving only the faint scent of incense in the air. Wukong grinned, twirling his staff. "That's the way, master." Their triumphs, however, were bittersweet. Hunger gnawed at their bellies, and exhaustion weighed heavy on their limbs. Doubts crept into their minds during quiet moments, whispering that the journey home might be impossible. One night, as they sat around a meager fire, Zhu Bajie spoke what they had all been thinking. "What if we don't make it? What if these scrolls never reach where they're meant to go?" Sha Wujing placed a hand on his shoulder. "We've come too far to turn back now. We owe it to ourselves, and to everyone who believes in us." Sanzang looked at his companions, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. The scriptures are not just words on a page. They are hope, for us and for others. We will carry them, no matter what. The final stretch of their journey was the most harrowing. As they neared familiar lands, a great fog descended, obscuring their path. Within the fog, they heard voices, pleas for help, cries of pain. Sanzang's compassionate heart ached, but Wukong warned him. "They're not real, master. They're meant to distract us." Sanzang hesitated, his instincts warring with his faith. But when one voice called out, weak and trembling, "Please, help me. I'm lost," he could not ignore it. Against Wukong's protests, Sanzang stepped into the fog. The voices grew louder, more insistent, but he followed the faintest thread of sincerity. When he found the source, it was a frail figure, shivering and afraid. Sanzang reached out, his hand steady despite the swirling fog. As soon as he touched the figure, the fog lifted. The frail figure transformed into a radiant being, their form glowing with light. "You have passed," the being said, their voice echoing like a song. Compassion, even in the face of doubt, is the greatest strength. The fog dissipated entirely, revealing the final stretch of their path. The companions stood together, battered but unbroken, the scrolls safely in their care. The journey home was far from easy, but they carried more than scriptures now. They carried the lessons, the trials, and the unshakable bond forged through their shared struggles. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie silver light over the quiet forest. The pilgrims were camped near a winding river, its waters whispering secrets as they flowed. Tang Sanzang sat closest to the fire, the scriptures resting in a bundle beside him. His gaze lingered on the flames, their flickering dance seeming to mirror the storm of emotions he kept hidden. Sun Wukong leaned against a tree, his golden staff resting across his lap. His sharp eyes darted toward the shadows, scanning for danger. Zhu Bajie snored loudly nearby, his rake within reach, while Sha Wujing kept a silent watch on the opposite side of the camp. As the night deepened, a chilling wind swept through the forest, carrying with it a faint, melodic hum. The sound was strangely soothing, like a lullaby sung by an unseen presence. Tang Sanzang stirred, his tired eyes searching for its source. A figure emerged from the shadows, draped in robes that seemed to shimmer like liquid moonlight. Their face was obscured by a veil, but their voice was clear, smooth, and intoxicating. "Great travelers," the figure said, bowing slightly. "I come in peace. I've heard of your noble mission and wish to offer my aid." Wukong straightened, his eyes narrowing. "Aid? From a stranger in the middle of nowhere? That's convenient." The figure's voice didn't falter. "You've endured so much, faced unimaginable trials. I merely wish to lighten your burden." Sanzang rose slowly, clutching the scriptures protectively. "These scriptures are not ours to give away or share lightly." "Who are you?" The figure stepped closer, and the air grew heavy, almost suffocating. "I am a guardian of lost travelers," they replied. "I've guided many through these lands. I only ask that you rest while I safeguard your precious cargo for the night." Wukong moved like lightning, his staff pointed at the stranger. "Enough lies. Show your true form." The figure laughed softly, the sound chilling and hypnotic. "Such hostility. Must you always fight, great sage? Perhaps your companions feel differently." As the words hung in the air, the figure's veil fluttered away, revealing a face that seemed to shift and change, one moment beautiful and serene, the next haunting and cruel. Each pilgrim saw something different in those eyes. For Tang Sanzang, they reflected a world at peace, his mission fulfilled without the weight of his sacrifices. For Zhu Bajie, they promised comfort and indulgence, a life free of struggle. For Sha Wujing, they offered redemption, his past sins forgiven and forgotten. The figure's gaze lingered on Wukong, but the monkey's expression didn't waver. "Nice try," he snarled. "Your tricks won't work on me." "Tricks?" The figure's voice turned sharper, colder. "I offer freedom from pain, from endless trials. Yet you call it deception?" Sanzang's grip on the scriptures loosened slightly, doubt creeping into his heart. Could it be true, he thought? Could someone else carry this weight? The figure smiled, sensing his hesitation. "You've suffered enough, Tang Sanzang. Let me shoulder this burden. Rest, even if just for one night." But Wukong's voice cut through the haze like a blade. "Master, don't listen. This is another test, and this one aims to tear us apart." The words jolted Sanzang, his hands tightening around the scrolls. "You're right," he murmured, his resolve hardening. "I won't let go of what we've fought so hard to protect." The figure's serene mask cracked, revealing a sinister grin. "Stubborn fools," they hissed. Their shimmering robes dissolved into darkness, and their form twisted into something monstrous, a towering demon with eyes like burning coals and claws that gleamed like daggers. With a deafening roar, the demon lunged for the scriptures. Wukong met the attack head-on, his staff clashing against the demon's claws in a shower of sparks. The ground trembled under their battle, each blow echoing like thunder. Sha Wujing joined the fray, his weapon slicing through the air with precision. Zhu Bajie, though slower, charged with determination, his rake striking heavy blows. The demon's laughter echoed as it dodged and struck back with ferocious speed. Amid the chaos, Sanzang knelt by the fire, cradling the scriptures. His lips moved in prayer, his faith forming an invisible barrier that shielded him from the demon's grasp. "Give up," the demon roared, its voice shaking the trees. "You cannot win." But Wukong's laughter was just as fierce. "You underestimate us," he shouted, spinning his staff with blinding speed. "We've faced worse than you." The demon turned its focus to Sanzang, its eyes blazing with rage. It lunged, but before it could reach him, Wukong leaped into its path, his staff slamming into the demon's chest with a force that sent it sprawling. "Stay away from my master!" Wukong roared, his voice filled with unyielding loyalty. The demon staggered but didn't fall. It raised its claws for another strike, only to be met by a combined attack from Wujing and Bajie. Their weapons struck true, forcing the demon to retreat with a howl of frustration. As the demon faltered, Sanzang's prayer reached its crescendo. A radiant light erupted from the scriptures, illuminating the forest and driving the shadows away. The demon screeched, its form dissolving into wisps of smoke. When the light faded, the forest was silent once more. The companions stood together, their breaths heavy but their spirits unbroken. Sanzang looked at each of them, his eyes glistening with gratitude. "You've all protected me, and the scriptures, with everything you have. I couldn't ask for better companions." Wukong grinned, twirling his staff. "It's what we do, master." Zhu Bajie smirked, though his voice carried genuine warmth. "Well, I wasn't going to let some overgrown shadow steal our hard work." Sha Wujing nodded, his quiet strength speaking louder than words. As they resumed their trek, the weight of the scriptures seemed lighter, not because their burden had lessened, but because their unity had grown stronger. The path ahead was still uncertain, but together, they were unstoppable. The city gates loomed large, weathered by time but steadfast in their silent vigil. Tang Sanzang stood before them, the weight of his journey etched into his face, his hand still clutching the sacred scriptures. The morning sun bathed the walls in gold, as if welcoming him home. Behind him, Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Sha Wujing gazed at the familiar skyline with a mixture of exhaustion and pride. A faint murmur rippled through the crowd gathering near the gates. People had heard of their return, whispers of their harrowing trials spreading like wildfire. As the gates creaked open, the noise swelled into cheers, awe, and disbelief. Sanzang stepped forward, his heart heavy with the enormity of the moment. The crowd parted as he walked, children clutching their mothers' robes, wide-eyed and curious. Merchants paused in their transactions, bowing their heads as the pilgrims passed. Every step brought memories rushing back, battles fought, lessons learned, sacrifices made. The people saw only a victorious return, but Sanzang carried the scars of every loss, every moment of doubt. In the center of the city, an old monk emerged from a modest temple. His eyes were sharp, his posture straight despite his age. He approached Sanzang and knelt, tears brimming in his eyes. "You've done what no one else could," the monk said, his voice trembling. "You've brought the light of truth to our people." Sanzang placed a gentle hand on the monk's shoulder. "It was not me alone," he replied. "Without my companions, this would have been impossible." Wukong, leaning casually on his staff, smirked. "Don't get too sentimental, master. We're all still in one piece, aren't we?" The monk's eyes flickered to the bundle in Sanzang's arms. "The scriptures," he whispered. "May I see them?" Sanzang hesitated for a moment, then slowly unwrapped the cloth. The scriptures gleamed, their golden script shimmering as if alive. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The sight of the sacred texts, real and tangible, sent waves of reverence washing over everyone present. The monk touched the edge of the scroll reverently. "These words will change everything." Sanzang nodded, his voice steady but filled with emotion. "They are more than words. They hold a path to peace, compassion, and understanding. But they are only as powerful as those willing to embrace their teachings." The monk rose, his expression resolute. Then let us begin. Over the following days, the scriptures were placed in the heart of the temple. Monks, scholars, and villagers gathered to hear Sanzang recite passages, his voice carrying the profound wisdom of each verse. The words spoke of kindness to all beings, of humility in the face of power, and of the unyielding strength found in unity. Children sat cross-legged at their parents' feet, their eyes alight with wonder as they absorbed stories of forgiveness and courage. Farmers and tradespeople found solace in the verses, their burdens momentarily lifted as they listened. Even the skeptical, the hardened soldiers, the cynical merchants, found their hearts softened as the teachings unfolded. But the scriptures did more than inspire. They sparked action. Villagers began mending old feuds, offering help to those in need. Monks ventured into the poorest neighborhoods, sharing food and kindness with those who had long been forgotten. The teachings flowed through the streets like a gentle river, transforming the city one act at a time. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Sanzang stood outside the temple, watching the people. Wukong joined him, his mischievous grin tempered by a rare moment of seriousness. "You've done it, Master," Wukong said. "Look at them. They're changing." Sanzang's gaze remained on the crowd. "It's not me. It's the scriptures. They hold a power far greater than any of us." Wukong's laugh was soft, almost wistful. "Maybe. But you carried them here. That counts for something." Nearby, Zhu Bajie sat on the temple steps, munching on a steamed bun. He waved at a group of children who giggled and ran off. "Not bad, huh?" he said through a mouthful of food. "Feels good to see something good come out of all that mess." Sha Wujing nodded, his quiet presence as steady as ever. It was worth it. But not everyone was at peace. One night, a storm rolled in, fierce and unrelenting. Lightning illuminated the temple, casting eerie shadows on its walls. Sanzang awoke to the sound of pounding rain and voices raised in alarm. He hurried outside, finding Wukong and the others staring at the temple doors. "They tried to steal the scriptures," Wukong said, his voice sharp. Inside, they found a man cowering near the altar, his hands trembling. He looked up, his face pale. "Forgive me," he pleaded. "I didn't want to do it, but they said they'd harm my family if I didn't bring the scrolls." Sanzang knelt beside him, his expression calm. "Who threatened you?" The man's eyes filled with tears. "Bandits in the hills. They heard of the scriptures and think they hold treasure." Wukong clenched his staff. "Let me deal with them." But Sanzang shook his head. "No. Violence will only breed more violence." The next morning, the pilgrims led a group to the hills. The bandits were waiting, armed and menacing. Their leader sneered as the pilgrims approached. "Come to hand over the treasure?" Sanzang stepped forward, unarmed and unafraid. "These scriptures are not gold or jewels. They are wisdom, and they belong to all who seek them." The bandits laughed, but Sanzang's voice cut through their mockery. "Take them, if you must. But know this, they will do you no good unless you understand their message." The leader hesitated, the weight of Sanzang's words pressing against his bravado. Finally, he lowered his weapon. "What kind of treasure is this?" Sanzang opened the bundle, revealing the scrolls. He began to read aloud, his voice carrying the teachings of compassion and redemption. The bandits listened, their hardened faces softening as the words reached them. When he finished, the leader spoke quietly. "I've done terrible things. Can these teachings forgive even me?" Sanzang placed a hand on the man's shoulder. "Forgiveness begins within. These teachings are a guide, but the path is yours to walk." The bandits laid down their weapons, their greed replaced by a flicker of hope. The scriptures had transformed even them, proving their power to reach the darkest hearts. As Sanzang and his companions returned to the city, the rain cleared, and the sun broke through the clouds. The people lined the streets, their cheers echoing with gratitude and newfound faith. The scriptures had found their home, not in the temple alone, but in the hearts of those who listened, learned, and lived by their teachings. And though the journey had ended, its impact would ripple through the ages, carried forward by the hands and hearts of the people. The sky was heavy with twilight, a deep indigo hue brushing against the horizon as the final rays of sunlight surrendered to the night. The temple courtyard was quiet, the only sounds coming from the rustling leaves and the soft murmurs of monks deep in meditation. Sun Wukong stood apart from the others, his staff resting against a stone pillar, his golden eyes gazing at the stars that were just beginning to pierce through the darkening sky. For a being as restless as the Monkey King, stillness was never a natural state. Yet tonight, something held him in place, as if the heavens themselves were waiting for him. His thoughts wandered to the countless battles he had fought, the mischief he had stirred, the chaos he had unleashed. But deeper still, he remembered the pain, the weight of his arrogance, the bitterness of his imprisonment under the mountain, and the shame that came with realizing the harm he had caused. He clenched his fists, his sharp nails digging into his palms. Redemption was a word that had eluded him for so long, a prize he once thought beneath him. But now, as the journey's trials and lessons pressed heavily on his heart, he wondered if he had finally earned it. Could a creature born of stone and rebellion truly rise above his past? A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Wukong. He turned to see Tang Sanzang approaching, his robes glowing faintly in the moonlight. The monk's expression was serene, but his eyes held a depth that pierced through Wukong's defenses. Master, Wukong said, his tone gruff but respectful. What are you doing out here? Sanzang smiled. I might ask you the same. But I suspect I already know. Wukong snorted, crossing his arms. You think you know everything, don't you? I know you've changed, Sanzang replied simply. And I know the heavens have seen it too. Wukong laughed, a sharp, cynical sound. The heavens? They only remember my rebellion, my defiance. They punished me for daring to be free. And yet, here you are, Sanzang said, stepping closer. Not as a rebel, but as a protector. Not as a tyrant, but as a servant of justice. You fought for something greater than yourself, Wukong. That is what the heavens see. The Monkey King's bravado faltered, his gaze dropping to the ground. He didn't respond, but Sanzang could see the conflict swirling within him. Come, Sanzang said softly. There is something waiting for you. Reluctantly, Wukong followed him to the temple steps, where Zhu Bajie and Sha Wujing were already waiting. Both looked up as they approached, and their faces lit with something between awe and curiosity. Before them, the air shimmered, a golden light growing brighter with each passing moment. It was warm, not searing, and it seemed to hum with a melody that touched the soul. What is this? Wukong asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Sanzang gestured toward the light. Step forward, Wukong. He hesitated, his heart pounding in his chest. But the light seemed to pull him, as if it had been waiting for him all along. Slowly, he stepped into its glow. The warmth enveloped him, not burning but cleansing, peeling away layers of guilt, pain, and anger he hadn't even realized he still carried. Memories surged to the surface, his riotous days in the celestial court, the humiliation of being trapped under the mountain, the countless moments of rebellion and defiance. But alongside them came the memories of his growth, the battles he had fought for his companions, the times he had put their lives above his own, the lessons he had learned from Sanzang's unwavering compassion. The light seemed to speak, though no words were uttered. It showed him what he had been and what he had become. It asked him not to deny his past, but to embrace it as part of the path that had led him here. Tears pricked Wukong's eyes, an emotion so foreign to him that he almost resisted it. But he let them fall, each tear carrying away a piece of the burden he had borne for centuries. As the light grew brighter, it seemed to lift him, his body becoming weightless, his soul unshackled. Then, with a sudden burst of brilliance, the light receded. Wukong stood there, transformed. His fur, once wild and unruly, gleamed with a golden hue. A faint aura surrounded him, not overpowering but radiant with serenity and strength. He looked at his hands, then back at his companions, who stared at him with wide eyes. What just happened? Zhu Bajie stammered. Sanzang stepped forward, his face alight with pride. Sun Wukong, the heavens have recognized your journey, your growth, your redemption. You have ascended. Wukong blinked, the words sinking in. Ascended? You mean? You have been elevated to Buddhahood, Sanzang said. You are no longer just the Monkey King. You are a beacon of enlightenment. Wukong's first instinct was to laugh, to dismiss it as some cosmic joke. But as he looked at his companions, at their expressions of joy and awe, he realized it was real. He felt it, not a sense of superiority, but a profound peace, a connection to something far greater than himself. Buddhahood, he murmured. The word felt strange on his tongue, yet it resonated in his heart. Sha Wujing stepped forward, bowing deeply. You have earned this, Wukong. No one deserves it more. Zhu Bajie scratched his head, his usual humor softened. Guess you're not just a rowdy monkey anymore, huh? Wukong smirked, a flicker of his old mischief returning. Don't get used to it. I'm still me. But as he said it, he knew it wasn't entirely true. He was still Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, the great sage equal to heaven. But he was also something more. He was a protector, a servant of truth, a bearer of light. And for the first time in his long, tumultuous life, he felt whole. The night sky seemed to shimmer with approval, the stars burning brighter as if celebrating his transformation. Wukong turned his gaze upward, a quiet smile playing on his lips. For all his strength, for all his cunning, this was the greatest victory he had ever achieved. And it was not won with his staff or his fists, but with his heart. The wind carried a faint scent of earth and blossoms, a subtle promise of change. Zhu Bajie stood at the edge of the forest, the shadows of the trees stretching long and thin in the golden light of dawn. He had always loved mornings like these, the world caught between rest and waking, a time when anything felt possible. But today, the air carried something heavier, an anticipation that made his heart ache with a mixture of fear and hope. For all his bluster, Bajie had never been one to dwell on the past. Yet, as he stood there, his thoughts drifted unbidden to the many faces of his journey, the mistakes, the greed, the moments of weakness that had defined him for so long. He thought of his companions, their patience and forgiveness despite his endless complaints and selfishness. Most of all, he thought of the countless times he had fallen short and wondered if he had ever truly changed. Bajie. The voice came soft but firm, pulling him from his reverie. He turned to see Tang Sanzang approaching, his steps quiet but purposeful. The monk's face, always calm and kind, held a seriousness that sent a shiver through Bajie's core. Master, Bajie said, his voice breaking slightly. Is it time? Sanzang nodded, his gaze steady. The heavens have called for you. It is time to face your reckoning. Bajie swallowed hard, his bravado faltering. Reckoning, huh? Sounds ominous. What if I fail? You won't fail, Sanzang said, his voice unwavering. The lessons you've learned, the heart you've shown, they have not gone unnoticed. Bajie's laugh was short, bitter. Lessons? Heart? All I've done is eat too much, complain too loud, and run away when things got tough. And yet, you always came back, Sanzang said. You stayed when it mattered. You fought when it counted. That is why the heavens have not given up on you. Bajie didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the horizon. The forest stretched out before him, the path winding and uncertain. He took a deep breath, the air filling his lungs with a strange mix of calm and trepidation. All right, he muttered, gripping the rake that had been his weapon and companion through so many battles. Let's get this over with. The path was quiet at first, the only sounds the crunch of his steps and the rustle of leaves overhead. But soon, the air began to change. It grew warmer, heavier, as if the forest itself were holding its breath. Shadows danced on the edges of his vision, shapes that flickered and vanished before he could focus on them. Then came the voices. Soft at first, like whispers carried on the wind, but growing louder with each step. They spoke of his past, mocking and cruel. Zhu Bajie, the glutton, the coward. What makes you think you're worthy of anything? You've done nothing but take. Your greed is boundless, your loyalty a sham. You'll never change. You'll always be the same selfish fool. Bajie's steps faltered, the weight of the words pressing down on him like a physical force. His hands trembled, his grip on the rake slipping. The voices weren't wrong. He had been all those things and worse. How could he argue with the truth? But then, another voice emerged, quiet and hesitant, but unmistakably his own. You're right. I've been selfish. I've made mistakes. But I've also tried. I've tried to be better. The whispers hissed in anger, but Bajie stood his ground. He closed his eyes, taking a shaky breath. I'm not perfect. I never will be. But I've learned to care for others, to put them before myself. That has to count for something. The air grew still, the voices fading into silence. Bajie opened his eyes to find himself standing in a clearing bathed in golden light. At its center stood a figure, radiant and serene, their presence both overwhelming and comforting. Zhu Bajie, the figure said, their voice like a song carried on the wind. You have faced your truth and accepted it. That is the first step toward redemption. Bajie's knees buckled, and he dropped to the ground, his head bowed. I don't know if I deserve redemption, he said, his voice thick with emotion. But I want it. I want to be better. The figure smiled, their light growing brighter. You have proven your sincerity. The heavens grant you another chance. A warmth spread through Bajie, not from the outside but from within. It was as if his very soul were being cleansed, the stains of his past mistakes washed away. He felt lighter, freer, as though a burden he hadn't even realized he was carrying had been lifted. When the light faded, Bajie found himself alone in the clearing. But he was not the same. His form was different, his features softer, more human. He touched his face, his hands trembling. The coarse fur was gone, replaced by smooth skin. He felt a strange pang of loss, but also a sense of peace. He turned to see Sanzang, Wukong, and Sha Wujing standing at the edge of the clearing, their faces filled with awe and joy. Bajie walked toward them, each step feeling like a new beginning. Bajie, Sanzang said, his voice filled with pride. You have been reborn. The heavens have granted you a new life, one free of the burdens of your past. Bajie looked at his hands, then at his companions. A tear slipped down his cheek, but this time, it was not from sadness. I'll make it worth it, he said, his voice steady. I promise. Wukong smirked, clapping him on the back. About time, you old pig. Maybe now you'll stop whining. Bajie laughed, a sound full of relief and joy. Don't count on it, monkey. The group laughed together, the tension and fear of the journey melting away. For the first time in what felt like forever, Bajie felt truly at peace. He had been given a second chance, and he was determined to make the most of it. The lake was still, a perfect mirror reflecting the endless expanse of the sky above. Sha Wujing stood at its edge, his reflection gazing back at him, the ripples of his past slowly fading into the tranquil waters. His hands, once calloused from years of carrying burdens, rested loosely by his sides, and for the first time in centuries, they felt light. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the faint scent of lotus blossoms, a reminder of peace that had once seemed so unattainable. He knelt down, his knees pressing into the soft earth, and cupped the water in his hands. It shimmered under the pale light, and as he let it slip through his fingers, he felt as though he were releasing something far heavier than water. The pain of exile, the shame of his fall, the haunting memories of his deeds, all seemed to flow away with the gentle current. The voice came as soft as the breeze, yet it carried the weight of eternity. Sha Wujing, have you found what you sought? He turned, his heart steady, to face the figure that stood a short distance away. Clad in flowing robes that seemed to shimmer like sunlight on water, the celestial messenger's face was serene, unreadable. Wujing nodded, his voice quiet but firm. I have found peace. The messenger approached, their footsteps making no sound. And do you understand now why you were cast down from the heavens? Wujing lowered his gaze, the memories still raw despite the peace he had found. I was proud. Angry. I let my pain blind me to the path I was meant to walk. I lost sight of my purpose. The messenger's expression softened. And now? Now, Wujing said, rising to his feet, I understand that purpose is not given, it is created. I was so consumed by what I thought was taken from me that I failed to see what I could still give. The messenger nodded, their approval evident. You have walked a path of hardship, but through it, you have rediscovered your truth. The heavens welcome you back, not as a servant bound by duty, but as one who serves with a willing heart. Wujing closed his eyes, the weight of those words settling over him. He had spent so long believing that he was beyond redemption, that his fall had defined him. But now, he saw that it was not the fall that mattered, it was the climb, the journey back to himself. The scene shifted as the messenger gestured, and in an instant, they were no longer by the lake. Instead, Wujing found himself standing before the Jade Palace, its towering gates gleaming with an ethereal light. He had once walked these halls with pride, a celestial warrior revered and unyielding. But now, as he approached, he felt no pride, only humility and gratitude. The gates opened slowly, the sound like a deep sigh, and a figure stepped forward to greet him. It was his former commander, the general of the celestial army, whose stern face now bore a faint smile. Sha Wujing, the general said, his voice like rolling thunder. You return not as the warrior you once were, but as something greater. You have earned your place among us once more. Wujing knelt, not out of obligation, but out of respect. I return to serve, not because I must, but because I wish to. The general extended a hand, pulling Wujing to his feet. Then come. There is much to be done. As they walked through the palace, Wujing felt the familiar hum of the celestial energy coursing through the air. But it no longer filled him with a sense of superiority. Instead, it reminded him of his responsibility, a power meant to protect and nurture, not to dominate. They reached a grand chamber where other celestial beings were gathered, their faces lighting up at the sight of Wujing. He saw recognition in their eyes, not of the fallen warrior he had been, but of the man he had become. One by one, they greeted him, their words warm and sincere. In the center of the chamber stood a great basin, its waters shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse in time with the universe itself. The general gestured toward it. This is the pool of reflection. Before you resume your duties, it is tradition to gaze into its depths and reaffirm your purpose. Wujing stepped forward, the basin's glow illuminating his face. As he looked into the water, images began to form, fragments of his journey. He saw himself trudging through the desert with his companions, their laughter and arguments weaving a bond stronger than any chain. He saw the countless lives they had touched along the way, the small acts of kindness that had rippled outward like stones cast into a pond. But then the images shifted, showing him moments he had long tried to forget. His anger, his mistakes, the harm he had caused. He braced himself for the shame, but instead, he felt something unexpected, understanding. Those moments were not weights to drag him down, they were lessons, painful but necessary. They were the fires that had tempered him, the trials that had shaped the man he was now. As the images faded, the water stilled, and Wujing saw his reflection staring back at him. For the first time, he did not see a fallen warrior or a disgraced immortal. He saw himself, a being capable of both great mistakes and great change. He turned to the gathered celestials, his voice steady and clear. I am ready. The chamber erupted in light, a wave of warmth and energy washing over him. The celestial beings raised their voices in a harmonious chant, their words weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Wujing felt the energy coursing through him, not as a burden, but as a gift. When the light subsided, he stood taller, his presence radiant but grounded. The general placed a hand on his shoulder. Welcome back, Sha Wujing. Wujing bowed his head, a smile playing on his lips. It is good to be home. As he stepped out onto the palace's grand balcony, the heavens stretched out before him, vast and endless. But this time, he did not feel small or lost. He felt a part of something greater, a thread in the intricate tapestry of existence. The stars above seemed to shimmer more brightly, as if welcoming him back. And as Wujing gazed out at the celestial expanse, he knew that his purpose was not a destination, but a path, one he would walk with humility, strength, and an open heart. The candle flickered, casting soft shadows across the room. Tang Sanzang knelt before the altar, his hands pressed together in silent prayer. The sacred scriptures rested before him, their golden threads glinting faintly in the warm light. Yet, despite the years of trials that had led him here, his heart was not at ease. He closed his eyes, his breath steady but waited, and the whispers of his long journey filled his mind. Faces emerged from the darkness of memory, those he had helped, those he had lost, and those who had fought beside him. Their voices blended into a chorus of gratitude and pain, joy and sorrow. The weight of their stories sat heavily upon him. For so long, he had believed his purpose was singular, to bring the scriptures back to his homeland. But now that they were here, another question loomed over him, one that refused to be silenced. Why had he been chosen for this path? The room seemed to grow still, as if the universe itself paused to listen. His thoughts swirled like leaves caught in a storm, and the answers he sought felt just out of reach. He pressed his palms tighter, his fingers trembling slightly. "I have done what was asked," he whispered. "But have I truly understood?" The silence deepened, stretching until it became a presence in itself. And then, from somewhere within the quiet, a memory surfaced, one he had long pushed aside. He was a young boy again, sitting beneath the Bodhi tree in his village, his small hands tracing the lines of an ancient text. His teacher's voice echoed softly, "Wisdom is not in the words, but in the heart that reads them." He opened his eyes, his breath catching in his chest. The scriptures before him glowed faintly, their presence almost alive. Slowly, he reached out and placed his hands on the sacred text. The moment his fingers touched the cover, a warmth spread through him, gentle yet insistent. It was as though the scriptures were speaking to him, not in words, but in feelings, in truths that defied language. The room dissolved around him, replaced by a vast expanse of light. He stood alone in the infinite space, the scriptures now floating before him. Their golden glow pulsed like a heartbeat, and as he gazed at them, he felt his own heart synchronize with their rhythm. A voice, neither male nor female, echoed in the emptiness. "Tang Sanzang, why do you seek enlightenment?" The question struck him like a thunderclap, reverberating through his very soul. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. He had asked himself this question countless times, but now it was laid bare before him, undeniable and inescapable. His voice broke. "I sought to fulfill my duty. To bring peace to the suffering. To honor the teachings." The light around him dimmed slightly, as if waiting for more. He took a shuddering breath. "But now I see. I see that I sought to escape. From doubt. From pain. From the questions I was too afraid to ask." The scriptures began to unfold, their pages turning slowly, each one radiating a golden light. Images appeared on the pages, scenes from his journey. He saw himself standing on a mountainside, his companions battling demons while he prayed for guidance. He saw the villagers they had saved, their faces alight with hope. He saw the moments of his own despair, when he had doubted his ability to lead. And then he saw something unexpected. Himself, sitting in quiet meditation, surrounded by his companions. There was no struggle, no chaos, only stillness. The light in the image seemed to pulse gently, and for the first time, he understood. Enlightenment was not in the destination, but in the journey. Not in the scriptures, but in the act of carrying them, of living their teachings. The voice returned, softer now. "Do you see, Tang Sanzang?" He nodded, his tears falling freely. "I see that enlightenment is not something to be achieved. It is something to be lived. In every moment, in every breath, in every choice." The light enveloped him, warm and all-encompassing. It felt like an embrace, like the universe itself was holding him. The scriptures floated back to his hands, and as he held them close, he felt their weight transform. They were no longer a burden, but a promise to live with compassion, wisdom, and humility. When he opened his eyes, he was back in the room, the candle still flickering softly. But everything felt different. The air was lighter, the shadows softer, the silence more profound. He looked down at the scriptures, their golden threads now glowing with a gentle warmth. He bowed deeply, his forehead touching the ground. In that moment, he understood his role. It was not to impose the teachings upon others, but to embody them. To live as an example, to share not just the words, but the spirit of the scriptures. To plant the seeds of wisdom and let them grow in their own time. As dawn broke, the first light of day spilled into the room, casting a golden hue over everything. Tang Sanzang rose to his feet, the scriptures held close to his heart. He stepped outside, the cool morning air washing over him, and for the first time, he felt truly free. The people of the city had gathered, their eyes filled with anticipation. They had heard of the sacred texts, of the journey that had brought them here. But as Tang Sanzang stood before them, he did not speak of his trials or his achievements. Instead, he spoke of the lessons he had learned, the truths that had unfolded along the way. He spoke of compassion, not as a grand ideal, but as a daily practice. Of wisdom, not as something to be possessed, but as something to be shared. Of enlightenment, not as a distant goal, but as a way of being. The crowd listened, their hearts moved not by his words, but by the authenticity of his presence. They saw a man who had walked through fire and emerged not unscathed, but transformed. A man who carried the weight of the scriptures not as a burden, but as a blessing. And as Tang Sanzang finished speaking, a quiet stillness settled over the crowd. It was the kind of silence that spoke louder than any applause, a silence filled with understanding and hope. Tang Sanzang looked out at the faces before him, and for the first time, he felt no need to seek answers. For he had found what he had been searching for all along, not in the heavens, nor in the scriptures, but within himself. The heavens shimmered with a brilliance that seemed to pulse with life itself. Stars scattered across the boundless sky like jewels on velvet, their light mingling with ethereal golden clouds that swirled gently, as if drawn by unseen hands. The air was rich with the hum of celestial melodies, a symphony so perfect that it brought tears to mortal and immortal eyes alike. At the heart of the heavens stood the celestial court, an awe-inspiring palace that stretched endlessly upward, its walls alive with shifting hues of silver and gold. The gates, massive and adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, glowed with an inner light. Tonight, they were thrown open wide, their radiance spilling out into the cosmos, announcing an occasion so rare that even the stars seemed to pause in their eternal dance. Inside, the hall gleamed like liquid light, its floors of translucent crystal reflecting the grandeur above. Immortals of every kind filled the vast space, their robes shimmering with colors that mortal eyes could scarcely comprehend. The air buzzed with anticipation, for this was no ordinary gathering. It was a celebration to honor the success of a mission that had shaken heaven and earth. A sudden stillness swept through the crowd as the Jade Emperor himself, seated on a throne of resplendent light, raised his hand. His presence was both overwhelming and gentle, a paradox of divinity. His gaze swept over the assembly, his expression unreadable yet imbued with the weight of ages. Then, he spoke, his voice carrying the resonance of creation itself. "Tonight, we honor those who have endured the trials of the mortal and the divine," he said, his words flowing like a stream, soothing yet profound. "Bring them forth." The doors at the far end of the hall opened slowly, revealing the pilgrims. Tang Sanzang stepped forward first, his saffron robes playing against the dazzling splendor of the court, yet his presence was commanding. He moved with the grace of a man who had found peace, his every step purposeful. Behind him came Sun Wukong, his golden staff resting on his shoulder, his head held high with pride that sparkled in his mischievous eyes. Zhu Bajie followed, a trace of humility softening his usual bravado, while Sha Wujing brought up the rear, his quiet dignity as steady as the mountains he had once traversed. As they entered, the celestial beings erupted into applause, not with clapping, but with a wave of light and music that swept through the hall like a tidal wave. It was a sound that could not be described, only felt, resonating deep within the soul. The pilgrims paused, momentarily overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of the welcome. Tang Sanzang bowed low before the Jade Emperor, his companions following suit. "Your Majesty," he said, his voice steady yet humble, "the scriptures have been delivered. The teachings of enlightenment now rest among the people." The Jade Emperor nodded, his gaze filled with an emotion that was both paternal and reverent. "You have done what few could even dare to attempt," he said. "And in doing so, you have not only brought the scriptures to the mortal world, but also proven the strength of virtue, courage, and unity." The hall erupted again, a cascade of celestial energy swirling around the pilgrims. Sun Wukong smirked, unable to hide his pride, though his tail twitched with nervous energy. Zhu Bajie grinned, basking in the attention, while Sha Wujing bowed his head, his calm demeanor hiding the flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Then came the music. It began softly, a single note that seemed to rise from the heart of the cosmos. It grew, layer upon layer, as instruments of divine craftsmanship joined in, a harp that shimmered with starlight, flutes that sang with the breath of the wind, drums that echoed the heartbeat of the universe. The music was not just heard, it was felt, coursing through every fiber of existence. As the melody swirled, the room transformed. The walls dissolved into an expanse of stars, and the floor became a river of light. The immortals began to move, their forms shifting and flowing like the tides. This was not mere dancing, it was a celebration that transcended the physical, a communion of spirits rejoicing in harmony. Sun Wukong couldn't help himself. He leaped into the air, twirling his staff with a flair that sent sparks flying. His laughter rang out, unrestrained and pure, and for once, no one scolded him. Zhu Bajie, inspired by the moment, joined in with his own clumsy yet endearing attempt at dance, his movements eliciting good-natured laughter from the crowd. Even Sha Wujing allowed himself a rare smile as he watched his companions. Tang Sanzang stood at the center, his hands clasped in prayer, his face illuminated by the light around him. But even he could not resist the pull of the music. Slowly, he began to move, his gestures fluid and graceful, as though the teachings of the scriptures were flowing through him, expressing themselves in motion. The Jade Emperor raised his hand again, and the music softened, though it did not stop. He turned to Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, who stood by his side, her presence radiating compassion. "What shall be their reward?" he asked. Guanyin stepped forward, her voice like the gentle rustling of leaves. "Their reward is not in riches or titles, but in what they have become. Tang Sanzang has found enlightenment. Sun Wukong has risen above his rebellious nature to become a protector of righteousness. Zhu Bajie has learned humility, and Sha Wujing has embraced his strength with peace. They are already rewarded." The Jade Emperor smiled, his approval shining like a second sun. "Then let this celebration be their crowning glory." The festivities continued, growing ever more vibrant. The celestial beings offered their blessings to the pilgrims, their words filled with admiration and gratitude. The air buzzed with stories of the journey, of the battles fought and the lessons learned. Each word carried a weight that only those who had lived it could truly understand. As the celebration reached its zenith, a brilliant beam of light descended into the hall. It enveloped the pilgrims, lifting them gently into the air. The crowd fell silent, watching in awe as the light shimmered around them, filling the space with a warmth that was both radiant and tender. For a moment, time itself seemed to pause. The pilgrims looked at one another, their gazes filled with unspoken understanding. They had been through so much, together and apart, and now, in this moment of unity, they felt the true meaning of their journey. It was not just about the scriptures or the trials they had faced. It was about the bonds they had forged, the growth they had experienced, and the light they had brought into the world. As the light faded, the pilgrims descended gently to the ground. The music swelled one last time, a crescendo that seemed to carry their triumph to the farthest reaches of the cosmos. And then, slowly, the hall quieted, the celebration settling into a soft, luminous peace. The celestial court watched as the pilgrims stood together, their faces glowing not just with the light of the heavens, but with the light within themselves. The fire crackled softly in the still night, its flickering light dancing across the faces of the four companions. The air was cool, filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant hum of life settling into the darkness. Tang Sanzang sat cross-legged on the ground, his saffron robes pooling around him like ripples of sunlight. In his hand, he held a small, unassuming scroll, a fragment of the scriptures they had carried through impossible trials. The others sat nearby. Sun Wukong leaned against his staff, his sharp eyes staring into the flames, lost in thought. Zhu Bajie, quieter than usual, fiddled absently with a piece of grass, his shoulders slumped as if weighed down by invisible burdens. Sha Wujing's face was serene, but his gaze was distant, his calloused hands folded neatly in his lap. Tang Sanzang's voice broke the silence, soft but steady, like a stream cutting through stone. What do you think we have truly gained from this journey? The question hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Sun Wukong snorted, though the sound lacked its usual bite. We've gained bruises, scars, and stories no one will believe, he said, but his tone softened as he added, and perhaps something more. Zhu Bajie sighed, his usual bravado giving way to an unexpected vulnerability. I think I've learned what it means to carry my flaws without letting them define me. Before all this, I was a mess, a glutton, a fool. Every time I stumbled, I thought I'd never get back up. But each time, you all helped me, even when I didn't deserve it. He looked up, his eyes meeting Tang Sanzang's. You taught me that forgiveness is not a gift for the perfect, but a chance for the flawed to grow. And I want to be worthy of that chance. The monk nodded, his expression warm and full of understanding. True change begins with humility, he said. And humility often comes from the hardest lessons. Sha Wujing's voice, deep and steady, added to the quiet reflection. I was angry when we began. Angry at my banishment, at my lot in life, at the unfairness of it all. That anger was like a storm inside me, endless and unyielding. But through each trial, I found moments of calm, moments where I could see past the rage to what truly mattered. He gestured toward the scriptures. Peace is not the absence of struggle, but the ability to find stillness within it. I understand that now. The flames crackled louder, as if to punctuate his words. Sun Wukong, who had been silent for longer than anyone expected, finally spoke. His voice was quieter than usual, the mischievous lilt replaced by something deeper. I spent so long rebelling against everything, rules, authority, even fate. I thought strength was all I needed, that power could solve anything. But it wasn't enough, was it? His fingers tightened around his staff, the golden sheen catching the firelight. I've learned that strength without purpose is just chaos. And purpose comes from protecting something greater than yourself. You three, this mission, you gave me that purpose. For the first time in my life, I'm not just fighting for myself. And that feels right. Tang Sanzang watched them, his heart full. You've all grown in ways that words cannot capture, he said. And so have I. When we began, I thought enlightenment was a solitary path, one I had to walk alone. But I've realized that true wisdom lies not in isolation but in connection, in the bonds we forge, the compassion we show, the love we give. He held up the scroll, its edges worn from the journey. These scriptures are a guide, but the lessons we've lived are just as sacred. They remind us that enlightenment is not a destination but a way of being, a choice we make every day. The group fell silent again, each lost in their own thoughts. The fire burned lower, its embers glowing like tiny stars scattered across the earth. After a while, Zhu Bajie chuckled, the sound breaking the stillness. Well, he said, a glint of his old humor returning, if nothing else, I've learned that traveling with a monkey is its own form of enlightenment. Sun Wukong smirked, his eyes narrowing playfully. Careful, pig. I might decide to teach you a few more lessons. Sha Wujing smiled faintly, his calm voice cutting through their banter. Perhaps the greatest lesson is that even the most unlikely companions can become family. Tang Sanzang's gaze swept over them, his heart swelling with gratitude. And family, he said, is where the seeds of enlightenment truly grow. As the night deepened, the pilgrims sat together, the weight of their journey mingling with the lightness of shared understanding. The flames dwindled, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward infinity. But within those shadows, there was no fear, only the quiet certainty that they had become something greater than they ever imagined. They had become the living embodiment of the lessons they sought to carry into the world. The sound of a storyteller's voice carried through the marketplace, weaving its magic among the bustling crowd. Children sat cross-legged at his feet, their eyes wide with wonder. Merchants paused in their haggling, captivated despite themselves, while elders leaned against wooden pillars, nodding knowingly at the tale they had heard so many times yet never tired of. The air seemed to shimmer with the weight of the words, as though the story itself was alive, breathing through the lips of the teller and into the hearts of his audience. In the distant lands, beyond mountains and rivers, there was a monk named Tang Sanzang. The storyteller began, his voice steady and rich with emotion. Chosen by the heavens to bring light into darkness, he embarked on a pilgrimage unlike any other. Alongside him were 3 companions, each flawed, each broken in their own way. But together, they carried the weight of destiny. The children gasped as he described Sun Wukong's unyielding strength, Zhu Bajie's comical missteps, and Sha Wujing's quiet resilience. Tang Sanzang, the noble monk, became a beacon of hope in their young minds. Though these figures were far removed from their time, they felt as real as the sun warming their backs or the soil beneath their feet. The marketplace seemed to fade away, replaced by vivid images the storyteller painted with his words. A river shimmering with deadly currents, a towering mountain hiding treacherous paths, a demon's laughter echoing through the darkness, these scenes unfolded as if the audience themselves were walking beside the pilgrims, feeling their fear, their pain, and their triumphs. But the story didn't end when the pilgrims completed their quest. That was only the beginning. The storyteller leaned forward, his voice dropping to a whisper, drawing the crowd closer. They returned, he said, not as the same beings who had left. They brought wisdom, not only for their time, but for all time. Tang Sanzang's words carried across villages and cities, not as commands, but as truths that people carried in their hearts. Sun Wukong's fiery spirit became a symbol of resilience, a reminder to stand firm against what seems impossible. Zhu Bajie's struggles taught that even the flawed can grow into something better. And Sha Wujing, he showed us the power of patience, of finding peace in chaos. The storyteller paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Do you feel it?" he asked softly. Their footsteps, still echoing through the land? A farmer in the crowd nodded slowly, his calloused hands gripping the handle of his cart. "My grandmother used to tell me," he said, his voice trembling, "that when I face trouble, I should think of Sun Wukong's courage. It's kept me going on many a long night in the fields." A young girl raised her hand, her face flushed with excitement. "My mother says Zhu Bajie makes her laugh when she's sad," she said. "Even though he's clumsy, he never gives up." The storyteller smiled, his voice rising again. "And that, my friends, is why their tale lives on. It's more than a story, it's a lantern in the dark. When we falter, we remember the monk's unwavering faith. When we fight, we think of the Monkey King's defiance. When we stumble, we laugh with the pig and rise again. And when we find stillness, we know we are like Sha Wujing, holding peace in our hearts." The sun dipped lower in the sky as he spoke, its golden light bathing the crowd. The children's faces glowed with awe, their imaginations alight with possibilities. The elders exchanged knowing glances, their memories of past hardships mingling with the lessons of the tale. And so the story wove itself anew, just as it had for generations. It traveled from the marketplace to homes, to the quiet whispers of bedtime tales, to the bold proclamations of street performers. It was inscribed in ink and carried in song, immortalized in the threads of art and literature. Each telling added something new, like layers of paint on a timeless masterpiece. In one town, an artisan carved statues of the 4 pilgrims, each figure imbued with love and reverence. In another, a poet wrote verses inspired by Tang Sanzang's wisdom, his words bringing tears to those who read them. And somewhere in the mountains, a lone traveler stood at a crossroads, reciting Sun Wukong's daring exploits to summon courage for his own uncertain path. The legacy of the pilgrimage was not confined to temples or books. It was etched into the very fabric of life, carried in the hearts of the people like a sacred flame. It became a guide for the lost, a comfort for the weary, and a challenge for the complacent. It taught compassion and strength, humor and humility, unity and individuality, all the contradictions that made life beautiful and worth striving for. And in the quiet corners of the world, where the noise of daily life faded into silence, there were those who swore they could feel the presence of the pilgrims. A sudden breeze that felt like Sun Wukong's swift movement, a ripple in the water that seemed like Sha Wujing's quiet touch, the scent of food that brought Zhu Bajie's laughter to mind, or a warm, unshakable sense of faith that reminded them of the monk. The storyteller finished, his voice trailing off like the last note of a song. The crowd sat in stillness, the weight of the tale settling over them. Then, one by one, they began to move, carrying the story with them like a precious gift. As the marketplace emptied and the stars began to emerge, the storyteller leaned back with a contented sigh. He knew that somewhere, someone would retell this tale tomorrow, and the day after that, and long after he was gone. And the pilgrims, though long finished with their journey, would walk again, through the hearts of those who needed them most. The moon hung high, casting its pale glow over the quiet mountains. A faint rustle broke the stillness, leaves whispering secrets to the wind. In the shadows, a figure moved silently, their footsteps careful, as if afraid to wake the ancient spirits sleeping beneath the earth. The air felt heavy with something unspoken, a quiet promise wrapped in the night. In a secluded grove, an old monk sat cross-legged before a flickering fire, his robes tattered but his eyes sharp as steel. He stared at the flames as though reading a story only he could see. A group of young disciples sat around him, their faces illuminated by the firelight, eager and restless. They were waiting for the lesson, the wisdom that would carry them forward. But the monk remained silent, the weight of his thoughts holding his words captive. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and deliberate. "Do you know why the heavens never rest?" he asked. The disciples exchanged puzzled glances, unsure how to answer. He continued, "Because the battle never ends. Good and evil, chaos and order, light and shadow, they rise and fall like the tides. And in each age, there must be those who stand against the storm." One of the younger disciples, a boy with wide, curious eyes, leaned forward. "But, Master," he asked, "what about the great pilgrims? Didn't they bring peace to the world?" The monk's gaze softened, though a shadow lingered in his expression. "Peace is never permanent," he said. "It is a garden that must be tended. The pilgrims planted seeds, yes, but weeds will always grow. And one day, the world will call for new hands to take up the task." The disciples fell silent, their thoughts heavy. But the youngest among them couldn't hold back. "Will it be us?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and excitement. The monk looked at her, his lips curling into a faint smile. "Perhaps," he said. "Or perhaps others. But make no mistake, there will be another call. And when it comes, it will test everything you are." The fire crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. The disciples watched as the embers danced, each one carrying a fleeting glimpse of something greater, a destiny, a trial, a choice yet to be made. Far away, in a village nestled in a valley, a child stood at the edge of a river, staring at their reflection. The water rippled, distorting their face, but in the shifting patterns, they thought they saw something else, a glimmer of a monkey's grin, a pig's snort, a warrior's calm gaze. Startled, the child stepped back, their heart pounding. They didn't know what it meant, but they felt it deep in their bones, as if the river itself was speaking to them. Elsewhere, in a bustling city, a merchant paused as he passed a shrine. His hands were full of goods, his mind preoccupied with the day's trades, but something pulled him to a stop. The shrine was old and weathered, its carvings faded with time, but the figures were unmistakable: the monk, the monkey, the pig, and the warrior. He knelt, not knowing why, and whispered a prayer he had never been taught, but somehow always knew. And in the heavens, beyond mortal sight, the celestial court watched. The gods and spirits, guardians of balance, spoke in hushed tones. "The world stirs," one said. "The darkness gathers," said another. Their eyes turned to the mortal realm, scanning its hills and valleys, its bustling cities and quiet forests. They saw the sparks, the children with restless hearts, the wanderers who couldn't explain the pull in their souls, the dreamers who saw visions in the stars. Each spark was small, insignificant on its own, but together they hinted at something greater. A flame waiting to ignite. Yet not all eyes watched with hope. In the shadows of the celestial court, a figure lurked, unseen but felt. Its form shifted like smoke, its presence cold as ice. It watched the sparks, too, but with a hunger that turned the air sharp. "They will come," it hissed, its voice like 1,000 whispers overlapping. "And when they do, they will fall." Back in the grove, the disciples asked no more questions. The fire had burned low, its embers glowing softly in the dark. The monk closed his eyes, his face calm but his mind restless. He knew the signs, the subtle shifts in the air, the dreams that visited him unbidden. The world was stirring, just as it had centuries ago when Tang Sanzang first took his steps westward. He rose, his movements slow but purposeful. "Rest now," he told his disciples. "Tomorrow, we begin again." As they lay down, huddled against the cool night air, their minds churned with the possibilities. Some felt fear, others excitement, and still others a quiet determination. But none of them could shake the feeling that their lives, so small and ordinary, were about to become part of something vast and extraordinary. In the silence, the monk whispered to the fire, as if speaking to an old friend. "Will they be ready?" he asked. The fire crackled in response, neither reassuring nor condemning, but simply existing, like the eternal struggle itself. Miles away, a lone traveler walked a winding path, their footsteps steady despite the darkness. They carried nothing but a staff and a quiet resolve. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying a single word: prepare. The traveler paused, their grip tightening on the staff, and then continued forward. The road stretched endlessly before them, but they walked on, knowing they were not alone. And so, the stage was set, though the actors had yet to be revealed. The next pilgrimage, the next battle, the next test of faith, it was all waiting, just beyond the horizon. The sparks would grow, the shadows would gather, and when the time came, the world would once again hold its breath, watching as the next generation of pilgrims took their first steps into the unknown. The golden rays of dawn stretched across the horizon, casting a soft glow over the land. Rivers shimmered like threads of silver winding through valleys, and the mountains stood solemn, their peaks brushing against the heavens. Birds took to the skies in joyous flight, their melodies blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The world seemed to breathe in unison, its rhythm steady and serene, as if echoing a newfound harmony. In a quiet village, a farmer knelt by his field, pressing his hands into the soil. The earth was rich and warm beneath his fingers, alive with promise. As he worked, he glanced toward the distant temple that now crowned the hill, a structure that seemed to radiate peace. It had been built in honor of the scriptures, its presence a constant reminder of the divine teachings that had reshaped the world. He paused for a moment, closed his eyes, and murmured a silent prayer of gratitude. It wasn't just the crops that flourished, his heart felt lighter, his soul less burdened. Far beyond the village, in a bustling city, merchants filled the markets, their stalls vibrant with goods from every corner of the land. Laughter and chatter echoed through the streets, a melody of humanity thriving together. The tension that once simmered beneath the surface, old rivalries, petty disputes, seemed to have dissolved like mist under the sun. People spoke with kindness, their words softened by the wisdom passed down from the scriptures. Even when disagreements arose, they were resolved with patience, guided by a shared understanding of the greater good. Above it all, in the celestial court, the gods looked down with quiet satisfaction. Their realm glowed with an ethereal light, as if the harmony below had reached up to touch the heavens themselves. The bridges between their world and the mortal realm felt stronger, no longer fraught with mistrust or misunderstanding. The Monkey King, once a rebel, now stood among them with a serene confidence, his fiery spirit tempered but not diminished. He watched the earth with a knowing smile, his sharp eyes catching even the smallest acts of compassion below. But this harmony had not come easily. The memories of the trials endured by Tang Sanzang and his companions lingered in the air like an ancient song. The sacrifices, the battles, the doubts, they had all been necessary steps on the path to this balance. Now, that legacy pulsed through the land, woven into the fabric of every life touched by the scriptures. In a remote monastery, a young monk copied the sacred texts by candlelight, his hand steady and deliberate. Each stroke of the brush carried not just ink, but devotion. His mentor stood nearby, observing with a quiet pride. "Do you feel it?" the elder asked softly. The young monk paused, looking up. "Feel what, master?" "The stillness," the mentor replied. "The peace that fills the world now. It's not just in the scriptures, it's in every breath we take." The young monk nodded, but his gaze lingered on the parchment. There was still work to be done, he knew. The teachings needed to reach even the farthest corners, where whispers of doubt and discord still lingered. But for the first time, he felt that it was possible. The world had changed, and so had its people. In the mountains, an old woman sat by a stream, her hands busy weaving a basket. The water flowed gently, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. She hummed a tune, one her grandmother had taught her, a song about unity, about the bond between earth and sky. As she worked, a group of children gathered around her, their laughter bright and carefree. "Tell us a story," one of them begged. The old woman smiled, setting aside her basket. "Very well," she said. "But not just any story. This is the tale of the pilgrims who walked the earth to bring the heavens closer." The children leaned in, their eyes wide with wonder. As she spoke, the words seemed to come alive, painting vivid images of the trials and triumphs that had paved the way for the world they now knew. When she finished, the children sat quietly for a moment, the weight of the story settling over them. "Will there be more pilgrims?" a little boy asked, his voice hesitant. The old woman's eyes twinkled. "Perhaps," she said. "But for now, it's our turn to keep the balance." In the forests, animals roamed freely, their movements graceful and unhurried. Hunters who once sought them with weapons now observed them with reverence, their hearts softened by the scriptures' teachings about coexistence. Even the winds carried a different tune, less wild and more nurturing, as if the natural world itself had embraced the peace that now defined the mortal realm. But harmony was not the absence of challenge. Storms still came, and winters still bit cold. Disputes still arose, and hearts still faltered. Yet there was a resilience in the world now, a shared understanding that light and shadow were part of the same tapestry. People no longer turned to anger or despair in the face of hardship. Instead, they sought wisdom in the teachings, drawing strength from the lessons passed down through generations. In a secluded shrine, a traveler knelt before an altar, their head bowed in prayer. They had journeyed far, seeking answers to questions that had troubled their soul. The shrine was simple, its walls adorned with images of the pilgrims and their journey. As the traveler prayed, a sense of calm washed over them, as though the very air carried the wisdom they sought. When they rose, they felt different, lighter, clearer, as if the world itself had whispered the answers they needed. High in the heavens, the Jade Emperor stood at the edge of his throne, his gaze fixed on the mortal realm. "They have done well," he said, his voice resonating like a bell. The goddess Guanyin stood beside him, her expression serene. "They have," she agreed. "But it is not the end. Harmony is a living thing, and it must be nurtured." The Jade Emperor nodded. "Then we shall continue to watch, and to guide." Below, on the earth, life went on. Farmers tilled their fields, children played in the streets, and monks lit incense in quiet devotion. The world was far from perfect, but it was whole, and it was beautiful. And in the hearts of its people, there was a quiet resolve to keep it that way. The wind carried the echoes of a song, a melody that spoke of balance, of unity, of the unbreakable bond between heaven, earth, and humanity. It was a song that would never fade, as long as there were those who listened.